No. Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to go ahead and call the Anaheim City Council meeting to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Councilmember Leon.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Ruacalva. Here. Councilmember Fessel.
Here.
Councilmember Meeks.
Here.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
Here.
Let the record show we have 6 members present.
Are there any additions or deletions to our closed session agenda?
Mayor, we do have 2. Item number 4 and item 5, anticipated litigation, is being removed from tonight's closed session agenda.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment for our closed session agenda?
Yes, Mayor, we do have 4 speaker cards to address council on closed session. First speaker, Mr. Mike Robbins.
Good afternoon, still Mike Robbins, People's Homeless Task Force. We did spend hundreds of hours and thousands of our own dollars on our fight against the corruption, of course. And I do want to mention Chris Zapata left when presented with the corruption at City Hall, while Harry Sadu tried to get $1 million from the cabal and steal hundreds of millions of dollars from the city, which we would have lost if they'd have sold it for such a small amount. Chris Zapata accepted a pay cut. He lost $1 million over the last 4 years by leaving the corruption behind and moving to Sausalito. I can't believe what honesty. Jim Vanderpool was cited in the corruption report 96 times. He was there throughout the Sadu corruption campaign. He was the #1 enabler of all the corruption and misconduct that went on under Mayor Harry Sadu. And his 2 top cronies, of course, Todd Ament, Jeff Flint, and the rest of the cabal. A corruption report pointing to a city manager 96 times suggests a significant and alarming issue within the city government. Accountability and trust in government officials is a vital component of a well-functioning democracy. Addressing corruption allegations in a fair and transparent manner is essential to maintain public confidence in the government's integrity and effectiveness. And I suggest someone answer their phone, or it's mine. Well, let me reiterate. Accountability and trust in government officials is a vital component of a well-functioning democracy. Addressing corruption allegations in a fair and transparent manner is essential to maintain public confidence in the government's integrity and effectiveness. We need a city manager that embraces morality, not corruption, transparency, not secrecy, justice, not disorder, and truth, not lies. Look to your oath of office. We can't continue on this path, and there should be a distinct change of direction to bring in the best city manager we can find for this great city, which should be the powerhouse of Orange County. Thank you.
As a member of the People's Homeless Task Force, we've received a lot of criticism over the years for feeding people. Anaheim staff and Anaheim elected officials have repeatedly said how we are enabling people to stay homeless by giving them a meal. However, these people are homeless because of this city's archaic policies. We are enabling them. You're right. We're enabling them to stay alive. Now let's talk about a true enabler named Jim Vanderpool, the city manager of Anaheim, home to Disneyland and the Angels. Anaheim is a unique employer. Corruption is rewarded with substantial pay raises, promotions, lavish banquets and retreats, and last but definitely not least, free tickets to every event going on in the city, whether it is sporting events, concerts, shows of any kind, as well as all events at the convention center. Honesty, however, is rewarded with termination agreements. I would call Jim an enabler. He enabled the corruption to not only continue in our city, but to thrive. He enabled city staff at all levels to engage in corrupt behavior, either through encouragement or threats. It all depends who you talk to. He enabled, and still is, lying Mike Leister to put out his false city posts on social media. He enabled lobbyists to illegally solicit business at City Hall. He enabled lobbyists by allowing them to write their own presentations, which were then presented by city staff as staff reports. He enabled Anaheim PD to be complicit in the corruption with their refusal to unlock employees' phones. He enabled the chamber and Visit Anaheim to steal money from the city, money that was designated to help the residents. And he certainly enabled himself to attend special events with the $47,000 of free tickets that he has helped himself to this year. But most of all, he enabled Harry Sidhu in his plot to sell Angel Stadium for a pittance. Actually, he not only enabled him, he worked hand in hand with Harry in this devious plot. The fact that Jim Vanderpool, who was named 96 times in the JL Group report in a negative way, is still sitting over there is a slap in the face to the residents of this city. People are watching, and they are taking notice how there have been no consequences to the enabling corrupt behavior of this city manager. There can be no trust or confidence in this council as long as the person in charge of the corruption is still sitting there. Jim is, after all, the boss of everyone. Either he participated in the corruption, so he should be fired, or he claims ignorance, so he should be fired. There is really no other option. Thank you.
"96 times. Reminds me of a Springsteen song. I'd like to, since we're looking at his record, the city managers, go to an event that wasn't really covered in much detail in the JL Group report. You guys don't seem to have a very high opinion of that report, so I thought maybe go outside the report for an example. The one that drew my attention was the December 10th, 2020 visit to Councilman Jordan Brandman's house. Quoting from the LA Times, asked if he, the chief of police, and the city manager had tried to keep secret the police visit to Brandman's apartment, Chief Cisneros told the Times, "When we get very influential individuals, we put those under wraps." He added that the department nonetheless complies with the state's public records law. That's kind of a low standard, evidently. It goes on to say, the morning after the police visit, where there were 5 patrol cars, the watch commander, and the city manager, the morning after the police visit, Vanderpool wrote in a text to Cisneros that a lieutenant had assured him the police visit would be, quote, put into the system as unnamed person welfare check. Now, is that very helpful to the public trying to evaluate this? He added that officers were directed to keep the interaction extremely confidential. My brother used to work for the CIA, and they had various levels of secrecy. I didn't know cities had the same thing, top secret. At the CIA, there's several above top secret. So I'd like to know what the levels of secrecy are here at City Council. And it seems to me, if you're going to try to change the culture, the city manager might be a good place to start.
That's for me, I'm not here. Hello, everyone. As it goes in, I'll use a sports analogy. When the team isn't winning, if there's just chaos going on, then you fire the coach. And I think, Mr. Vanderpool, I join the other speakers in saying that I think it's time to go, given the fact that Harry Sidhu has taken a plea deal. And I didn't see anybody else from the city there to witness that, but it was a pretty pathetic thing to watch. Once the city of my birth, and here's the mayor, one-time mayor, that's just, it was just very depressing to see that. The city of my birth, the city of my youth, the city of my life. And I just thought about, well, we can't just leave it there. There has to be other consequences for this debacle, this shady, under the table, me first attitude, unbeknownst to the citizens of the city, or as it turned out, the rest of the country was watching this, and they're still watching this. And I think that it's time to make a change for the betterment of our future, because if you just continue on, then it looks like, well, it was just Harry Sadu and Todd Ament and, you know, that whole thing, and that's not going to be good enough. So it's going to have to be Mr. Vanderpool, the city attorney, and then also Mr. Lister, who the public, I guess he's the, I don't know what, turd polisher. He takes the, whatever it is they spin and makes it all clean and good for everybody, palatable for the rest of us. And it doesn't work that way. So, because we've known for a while that Harry Sadu was quite, you know, on the take. He was just moving too fast, and there were too many red flags there, and he was pushing Mr. Fessel to, you know, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. We got to do the Angels deal, hurry up. And it just seemed very strange. The whole thing was very strange, and we knew something was going on, but we had no idea until the jail report comes out. And I think if they had more time, they'd probably uncover a lot more than what they did, but that's what they gave us. So we can only take what they gave us, and hopefully our DA, Todd Spitzer, gets off his butt and does something. And then maybe we can actually have a true closure. Thank you.
Good evening. An organization is only as good as the worst behavior that is being permitted by leaders. That means that we can't just call the past and move forward. We have to fix what happened in the past so that it doesn't pollute our future. The fact that we're coming to you for help means there's still some measure of trust between the people and our leaders. If we had lost that trust, we wouldn't even be talking to you. We'd just be standing out front screaming. So we need you to hear us. We need you to hold accountable leaders like our city manager. I like the guy, he's really nice, but there's no question that he either participated in behavior together with his staff or overlooked things that were happening out in the open. Now, I don't expect any of you are looking for loopholes, but I know bad actors are looking at Anaheim to see what they're going to get away with in the future. And if you allow this to continue, it means they are going to be back, taking advantage of the loopholes that you're leaving behind and the leadership that you're leaving behind. Our city staff is also looking at what is happening. The good ones are your canary in a coal mine. A lot of them have already left. The ones that are still hanging on for dear life, hoping for reform, are waiting to see if you are going to hold accountable the leader who is responsible for the actions of the staff that report to him. That means he needs to go. I hate somebody losing their career, but if you're not doing the job, you don't get a taxpayer-funded paycheck. That's just how it works. I think the worst part, in addition to everything everybody else has brought up, was the very presentation of the JL Group report that so completely lacked any professional presentation. Since when do we do things this way? That we just post something to the internet and then let everybody bicker about what is and is not true? They should have been brought in. First of all, it should have been reviewed by the city manager to make sure it was within scope and send it back for some of those typos and spelling errors that were flat out embarrassing so that we had something we could be proud of. And then it should have been presented here where you could question and even verbally oppose any information that you didn't agree with or you wanted more information about. Where is that? Instead of looking for solutions to what's in the report, we're still bickering about the report because the city manager dropped the ball in the way that it was brought to you and the way it was brought to the people of Anaheim. I expect a higher standard for a city that used to say that the Anaheim way meant something other than greasing somebody's palms. Please do the right thing and give us clean leadership. Thank you.
I'm going to be directing my comments specifically to to Councilman Diaz. I understand you to be a man of honor. I believe you understand yourself to be a man of honor. And I know from Cuban exiles in my life before how much I believe honor is important to you. What you should realize is that you're not at the end for no reason. Whether reform of the city manager's office takes place, and today is a very important day in that, depends largely on you. Disney has 3 bought and paid for members of the city council, the Natalies and Ms. Kurtz. They paid for the election of you and Councilmember Fessel as well, but I don't think that you are bought. You were simply paid for. You're appreciative, yes, I can understand that, but I don't think that you're so appreciative as to put away your sense of honor. Councilmember Fessel really has no reason to be the 3rd vote on something today or any other day. That just burns a bridge with the people who put you both on to no effect. It's then just a 4-3 vote that Disney wins uncontested. The cabal, or to use a word you can appreciate, the dutifully appointed commissars that you see on this thing doing whatever they were installed to do would still have control. But I believe that Mr. Fessel, who's a fundamentally good man in a terrible position right now, might be the 4th vote if you will be one who stands for reform. The city manager, who I believe is a good man, I'm told that by Cynthia and others, is foolishly, I think, wanting to keep his position, however degrading, however legally perilous. I'm not close enough to events, and so I defer to others as to whether Mr. Vanderbilt should be removed. But my question to you is reform short of his removal possible? How can we get a city manager who will not be in the bag for Disney? You can only find out by giving him good instructions and seeing if he carries them out. There's a faction of 3, and there's sort of a faction of 2 on the city council. You're for the 2 in the middle. You have to choose if you're going to lead and lead us to a better city. Thank you.
What the hell? Mayor, council, my name is Wes Jones. James Vanderpool's predecessor, Chris Zapata, was fired when he was asked, because he did not think when he was asked that giving $6.5 million to visit Anaheim was a good idea when the pandemic was beginning. The resort district was basically closed, and we had no idea what kind of help the residents of Anaheim were going to need. So obviously, the disgraced mayor, Harry Sadoo's council was looking for a city manager they could play ball with. Enter James Vanderpool. From the beginning, Mr. Vanderpool was an insider. He was in attendance at the infamous pool party. And by all reports, he did attend the mock council meeting put on by the Angels. Mr. Vanderpool could clear up which council members, Mr. Fessel, were in attendance, but to this date, he has declined to volunteer this information to the public. It kind of makes you wonder where his loyalty lies, with the cabal or with the residents of Anaheim. Thank you.
Good evening. Boy, I'd like to talk about, I heard somebody say something about this is the iceberg and it's gonna get over, but it's the tip of the iceberg. I got something like Mr. Fessel and I, like 50 years in the parks, you know, and being a family member here. I got family that work here. I got so many people that I know, and a lot of people are very stressed out because of their positions. They're afraid to speak up. You know, I wasn't afraid to speak up, but it was do better things here, and I got shut out. And some of the city managers in the past had apologized that they wouldn't give me a time. It was a lot of stress. So I don't like to push anything too much on everybody here. You're all kind of new to me. And, you know, hopefully that in the future, we could work together as our community. There's a lot of information, a lot of stuff that hasn't been said. I'm just waiting for everything to come out of the JL group and finish. But one of the major issues to me is the police review board. There was something that Rubicava, you made a statement you were gonna look into. We didn't get any back from anybody on that issue. And Liliana, who just ended up leaving, and the other managers and all that, you know, there was no communication with us in the community over these issues of brutality and death of these young men. So I can't sweep that. As Mayor, you said you're not going to, you have transparency, you're not gonna sweep nothing under the rug. It's gotta come out. But I think there's a proper way of bringing it out so we can be recognized so this doesn't happen. Because even today, right now, they're out there doing kind of, you know, and I hate to attack. I'm not attacking all the police department. I was inside with all those people. I've seen everything. I know everything because I've been told by a lot of them, high-ranking officers. They're ashamed of what they did. They apologized. So I'm not here to attack. I'm here to say, can we straighten it out with this board when we come to peace? But you're not talking about the issues that we went through. And Mike Lester, I think he needs to make a retraction. Somebody has to tell him, hey, you said those kids were killed by the drugs, and it was found to be, and they won their cases, that it was the chokehold. So, you know, when you don't come through and show that apology, it makes us feel that this is still happening. So we're not having anybody being reprimanded. And as you said, Mayor, if you're under investigation in this, you know, you need to do the best thing, you know, but we're not here to hate anybody. That's the worst thing to do.
Mr. Castillo, I'm sorry, your time is
And
up.
thank you very much.
I got here a little late, so I don't know if anyone said this. When Chris Zapata was fired, which everybody knew it was for giving a few opinions that Sadhu and Ament didn't like, the reason they gave for firing him was, we want to go in a new direction. That's a pretty funny thing to say. If there was ever any time we need to go in a new direction, it's right now. If you guys think you can still go in a new direction with the same leadership that we've had, I get along good with Mr. Vanderpool. He's a friendly, accessible guy, but he let a lot of bad things go on under his leadership, which is hard to ignore. And he seemed to enable Harry and Todd and Jeff on everything they wanted to do. I wrote a story about this, and I shared it with all of you, so maybe some of you read it. That's why I didn't have time to write a speech. But since I wrote the story, my friend Steve tells me, I wasn't blaming the $6.5 million gift to Visit Anaheim out of COVID funds. I wasn't going to blame that on James, because I thought it happened before he got here. But I've just been told, and I don't know if it's correct, that it came out of another fund at first, which was the reserves of the convention center, which made sense. It should have come out of there. And then it got backfilled with COVID funds. And maybe that happened under Jim. And that's something to be ashamed of. That's money, that's federal COVID money that should have gone to help the people. So I don't know chronologically if Jim had anything to do with that, but that's something he should answer for. Quickly, a bunch of other little things, if you didn't read my story. The JL group had a lot of obstacles to completing their report. One was they didn't have subpoena power, and they were stonewalled by the Chamber, Visit Anaheim, Disney, and the Angels, but also they couldn't get into the phones of Harry Sadhu and Trevor O'Neill. And the APD has the technology to let them do that, but they don't have the authority to let them do that or to unlock those phones. And I don't know if it's too late to do that, make that happen, but I believe that Jim has the authority to tell the APD to do that, or maybe he needs you guys to tell him that today. Some of my concerns over the last few years about Jim is he seemed to have run interference for those insider developers that Harry favored, Shop-Off and Greenlaw, which causes us, they didn't want to provide affordable housing or as little as possible. So Jim helping them get projects that should have gone to other people. Okay, I'm going to skip something else. Maybe you read the story I wrote. If he's a chameleon, like they say, a chameleon is a survivor, so you're probably not going to fire him. How can you be sure, though, that if we have another mayor and council as bad as we did in 2020, that he won't
Mr. Nelson,
go
I'm
back to
sorry, your
someone that
time is
enables
up.
them? We need to go to in a new direction for sure, with Jim Vanderpool or somebody else. That's all.
Next speaker, John Dutton.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is John Dunn. I've been a community activist for almost 25 years here in the city of Anaheim, and I'm here to talk about our city manager. Which a lot of the business people here in Anaheim feel that the city manager has done a great job. There are a lot of business people that have had problems, and the city manager has been there sometimes, or his staff, to help people with their problems. It could be zoning or whatever the case may be. But he hasn't closed his door to these business people. And the business people are the ones that pay heavy taxes here in Anaheim. So I haven't heard nothing negative about the city manager whatsoever. But he's there for the business people here in the city, especially if they have problems. Yeah, he's very busy, but you also have to look at the other side of the coin. He has great help in his office. So if he can't do it, he hands it off to somebody else. But majority of the stuff have got done. So I'm very happy that we have a very good city manager here in our city. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Giving honor to God. Those on the diocese doing God's work. Transparency. We've been down this road. This is one of the most corrupt cities in Orange County, in our state. Why? Because the value of the money. People start forgetting about humans, human behavior for the masses. Why? Because we want to further our political agenda. But you don't get further by going ahead and doing the special interests. You get further by doing things for people. When the people, the voters, start to go ahead and recognize that you have made a difference in their life. Homelessness, I don't care what the stats say, in my neighborhood, it's out of control. The police are trying to do something about it, but guess what? You cannot criminalize homelessness. It's not a crime. It's a crime to humanity. It's not a crime for them to be in this situation. Mock angels meeting. Come on. Mock. We're going to get down to that part of illegal activities. We're going to go ahead and put on a show for the people. That's what we're going to do. And we're going to practice it. Rehearsal. Lights, cameras, action. We're playing with people's lives. We're playing with people's lives. The angels still, they will do whatever they can to make that franchise more valuable so that they can sell it. We need to do what's best. Madam Mayor, we need to put the music center there, the one that Dr. Knoll was trying to put in, that Disney did not want any type of competition, just like they didn't want competition from Little Arabia. Dr. Knoll, the music center, would have did more than what Sirkins, the one downtown, we would have had it right here in Anaheim. We need to do it. Remember, the music center makes more money than the Yankees in New York. Getting back, the city manager, standing up. If he wasn't a yes man, then he's got to go. That's one of the reasons why our country is in the situation that we're in, because people are suggesting things that are wrong for our nation, for our communities. And if you're not part of the problem, then you're part of the solution. Remember that. You have been valued. You can't go ahead and talk about, well, I didn't get the money. If I didn't have the money, I wouldn't be here. Excuse me. If you're going to evaluate money with your manhood or your
Mr. Batiste,
position,
your time is up.
get out the kitchen. I'm going to go ahead and close with this right here. Mayor, your advisory committee, let it be transparent. When they meet and if nobody's there, then it goes back to people wondering what's going on. Transparency is what we really need. Everything needs to be out in the open. Thank you.
Hello, Honorable Council. I try not to come that often, as only on serious issues. Which brings me here today, the question of the city manager. That man is one of the most corrupt officials we have ever seen. In the previous council, he conspired against 2 city council members, and I know for a fact he is conspiring against 2 of you right now. This man has done efforts to block your agenda items. He has done efforts to personally embarrass you. If you care, for the city, we cannot trust this man. But more importantly, if you care for yourselves, if there's some sense of self-interest, this man, you cannot trust him. He is actively conspiring against 2 of you right now. So I just urge you, we need a city manager that we can trust. This man, his name is all over the jail report. This man, for the last several years, has been attached to many scandals. I don't know why he's still here. All I'm asking you is that maybe it's time to clean house. Many of you were not here when the previous scandal was here. The only stain on this city left is actually him. So, like I said, there's tons of reasons why this man should not be here, but the one that concerns you most is that he is actively conspiring against 2 of you. I will not say who, but you know who you are. Thank you.
And Mayor and City Council, that concludes all our in-person speakers, and we did not receive any electronic comments on the closed session agenda.
Thank you, Clerk. So we are going to close the public comment section of the meeting, and we are going to recess into closed session. Thank you very much. So next up is the Rotary Club's. The Rotary Club's mission is to provide service to others, promote integrity, and advance world understanding, goodwill, and peace through lifelong fellowship of business professionals and community leaders. And here in Anaheim, we're lucky to have 2 Rotary Clubs. So here to accept for the Rotary Club of Anaheim is President Jesus Leon. And for the Anaheim Hills Rotary Club is President Bernie Correa Hensky. Get this by the last presentation.
Well, on behalf of the Anaheim Rotary Club, I just want to say thank you so much for this very special recognition. We're very proud to have been a part of this Anaheim community for over 100 years now, so, and hope to keep that going for another 100 plus. So thank you.
On behalf of the Anaheim Hills Rotary Club, established in 1985, thank you very much for this recognition. Our motto is service above self. So please come and join us. Thank you.
So next we have El Bacal Shriners. Their mission is to provide quality programs and service for its members, their families, and their friends in a spirit of fun, fellowship, and social camaraderie. Here to accept is Mr. Merritt Reed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Would you like to say a few words?
On behalf of all the members of El Bacal Shrine, we thank the City Council for this wonderful recognition.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you.
The Kiwanis Club of Greater Anaheim is dedicated to changing the world by serving children one child at a time in our community. Here to accept is President Susan Fessel.
I'm so very honored to be here tonight representing Kiwanis Club of Greater Anaheim. We've been here over 50 years, and I'm the third-time president, just starting this year of 23-24. And as some of these clubs say, you know what, come out and serve. Come be with us. Kiwanis meets every Thursday at 7:30 at the Clarion. So come on down. We'll invite you to breakfast. Thank you very much.
Smart move. Next is our Veterans of Foreign Wars, Post 3173. Their mission is to foster camaraderie among United States veterans of overseas conflicts. The VFW is here to serve our veterans while also advocating on their behalf. Their representative is here. Would you like to share a few words? And what's your name?
Carol Cornejo.
Carol Cornejo from the VFW.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much for your support and appreciate this recognition. Thank you.
The Anaheim Lions Club. Their mission is to improve health and well-being, strengthen communities, and support those in need through humanitarian services and grants that impact lives globally and encourage peace and international understanding. Thank you so much for being here. Bob Jones on behalf of the Lions Club.
Thank you. We serve, and we meet it every other Thursday at the YMCA.
We also have a certificate from the Ebell Club of Canyon Hills and the American Legion Anaheim Post 72, who were unable to join us tonight, but I would like to take a moment to thank these groups for their dedication to the Anaheim community. So we're now going to do a final group photo with all of our amazing community service representatives. Thank you for all you do for our city. I don't know how we're going to do that. At this time, I'd like to welcome Mr. Ben Hurst and Major Ken Perrine from the Salvation Army. Can you please come to the podium?
Honorable Mayor, esteemed City Council, thank you so much for inviting us in tonight. We come to you in a spirit of thankfulness and joy and celebration and gratitude, as on October 9th, we cut the ribbon on 72 units of 100% homeless housing, a project that has been a partnership with this great city for over 5 years in the making. And what I really wanted to do for just a quick moment is thank your tremendous staff that has worked tirelessly for years to make this project a reality in this space, starting with the heroic work 5 years ago of them interim city manager Linda Andal, who after 6 months of tense negotiations passed the baton to Dooku Lee and his wonderful team at Anaheim Public Utilities, and they built the Anaheim Emergency Shelter in just 79 days. And then he threw the baton to Ted White and city planning, and after months of negotiations, we got that groundbreaking underway, and it went to Rudy's shop and Anaheim Public Works, and it's been a collective effort. We want to especially thank Grace Stepter and her tremendous team at the Anaheim Housing Authority and the Anaheim Community Development Department for an extraordinary collaborative partnership. We want to thank City Manager Jim for coming by this spring personally to Center of Hope and asking us, is the staff doing anything and everything that can be done? Yes, they are, City Manager Jim. Thank you so much. And we want to thank City Council, because this is actually the 5th anniversary of us striking an agreement in federal court to open the Anaheim Emergency Shelter. And I've had the honor to come before you over half a dozen times over the years. And each time I want to report to this community that we have had 100% unanimous votes of support for every single item in the Center of Hope project. I think that's an extraordinary testament to the community's will to rise above and reach beyond and do things some say can't be done. And we just want to thank you tonight for your commitment to helping those most vulnerable and ask you and invite you to join us in a great celebration on Monday, October 9th at 10 a.m. We hope all of you can be there. It's going to be an extraordinary time together. Now, without further ado, it is my honor and privilege to introduce the new senior Commanding Salvation Army officer in Orange County, Major Ken Perrine. Major.
I wish I had that energy for Ben does, but hallelujah. I just want to share a little bit about myself. I'm Major Ken Perrine. I've taken over for Major Nearson, who's gone off to Colorado. My wife and I are 27 years as Salvation Army officers, pastor. I used to be an electrical engineer. My wife used to be a high school teacher. We're actually from, my wife's from Orange County. I'm from San Diego. So we consider this our hometown. You know, when we talk about the Anaheim Emergency Shelter, we can talk about some numbers, which I'm going to give you some numbers. We've served 1,323 unique individuals since we've opened. We've given out 284,000 meals. 273 people have been housed. So the quick math in the room, that's about a fifth of the folks who have come through the program have been housed. And 93 individuals have entered detox or treatment centers. And so 166% increase in individuals housed, 187% increase in guests obtaining detox or treatment, and 117% increase in guests obtaining employment. But, you know, those are just numbers, and I'd like to talk about people. So I brought some friends along with me today. One of them, they're going to stand as I mention their names, Fred Elliott. Fred Elliott was a resident at Anaheim Emergency Shelter. His quote, he said that if I didn't have the spiritual care and guidance, I don't know what I would have done. I am now giving back because I was given so much. Fred is housed and has been housed for some time. Thank you, Fred. We have, just give Fred a hand. Angel Luna. Angel, you can stand. Thank you. He stated his biggest and hardest blessing was staying sober, applying myself, and God's restored his family. I now have family dinners. Frank Woods, he said, I worked extremely hard to better my life and move on. Spiritual care, God, application were number one. I obtained a new apartment, reconciliation with family, got my career back, sobriety, all because of the Lord, but also because of Anaheim Emergency Shelter. Greg Gibbon. There you go, Greg. After 8 years of being homeless, he has his own place now. 8 years of being one of the residents on our streets, he has his own place now. He said he's grateful to Pastor Harvey, the shelter, and he has his family, and every day I wake up and say, thank you, Lord, for my new place. Thank you, Greg. And Melvin. Thank you, Melvin. He said, I was in awe when I received the good news about my housing, and I'm still in awe. Being disabled and laid off from Disneyland because of my injury, but now the happiest place on earth is my new home. You know, we could talk about statistics, but really the Salvation Army, we're about helping people move forward from where they are to where they could be. We're about rescuing the perishing, renewing the ability to thrive, and restoring a healthy community. And these guests I brought with me today are a prime example of that. Thank you for your support of the Salvation Army over the years. You know, we've been in Orange County for over 136 years. And we continue to serve the community the best we can with the resources we have. But it's only through good partnerships with cities and the county that allow that to happen. And your impact and your work are real lives. Thank you. And thank you for your service.
Thank you, and welcome to Anaheim. I'd next like to welcome Chairperson Dara Malecki from the city's Housing and Community Development Commission. I do not see him in the audience, so if he comes later, we will invite him up, or maybe City Clerk, we can, at the next meeting, reschedule. Next on our agenda are recognitions to be presented at a later date. Clerk, can you please announce them?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Recognizing September 2023 as National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, recognizing September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month, recognizing the month of October 2023 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month, recognizing October 1st through the 7th as Public Power Week, recognizing October 9th, 2023 as Indigenous Peoples Day, and recognizing October 8th through the 14th as National Fire Prevention Week. And Mayor, we do have those to accept for each of the proclamations. So let's first call forward for National Suicide Prevention Month. We have Dr. Adelia Cruz to accept this proclamation. If they can please step forward at this time.
Wow, this is great. Thank you, Mayor, City Council members, for this very important recognition. I'm honored to be here on behalf of the Anaheim Union High School District, on behalf of those of us who work every day to support individuals who are struggling, and on behalf of those who need our support. So thank you so much for this recognition.
Thank you. Could you join us for a council photo in the well? If you could join us real quick for a council photo to recognize you.
Mayor, we do have for Hispanic Heritage Month, John Gutierrez and Mitch Segal from the Orange County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce to accept this proclamation.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us. On behalf of the Orange County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, our president, our board, our advisory board, and all of our members, we just want to thank you for all of your support. And we continue to partner with you in the community and look forward to many more future events in the community. Thank you.
We're going to do two. All right, 1, 2, 3. Okay, hang on a second. 2. Oh, wait, let me get the flash real quick. 2.
For the next presentation for Domestic Violence Awareness Month, we have Dr. Nifta Peretta from the Chief Programs Officer with Radiant Futures.
Mayor, council members, thank you very much. I am from Radiant Futures, formerly Women's Transitional Living Center, WTLC. And as you know, Domestic Violence Awareness Month is in October, and we're really grateful that you're able to recognize it and help us bring awareness to the cause of domestic violence. 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men have experienced intimate partner violence or abuse in some form in their relationships. And we are grateful that we're able to work with the city of Anaheim and everything that you do with us. We work closely with Anaheim Police Department. We work with the Family Justice Center that's right here in Anaheim. We've even opened a new building here in Anaheim at the Wells Fargo building. I think it's just right down the street to really continue to serve not just the community of Orange County, but specifically to target those individuals that can really benefit from our clinical and legal services in Anaheim. So on behalf of Radiant Futures, all their domestic violence agencies, and the survivors that are in this community, we thank you very much.
you.
For Public Power Week, we have Janet Lonecker, our Assistant General Manager, Electric Services for City of Anaheim, Anaheim Public Utilities.
Good evening, all. Mayor Akins, council members. I'm Janet, Anaheim Public Utilities Assistant General Manager, and I really want to thank you for this recognition. What we're really celebrating at Public Power Week, as well as over 2,000 other local communities across the nation, is a locally owned public utility that simply is here to serve reliable electric service at an affordable price. And you know, we echo a lot of what we heard tonight with the service clubs. That's really important for the public utility to be an active participant in the community. So to kick off Public Power Week next week, we're going to have 200 students from our local community, the Juarez Elementary and Roosevelt Elementary Schools, who will join us and learn about how electricity is delivered to their homes, learn about safety around power lines, and also about career opportunities for their futures. And so afterwards, we will also open up the festivities to the public. And there, everyone here can join us and visit our booths that have a lot of information on our rebates and programs, and they can learn on how to save, conserve energy and save money. So we really hope you all will join us. We'll have bucket truck rides throughout the day, and those are always a really huge hit. So I'd like to extend a special invitation to our council members and actually everyone here at our chamber here to join us next Thursday, October the 5th, right here on Center Street downtown between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. The festivities, it's a lot of fun. I think you'll enjoy yourselves, and I'd really like to thank you again for this proclamation. Appreciate it very much.
For Indigenous Peoples Day, we have Sandone Gawad, the Tribal Council Chairwoman.
Good evening. I'd like to thank the mayor and the city council for partnering with us for this will be the fourth year, this year will be the fourth year, for the last 3 or 4 years in getting this off the ground and acknowledging and honoring Indigenous people from your community. They really appreciate it. I appreciate it. My council appreciates it. And we're looking forward to doing this again on October 9th of this year. We'd like to invite you all out to come join us on your steps. We always end up here. And we'd like you to come out if you can. I know that somebody else already invited you to something. The Salvation Army invited you earlier. So we understand you're busy, you're all busy folks. And if you can, we'd love for you to come out. I would like to express all the gratitude from my tribe for you doing this, because it means a lot to us. We have a village here called Hitukna, and we thank you for remembering us. I have a request. I was told I have to make the request. So I have a request. I would like to give a gift to the mayor, if I could. Yes, if I could. Okay. I'll leave it at that, and I'll be right over.
We'll have everyone come in back. I could have you guys squeeze in a little bit. You, all right, 1, 2.
And our last presentation this evening for National Fire Prevention Week, Fire Marshal Lindsay Young.
Mayor and City Council, thank you for this important proclamation. My name is Lindsay Young, and I am your Fire Marshal. Anaheim Fire and Rescue is teaming up with the National Fire Protection Association, the official sponsor of Fire Prevention Week for over 100 years, to promote this year's campaign, Cooking Safety Starts With You. Pay attention to fire prevention. The campaign works to educate everyone about simple but important actions they can take when cooking to keep themselves and those around them safe. According to NFPA, cooking is the leading cause of home fires and home fire injuries in the United States. Anaheim Fire and Rescue encourages all residents to embrace the 2023 Fire Prevention Week theme, and we offer these key safety tips to help reduce the risk of a cooking fire. Number 1, watch what you heat. Always keep a close eye on what you're cooking and set a timer. Number 2, turn pot handles toward the back of the stove. And number 3, have a kid and pet-free zone of at least 3 feet around the stove or the grill and anywhere else hot food or beverages are prepared. In celebration of Fire Prevention Week, I would like to invite our residents to join us at Twyla Reed Park, right behind Fire Station 11, on Saturday, October 14th from 10 to 1. We'll have more safety information as well as fun, family-oriented activities and giveaways. I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to receive this proclamation and hope to see you at our Fire Prevention Week event, October 14th. Thank you very much. One, two, three. One more, sorry. Got it, thank you. Thank you. That was amazing. I am a bit overwhelmed, although I shouldn't be, by the absolute generosity and kindness in our community. We truly are the city of kindness. I would like to welcome, now that I see our amazing chairperson of our Housing and Community Development Commission, I'd like to welcome up, please, Chairperson Dara Malecki.
Hello, how are you guys? Good evening, Mayor and Council Member. Are we going to be running the clicker? Yes. You got this? All right, perfect. My name is Dara Malecki, and I am the chair of the Housing and Community Development Commission. I was appointed this year by Councilwoman Meeks, and I have been a resident in Anaheim for over 6 years and have been involved in Anaheim business community for over a decade. When not working, I enjoy giving back to my community through small business advocacy, serving on boards such as the Anaheim Family Y, and recently the Housing and Community Development Commission. The Housing Community Development Commission is composed of a diverse group of dedicated individuals, each bringing unique experiences, perspectives, and expertise to the table. Our commissioners are not only leaders in their respective fields, but also passionate advocates for Anaheim community. Commissioner Tim Houchin, representing the broader community, Commissioner Houchin's personal journey through homelessness and subsequent recovery offers invaluable insight into the challenges many face. His expertise in community-based solutions to homeless is further enriched by his tenure on the OC Continuum of Care Board and his previous role as chair for this commission. Commissioner Susan Anderson Gold, with a decades-long residence in Anaheim and 8 years of service on the commission, Commissioner Anderson Gold is an advocate for our senior population. Her recent collaboration with Lou Correa's office to facilitate a resource fair for seniors underscores her commitment to our community. Commissioner Robert Esparza. Commissioner Esparza's dual roles as a real estate and life insurance professional provides a unique perspective on housing and community development, and his leadership in nonprofit, especially those focused on supporting low-income neighborhoods in Orange County, is commendable. Commissioner Cassandra Perez, a testament to her excellence, the testament to the excellence of the Anaheim Educational Institution. Commissioner Perez is an alumni of the Anaheim Public School System and holds advanced degrees from both UCLA and USC. Her roles as district director from Congressman Lou Correa's office further amplifies her commitment to public service. As well as we have Daniel Dominguez with 55 years of association. Commissioner Dominguez's contribution, especially his 7 years as code enforcement, provides a deep understanding of city developmental landscape. And finally, we have Commissioner Douillet, who's a beacon for social justice. Douillet's extensive nonprofit leadership experience is invaluable. Her current role at Community Action Partnership Orange County and previous tenure at Chrysalis, coupled with her involvement at Higher OC and OC Nonprofit Collaborative, showcases her dedication to uplifting the community. Each commissioner, with their unique backgrounds and expertise, contributes to the holistic approach of the Housing and Community Development Commission, ensuring that every decision made is in the best interests of Anaheim and its residents. The commission's primary responsibilities includes collaborating with Housing Authority and Governing Board to review and develop housing policies for Anaheim. We prioritize community feedback, ensuring public voices shape our plans and funding decisions for federal housing programs. Additionally, we work closely with staff and Governing Board for a unified approach to housing and community needs. Our goal is to foster growth in Anaheim while maintaining its distinct character and charm. The Housing and Community Development provides a comprehensive range of programs and services that cater to diverse needs of the Anaheim residents. Our initiatives are designed to promote sustainable growth, ensure affordable housing, and foster community development. Anaheim, like many cities, grapples with providing affordable housing for its residents, especially given Orange County's median income of $89,000 for individuals and $127,000 for families of four. To address this, the HCD has major programs through the Housing Voucher Program, assisting over 6,300 low-income households, benefiting around 18,000 residents. This includes 26% families with children, 51% elderly, and 44% disabled individuals. In collaboration with the Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, the Anaheim Housing Authority has initiated programs like the Housing Choice Voucher, project-based voucher programs, and maintains lists of affordable housing units. Additionally, through HUD, there are programs such as Community Development Block Grants, which support low-income individuals, the Emergency Solution Grant for homeless individuals, the Home Program to boost affordable housing supply, and the HOPWA program for those with HIV and AIDS. Our commission looks forward to significant growth in affordable housing with plans for an upcoming 278 upcoming construction units and over 1,100 more in the pipeline, which reflects the commitment to our residents. The department continues to collaborate with reputable organizations such as Illumination Foundation, Meals on Wheels, Mercy House, and the Boys and Girls Club through CDBG grants, enhancing its community impact. Additionally, addressing homelessness is a top priority, with funding programs like BULOC and Salvation Army to provide shelter and employment opportunities for those unhoused. In the coming year, our vision is set on 3 pivotal objectives. First, we want to expand the availability of affordable housing, ensuring that more residents have access to cost-effective living options. Second, we are advocating to enhance our home buying assistance program, making it easier for individuals and families to achieve the dream of homeownership. Lastly, we recognize the immense value of community collaboration, and thus we're committed to deepening and strengthening our relationship with local partners and organizations. Together, these initiatives will drive our community towards a brighter and more inclusive future. In closing, the Housing and Community Development Commission of Anaheim is committed to ensure that every resident of Anaheim has access to affordable housing and that our community thrives through sustainable development and growth. And if you are interested, we hold meetings twice a month to discuss, plan, and review our activities. These meetings are open to the public, and we encourage residents to attend, voice their concerns, and provide input. It's through these collaborative efforts that we can truly make a difference in our community. Thank you. Any questions? Pretty.
Councilmember Meeks.
I just want to say thank you for the work that the entire commission does. It's so important, and it's important to have different perspectives and different eyes on the issue. And I mean, I know you, I appointed you, you have so much energy and passion for this. And so I know that you are working hard and trying to bring solutions to the table. I love the focus on home buyers. I think that's, you know, creating generational wealth for so many people, and we need to have programs for them, but we also need to have the affordable, which we focused on, and have more units coming. So thank you so much for the work that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Rubalcaba.
Need a term, I think. I also just want to say thank you, but I recognize one of the individuals in the picture that you shared, and I want to just give a shout out to Sophia Romero, who was the person who lives in District 3, who helped Maria get housing through our housing department. So thank you for all of your efforts. And as a person who served on the Housing Commission, I commend you for serving 2 days or 2 times a month, or it is a lot of work, so thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you. I too just want to take a moment to say thank you to you as chair and to the rest of your commission. It is a lot of work, and I really appreciate it, as do the residents of Anaheim. Thank you also for thinking out of the box, as you often do, to get wheels moving on what we can do here for housing in Anaheim. Again, thank you.
We have a great department.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chairperson Malecki, for being here. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
So, Madam Clerk, do we have any additions or deletions to tonight's agenda?
Mayor, there are none.
Thank you. Can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first speakers addressing the council agenda?
Thank you, Mayor. There will be 2 public comment periods with speakers having 1 opportunity to address the City Council, except for the scheduled public hearings. The first public comment period is 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items, but within the council's jurisdiction. The second public comment period will be opened only if any non-agenda item speakers were not heard during this first public comment period, and it'll be open at the end of council business. The time limit for public comments is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the City Council must complete a speaker card, which is available at the back of the council chambers. The name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called to speak by the speaker card number. Spanish interpreting services are provided at every City Council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the City Council. For translation services in other languages, we ask you to please contact the City Clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. At this time, I'll introduce our interpreter.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenas tardes. En todas las juntas del Consejo Municipal se ofrecen servicios de interpretación simultánea al español por medio del uso de audífonos. Y se proporciona interpretación consecutiva para cualquier persona que desee dirigirse al Consejo Municipal. Para obtener servicios de interpretación en otros idiomas, tenga la amabilidad de ponerse en contacto con la Secretaría Municipal al menos 48 horas antes de la junta programada. Muchas gracias.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We appreciate you reflecting this spirit when you speak. The time now is 6 p.m., with the 90-minute public comment set to conclude at 7:30 p.m., or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask that speakers, once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me, to please line up and step forward to the podium. And Mayor and City Council, we do have 6 speakers addressing the City Council on agenda items. And the first speaker, if they can please step forward, that's Monica Sanchez.
Hello, welcome.
Hello. So I'm Monica Sanchez from Euclid Branch in District 4, and I'm here to talk about our Anaheim Reads program that is happening October 14th through November 19th. We are celebrating Native American culture by focusing on the book They're There for adults, and we have books for other age groups. For teens, we have Firekeeper's Daughter, and for children, we have Fry Bread, a Native American family story, and Wa'aka, which is a California native legend of the Tonga people. So I brought books for everyone on City Council, and so I'll give that to you at the end. But on October 14th, we have our kickoff, and so I invite all of you and everyone here today to come to our kickoff at Central Library. It's at 11 a.m., and we will be having local speakers. We're going to have activities, and we're going to have dancers and music from the Tongva tribe. So we hope you can make it.
Thank you. And what day is that? You said at the Euclid branch?
Not at the Euclid branch. I'm just the manager of the Euclid branch. It's going to be at Central Branch.
And what's the day and time?
October 14th at 11 a.m. And then that's our kickoff. And then another big event that we're having as part of this series of program is the Native Arts Festival on November 4th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And so we have a lot of exciting vendors, jewelry, artists, feather painting, dancers, and we hope everyone can come to that too.
Thank you.
Can I bring the books around? Or leave them?
It's like Christmas in September.
We'll get those from you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sanchez. Appreciate it.
Next speaker, Mr. Dwayne Roberts.
I'm Dwayne Roberts, editor and publisher, AnaheimInvestigator.com. I'm here to follow up on comments I made in an email that I sent to the mayor and city council over the weekend regarding item number 26. As I alluded to in my message, I personally think everybody who is sitting up on the dais should be banned from handing out tickets. Given the amount of work it generates, doing such would free you up to do more important things like serve the needs of your constituents. But if that's too much for some of you to handle, then I think more restrictions need to be placed on exactly who you can dole tickets out to. Last night, I came up with a short list of whom should be banned from getting tickets from elected officials. It is by no means complete, but it is a start. They are as follows. Number 1, campaign backers. Persons and entities who directly or indirectly provided financial support, endorsements, and/or in-kind assistance to the campaign of an elected official. 2, employers. Persons and entities that are either former or current employers or whom an elected official had or still has an independent contractor type relationship with. 3, lobbyists. Persons who have been or are currently registered, who have been or are currently registered lobbyists with the city, or are known to be registered lobbyists with other government agencies. And 4, political operatives. persons who are officers or employees of any political party, from local clubs to countywide entities. This category would also include political consultants. This ban would also include the spouses of those persons who were campaign backers, employers, lobbyists, or political operatives. Also would be prohibited, it would be prohibited for an elected official to ask another elected official or the city manager to give tickets to someone they can't because of the ban. The penalties for violating should be stiff and include the strong possibility of the elected official losing their privileges to hand out tickets during the rest of their term. In closing, I want to say this. Though not every elected official has egregiously abused this system, there is a lot of evidence that way too many have. Time has come to learn from mistakes of the past and completely overhaul it. This gross misuse of public assets has got to stop. Thank you.
Good evening. I want to thank you again for addressing issues to reform Anaheim. I greatly appreciate that you are willing to tackle these difficult subjects. The one thing that I notice is kind of a lack of accountability, a lack of penalties or consequences for violations. And we would all like to be on the trust system, but we know that there are people who are not worthy of our trust, and for them, there needs to be consequences. So I'd actually like to see more penalties built into the things that you're discussing. Regarding the electronics policy, under Mayor Tom Tate, there was actually a policy put in that there would be no electronics at the dais. That seems to have been forgotten, so I would ask you to possibly review that policy. If you need to hear from home, you could leave your device with staff, but if you work for the resort, you have to put your device in a locker and you can't check it until you're on your break. And I think if it's good enough for our resort workers, maybe it's good enough for all of us. Regarding the electronics policy for personal accounts and personal devices, I think if you do that after you've been issued a city account or a city device, that should be considered a deliberate choice. And if you fail to turn over your messages after a request from your personal device or your personal account, that should be reviewed as a misdemeanor with removal of office or employment. It's like standing over a body with a bloody knife. You might have been trying to administer first aid, but you're gonna have a chat with law enforcement first to determine that. We deserve to know what our elected officials are saying. Now, speaking of accountability, the tickets. You know what, I agree. It's a pain in the butt for you guys to have to allocate them. We hear all the time about how they go unused. Open them up for the public. Maybe let volunteers register to be able to use them so that you're not just circulating through your own circles of who you know. The city keeps a list of people that are volunteering for the city because you honor them in a luncheon. Contact them, let them register for whatever tickets they want, but hand it off to a staff member. It just gives you guys stress with absolutely no benefit to you. So, accountability. I was recently at Harry Sadu's federal hearing, and I was floored hearing the U.S. attorney at the arrogance that man committed crimes against all of us. And I had to wonder if he would have been so brazen, if he thought for a second that somebody that he could not marginalize had spoken up. If somebody we trusted had spoken up just once, we don't send you guys to be here to be part of a voting block. We send you to use your own wisdom and your own experience.
Ms.
That
Ward,
means
I'm
you
sorry, your
speak
time is
up.
up.
Even if your voice shakes, and you stand up, even if you're standing alone. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Helen Myers. A few months ago, my husband and I went to the Anaheim Historical Society yearly dinner and fundraiser, and we decided to break our budget and buy 4 City Suite tickets for the July 22nd game. We paid the $250, which we really couldn't afford, but we wanted to support the Historical Society. We were excited to think that we could go sit in the cool seats, and we invited 2 friends to come with us and to share the experience because they love baseball. Sadly, however, we were extremely disappointed to find out that instead of sitting in the cool seats, we were assigned the bar stools, which are behind a glass wall. I would have rather had stayed home in my pajamas than sit on a bar stool for 4 hours trying to watch the game through a window. It was an unpleasant evening, and I was embarrassed for my friends to be there too. So why am I here complaining tonight? Well, in talking with the other patrons in the suite, I learned that there was a mix-up in the other city suite, and 4 of those people got bumped into the suite that I was in. Additionally, I learned that a certain council person had given free tickets to a family member, something that I was told happened quite frequently. So to reiterate, a council person's family member was getting free tickets and sitting in the premium seats while my husband and I, who had paid money to be there, had to sit on the bar stools. As a former council aide, I know that the city has specific regulations and rules on who gets the tickets and how you give them out and who gets them. The guidelines are there to give tickets to Anaheim residents who have excelled at certain specific events or have done things, or to nonprofits who are trying to improve our city. There are specific boxes that need to be checked when behesting tickets to people or organizations. Giving tickets to your family members are not one of the boxes. Councilpersons, I tell you that giving these tickets is a blessing, and it was one of the most favorite things that I did when I was a council aide, because it was great to give people joy, and they were usually super excited to have this opportunity. So I encourage you to please try a little bit harder to reach out in your community and give the tickets to people who really deserve them. And because specifically we can't really afford these luxuries, but if you want to send your family, why don't you just buy the tickets, because you can probably afford it. Thank you.
Good evening. I've appeared on 2 of the panels for the Accord Corruption Forums recently. And I've tried to impress upon people how important it is to come to City Council in person, that you see all kinds of things that you don't see when you're watching it on TV, when you're watching it on your phone or on your computer. So let's go through a few of those things. We have seen, so here we go. Okay, so I read the staff report on item 25, and nowhere did I see it mentioned that the use of personal cell phones and laptops, et cetera, are banned from the dais during council meetings. Over the last decade from the audience, we have seen council members having text conversations with each other while sitting up there. We have sat behind Jill Kensler and watched her text, as well as other lobbyists, and watch city council members pick up their phones to get the texts. There's no need for personal devices on the dais. Their use can lead to corruption, as well as Brown Act violations, as we have seen. Everyone sitting up there has assistance in case of an emergency. Those of you with small children, our parents somehow managed to raise us without cell phones. You have husbands. They can take care of the kids for 2 meetings a week, 2 meetings a month. You wanted these jobs, so do these jobs without your cell phones in your hands telling you what to do or what to say, please. Transparency, 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 that is our expectations. And it doesn't come with cell phones in your hands. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nick Figali. I'm the owner of Pacific Towing. I had given clerk some paperwork if they can pass them out to the city council. We currently do the towing for the city-owned vehicles for the city of Anaheim. And the contract went out to bid, and we've been doing it for the last 5 years. We matched the prices, we didn't raise the prices, but another company came in, lowered the prices, well, they manipulated the prices, if you can look at it. If you see the paperwork that we had given you, if you go with the company that won the bid, which is $5,000 less, it's going to cost the city about 3 to 4 times more of what they're paying now. So the way the pricing works with the city is with the amount of vehicles. So you give you a certain numbers, and if you look at the paperwork that I had given you, it's a calculation that it's wrong. What you need to focus on the units that get towed. So they lowered the prices on things that do not, and then tripled the prices on the things that are 50%. I mean, on the paperwork, it shows you 50%. And what I had also added is our bookkeeping from from January to September. And it gives you a percentage. So the top percent is, the light vehicles. Those are the ones that get towed the most. So if you do the calculation, I did just a simple calculation on the front page on the bottom. We towed 500 vehicles from January to September. We only charged $59. If you go with them, they charged $125. Just on that calculation alone, that's 2.5 times more that is going to cost the city money. So the budget that you have now for the city-owned vehicles for the towing is the way they do it is wrong. You should check with the city where they tow it, with the Public Works, with the repair shop on Melrose. What gets towed the most? You're saving money on night calls, which is $10, and the tow for a PD unit or a tire change on a PD unit is going to go from $59 up to $125 and $130. So the numbers, you have to really look at it. I've given paperwork to all of you, so I would really appreciate if you would really look at it before you vote, because it's going to cost the city and the residents of Anaheim a lot more. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. I'll be sitting. Thank you.
Hello. I don't have that much to say today, just a couple of things. One, I want to thank you guys, 5 of you anyway, for making a good common sense decision at the last meeting to overturn a terrible planning commission decision and deny the charter school chain Scholarship Prep to build a new branch in the middle of a quiet neighborhood at an unsafe intersection. It was a decision in the best interest of residents and should not have been so surprising and unusual as it was, but we hope it is a sign of things to come. I'd note that 3 of you voted against your own planning commissioners, which begs the question, what's wrong with the planning commission? Well, I'm almost done with my orange juice blog story about all that. Item 25, funny story. Donna and I were sitting right there when Avelino was on the dais, and it really looked like he was texting and reading text, and he was not the only one. So I texted him, hi, because I have his cell number. And he looked down, then he looked over at us and smiled and waved. It was kind of funny, but it's a serious problem. You all should not be communicating with consultants and lobbyists and whoever else is giving you advice on what to do and say. That's got to be illegal or something, unethical. I want to thank 3 out of 4 items here. I want to thank Norma Kurtz, Councilwoman Norma, for being the only member up here to show up to one of the 3 Accord corruption forums. We were hoping more of you would come, but I know you're really busy. And we're also thanking her she's going to come and speak at the next Anaheim Democrats Club meeting, which I think Ashley might be as well. But Norma will be talking about housing and senior services, which we very much appreciate. We like having conversations with all of you. And 4, I assume you guys kept Mr. Vanderpool because he's a chameleon and chameleons are survivors. And I'd like, as I said earlier, when his predecessor, Chris Zapata, was fired by Sadoo's loyal 4 council members, see, I didn't write the rest of this. They told him that they were firing him because they wanted to go in a new direction. And right now, I think we all want to go in a new direction. I'm pretty sure we all do. Maybe we can do that with Mr. Vanderpool. If he is indeed a chameleon, which is not the worst thing to be, maybe he can chameleon himself into a reformist. That's what we like to see. We need a real reformer in that chair. And when I write about Mr. Vanderpool, I just keep hearing this song. Chameleon by Herbie Hancock. It's a good song. That's not the part I meant to play. Anyway, appreciate you guys sometimes. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, alcaldesa y concejales y público aquí presente. Mi nombre es Lourdes Aguilar. Yo soy madre de un hijo con necesidades especiales. Lo siento. No quiero que tomen mi comentario con esto que está pasando, sino con lo que pasó realmente. Estuve en el estadio de Los Ángeles para asistir a un partido. Yo había comprado un boleto. ¿Quiere decir?
No sé. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Lourdes Aguilar. Excuse me, I'm a bit nervous. I just come here to speak about an event that occurred to me when I went to the Angel Stadium.
Había comprado mi boleto junto con mi hijo para entrar al partido porque a mi hijo le gusta el béisbol. Pero estando en la línea, él deseaba ir al baño y él es un niño con dificultades sensoriales severas. Entonces llegamos al lugar, hasta la puerta, pidiendo que nos permitan entrar para que él fuera al baño. Pero todas las personas que estaban ahí nos bloquearon el acceso.
So I'm a mother of a special ed child. We went to the Angel Stadium with my son. We bought a ticket for the baseball game, and we were in line when he needed to go to the restroom. So I asked for permission to use the restroom for my son, and they were blocking the way.
Y fue muy difícil esa situación. Entonces, estoy escuchando, hay boletos gratis que se reciben las demás personas, las personas que no tienen este tipo de necesidades, pero para dejar entrar a una persona, aún con necesidades especiales, solamente entrar al baño es un desastre total.
So that was a very difficult situation. I hear here that people get free tickets, people that do not have special needs. And like for us, that we have special needs, so that was very frustrating.
Pienso que deberíamos de trabajar más en la inclusión en esta ciudad de Anaheim para que todas las personas que asistamos a esos eventos se eduque más a las personas que están al servicio de la comunidad y que puedan tener accesos libres en un momento de necesidad. Especialmente porque las personas con necesidades especiales no pueden aguantar y no pueden anticiparse a este tipo de necesidad. Cuando hablamos de inclusión, no es lo mismo que te inviten al baile a que te saquen a bailar.
So we all need to be conscious of what's occurring for people that are attending to these events, for people that work with the public. We need to educate people about others that have special needs. I was talking about inclusion, and inclusion is not the same being invited to go to a dance that to being asked to go out and dance.
Sorry si me tardé un poco más, pero quiero compartir esto porque esto es lo que vivimos nosotros todos los días. Nuestras familias viven discriminación, viven muchas dificultades para tener acceso a lo mismo que lo tiene cualquier otra persona. Entonces, no solo hablamos de dinero, sino de empatía, de que las cosas se reparten a las personas que tienen la posibilidad de comprar los boletos y a las personas necesitadas. E incluso yo decía, llamen un policía si es necesario para que me acompañe. Fue terrible. Para que me acompañe a entrar al baño y regrese conmigo porque no deseaba no pagar mi boleto.
So I wanted to share this with you. This is something that happens to us every day, this discrimination that people the people that have access, we just want to have access to everything that everybody else does. People with special needs do not have the same access that others. People that can afford to buy these tickets and people that cannot. So in that case, that day I needed to ask a police officer to accompany me with my child to go to a restroom so we wouldn't have to go through that hassle of going back in line and not being let in again.
Gracias por escucharme. Les invito a trabajar más en esta área, que es muy importante de concientizar a toda la población para trabajar con las personas con necesidades especiales. Gracias a todos.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening to me. And I would ask you that we can continue working with this and to work with people with special needs and more work in this issue. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our speakers on agenda items. We have 15 speakers to address the City Council on general comments, and we'll go ahead and move forward through those speakers. The first speaker, Paul Hayek.
Good evening. I know I'm about 2 weeks late, but the STIRT program, everybody that works, lives either in Anaheim or Orange County should learn CERT. Simple things as scrapes, panty liners, nosebleeds, insertables, and you learn how to use grab and go. So no matter where you're at, whether you're here at City Hall and let's say we have a 2.0 earthquake and we have to evacuate, you can get out of your good stuff and get into stuff you can. You know, if you get a little dirty, it won't hurt. And you get certificates plus a wallet. And for the elbows, diapers. Simple. And the other thing is, we need to get these homeless into good shelters with good operators. I'm about ready to ask the Board of Continuing Care to,
Don't worry, we'll get it. Don't worry. Thank you, Councilmember.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Cell phones won't work. So CB radios, handhelds like this, you can buy these at Walmart too. And if you're close enough to Norwalk, you can tie right into the county sheriff's communication system with this radio. And the other thing is with Mercy House, we need new management at the higher up. That way we can get rid of rogue drivers, bad drivers, trucks, vans with no DOT, CAL, and let's have these operators start helping to hire those that have the trades, hire them to help run the shelters. Give them housing, give them a job. And let's bring in some medical into those shelters. No matter whether it's Salvation Army, we can get internships from the local colleges with nurses that are at least an RN. Let's get them back. Let's get these homeless and the handicapped confined helpers to work with them when they're in the, when they get their housing. Let's make sure everything is ADA compatible. And these shelter operators are turning the ADA bathrooms into staff only. Mercy House, Illumination, they're all turning them into that. And they don't know how to take care of their clientele. Let's make them walk in, walk outs. Mercy House, Illumination, CityNet, let's make them all walk in, walk out in Orange County. LA's got it, or Riverside's got it. Why can't we make Orange County?
Next speaker, Cecil Jordan Corkin. Cecil?
I'm supposed to be considered as Outreach Homeless Ministry City Chaplain. Father graduated St. Barnabas, but I'm trying to tell you, I'm working on Lou Carrero, the congressman, on the reports of Donald Trump, the president, Hunter, on his crime for the crack cocaine and the guns that he filed falsely because he claimed he wasn't doing the drugs. And then I'm trying to get the reports done. And I've worked on the reports right here. And I wrote down a televised Trump cause of Georgia trial. There was just a lot of statements in there. And in the statements I was working on the that's the Donald Trump. And I was working on the work. Okay, a special counsel indictments for Hunter Biden, and that's what I was working on. And with Lou Carrero, the congressman, and I put in the home newsroom, 3 computers and 1 cable to work on that. And my managers accepted that. And I'm working on what we can do with, I haven't contacted Lou Carrero, but I've been mailing them to him on his mailing address for these reports for the safety of the election. And that's Donald Trump and his problems. He had 3 indictments, and Hunter had 3 on the guns because of the use of cocaine, crack cocaine. They found it in the west wing of Anaheim, west wing of Washington, to get that straightened out. And I've been working on that information to get it straightened out. The security on Disney, I'm trying to work on that. I never had any recommendations except Tom Tate. And Stephen Thessel knows about that because he was in the meetings with me with Tom Tate when I come in with Mouse Tails, and I come out with the security of the children of Disney and the sex trafficking of that dress. And they got that cleared. And there were some people that were arrested for abuse. The vice president, and Fantasia producer, he got caught too. And I still got the 2-inch notebooks at the house sitting in 2 book racks.
Mr. Corkin, I'm sorry, your time is up.
On that, Stephen Thessel, on that. If you want to contact me and find out about that, please do. And I pray for you in the mornings. Father, Son, Holy Spirit, on your situations where you're coming from. Because when Tom Tate left, he left Stephen Thessel here. And I'm willing to work with you. See you then. God bless you. And keeping my time schedule for 6 o'clock to catch the bus.
Take care of yourself. So hello, everyone. My name is Mark Richard Daniels. And each New Year's, I guess, you have to bear with me, I actually make a resolution to try to be a better person each year. Yeah, okay. And then also, I think I have to be more of an optimist and not a pessimist, and you know, the half full and half empty thing. But I have this gut feeling that we're just gonna put the jail report in the drawer, and it's just, everything's just gonna be okay, and we'll just wander on from there, and God, I'd hate to see that. The JL report, such as it is, should be celebrated. It should be an annual event. We should bring it out like the Constitution. And it's really a roadmap of telling us what we need to do. Okay, it's not the, you know, it's not the tablets from Moses. It's at least give us a roadmap, give us something to work with. And if the rest of you are just going to sit there and think, well, we've seen that and nothing wrong, then we're all basically heading down a very bad path. We absolutely have to make decisions. We have to make decisions like no other council in history has had to make, because also they never had a lot of these issues that we do today. But first of all, we have to get away from the Anaheim First and any association with that organization and make them pay back what they need to pay back. We need to get the Visit Anaheim and the Anaheim SOAR out of our system, because every time I think of Anaheim SOAR, I get very sore. I was going for a laugh there. Thank you. Anyway, so we have to, transparent has been said enough to where it's almost like it's, you know, welcome to Anaheim. It's like it's there, but do people actually care? We have to make them care. We have to make this our issue going forward, that we need transparency, we need to act on what's been found, and I believe that there's going to be more stuff in the future that, as the late John McCain had said, that it's like a centipede, talking about the Trump administration. There's so many shoes left to be dropping that we're not there yet. And so don't think that it's over with. Don't ever think that this is over with. Thank you very much.
Mayor, City Council, my name is Wes Jones. Last meeting we established Stephen Fassel had voted to deny the youth of Anaheim the profits from fireworks sale as approved by the voters. We also established that Mr. Fassel voted knowingly to reinstate the Angels' long-term lease, part of a scheme to encumber the stadium's sales price. We also established Mr. Fassel voted to sell the stadium at a ridiculous $350 million. What wasn't discussed at the last meeting was the extremely unusual community benefits agreement, which brought the price from $350 million to $150 million. It appears that Mr. Fassel was not looking out for the residents of Anaheim. Mr. Fassel was a puppet, as evidenced by the time disgraced Mayor Sadoo told him how to vote, and the time disgraced Mayor Sadoo reached over and voted on Fassel's button for Fassel, with Fassel sitting there. The disgraced Mayor Sadoo was only one vote on the council of 7. It requires 4 votes to pass. Mayor Sadoo and 3 more. Every dirty deal which Sadoo is remembered for, Fassel voted with him. Fassel voted to change the council rules, enabling the majority to disenfranchise the voters in Districts 1 and Districts 3. If one read the FBI report, it said in detail how the majority of the council was controlled through the use of electronic devices by lobbyist Jeff Flint. If one goes through all the votes Mr. Fassel has participated in from the time that disgraced Mayor Sadoo became mayor, Mr. Fassel solidly voted with the disgraced mayor 99.9% of the time. The 0.1% he didn't is easily explained in the FBI report as a hall pass. As Mr. Fassel's claim, he hasn't any recollection of attending the mock council meeting called by the Angels.
Mr.
I don't know
Jones?
about
Mr. Jones, I'm sorry, your time is
anyone
up.
else, but I would sure remember if I knowingly committed malfeasance of office. I doubt Mr. Fassel will resign, for he is still a reliable soldier of the cabal. As for recall, Mr. Fassel will be termed out in disgrace. Thank you.
Let me share with you when I talked to the jail and found out, one of them was ex-police officer of Garden Grove and a city council of Irvine. And once he told me that, I already told him, there's not much you're gonna be able to do then. And he slightly agreed, yes. And it's only on the subjects of the matter. And again, there's a lot. And one of the things that I did hear him say when he was here is there's no statute of limitations on corruption. So that really gives a lot of people here time to come and work out their problems. So I hope that you guys say yes to the issues that we have to be heard. And since Vanderpool will here, I'll probably will go ahead and make an appointment with him, go to the chain of command and go up and see what he'll do and see if I get rejected on the issues, to work it out first before I come up here and speak about it. I think that's fair and transparency to him to hear what he needs to speak with about the issue. On the other hand, too, there was Sadoo when he was a city council member, and I was having a bunch of family, like kids, and I wanted to come to the whole city council. I made an appointment with everybody to get $100 for 1 year's worth to support a kid. And so he was the first one I met, and he told me, I donate to organizations all the time. He goes, what is it gonna do for me? I was disgusted, so I got up, went to Lucille Crean. When I told her what he had just told me, she wanted to rip him apart. But I decided not to go any further. I said, if this is the way I'm gonna have this kind of action, I'm just gonna go ahead and cancel. So these are things that go on all the time. I understand that your limitations, but it's the city attorney fights for the city manager is supposed to help us out. And again, when I approached the city manager on a lot of issues back in the 90s, and they're all ignoring, and they didn't want to have nothing to do with community, especially Rubalcaba in the area of Little People's Park. I can't sweep a lot of stuff under the rug, so I'm going to be trying to put out things, because I worked there, I was there, and I watched everything, and it was horrifying, and you don't know all the details if you weren't there. And officers came up to me and told me they were wrong in approaching it, but my park staff kept me from speaking to the public. I was prohibited, and that park was pretty bad. They painted it up, made it look pretty, and it kept me physically, and harassed me that I would get fired if I stepped on there to speak. So a lot of people don't know, and there's a lot of people, Rubalcaba, that your age, that were there as little kids, and they had nightmares.
Mr. Castillo, I'm
so
sorry,
this
your
is
time is
something
up.
that needs to be dealt with, the history of Anaheim, just transparency. Thank you.
Next speaker, John Dunton. George Gavino.
Hello again. You have the unenviable task of cleaning up after Harry Sadu's mess. It's come to my attention that a lot of you were not here under Mayor Sadu, or may have not been aware of some of the things going on in the city, so I will bring to you some institutional knowledge. To the Honorable City Council, I'm here today to request the immediate suspension of any funding, partnerships, or contract with the Anaheim Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber has a particularly incestuous relationship with the City of Anaheim and those who financially benefit from it. Previously led by Todd Emmett, the Chamber has continued under the leadership of his protege, Laura Cunningham. Over the last week, a Twitter page run by Laura's husband, Matthew Cunningham, was caught liking and distributing incest porn on his OC Independent Twitter account. The disgraced blogger is most prominently known as Pedo Priest Protector, as he was outed almost 10 years ago by Gustavo Arellano, now of the LA Times. Given the heinous nature of his tweet, the title seems to be on brand for him. Yes, he claims he was hacked, but considering the posts in question go back several months, this defense does not work. Normally, this man's predilections for young Latina girls would not be city business, but it is when this man, his wife, and others are raiding the city's coffers that it becomes relevant. For those of you that don't know, Incest Porn Cunningham started his career as a peddler for hire when he and Todd Emmett started the Anaheim blog in 2012 as an arm of the Anaheim Chamber of Commerce. Their goal was to publicly trash the Chamber's enemies and support Emmett's interests. After the Anaheim blog, Anaheim Observer, and Anaheim Independent failed to get much traction or credibility, Incest Porn Cunningham hired his friends at #Pinpoint to set up and run his latest scheme, the Orange County Independent. Is it a coincidence that #Pinpoint also counts Anaheim Chamber of Commerce as a client? Is it also a coincidence that OC Independent received $10,000 from the Santa Ana Police Officers Union and immediately began publishing articles trashing Santa Ana Councilwoman Jessie Lopez? As you know, Visit Anaheim and the Anaheim Chamber of Commerce do keep it all in the family, since they all share the same office space. It's business as usual on the 6th floor of 2099 South State College Boulevard. With such machinations, is it truly possible to track where the city funds have gone? We still don't know where $1.5 million have disappeared to. To the business community, I understand that Laura Cunningham may have deceived you. I know that many in the chamber are not pleased with her leadership, so I offer you a warning: take back your organization. Do you want your organization funding incest porn, liking blogs? Once again, I am calling for the city to cease all contracts with the Anaheim Chamber of Commerce. I am calling for a full forensic audit and investigation for the Chamber's use of public funds. To the Honorable Council, this is your chance to right this wrong. Please do not make any more excuses. Please do not enable further fraud. And now is your chance to do right by the residents of Anaheim and fulfill your fiduciary and moral duty. And if you've ever shaken hands with Matthew Cunningham, here's a nice bottle of hand sanitizer for you to use. Thank you so much.
Giving honor to God, those on the council again. $3.5 billion in debt. A government of the people, by the people, and for the people. This is a virtual part of our foundation, just like the Bill of Rights, such as honor, morals, ethics. But our former mayor, Dirty Harry, was sentenced to a minimum of 30 months. If you ask me, for a man who tried to rob the residents of billions of dollars, should have got 30 years. A person rob a store, he can get 25 to 50 years of life. This man went ahead and pledged to serve and protect the residents of Anaheim. He was trying to steal billions. Minimum is 30 months. He must be giving up a lot of information. Must be here. I wouldn't feel comfortable for some of the people around here. Now, getting back to my next situation. On that same night, we had the Accord. On that same night of the Accord they had a Disney Moving Forward meeting at the Disney Hotel. How many residents do you think showed up to the Disney Hotel to go to the meeting? Community centers are more appropriate. Nobody wants to talk about the elephant in the room, that our city is $3.5 billion in debt. Why is our city so far in debt, especially with world celebrated attractions such as Disneyland, the Ducks, the Angels, and major developments? Because of a bad lot of deals that's done through the city council, like the 1996 with the parking lot, where we put up a $1 billion bond and we take $100 million of TOT roughly and pay for it for 40 years. We're paying for that. And then we're supposed to just give the parking lot to Disney. The kicker is they get to operate and keep all the revenue. Who authored that deal? The city council at that time. Next thing, we go ahead and we talk about the Angels 10 years deal, where the residents, OC register, talking about it, how the residents only made $2 million, where the Angels made $100 million. People thinking that we're going ahead, or it was $1 billion. People think that we're going ahead and we're getting off to it. But the point of it is that we got organizations taking advantage of us, and that's why we have to have the transparency. That's why we need to stop the relationship with the Chamber of Commerce. If they went ahead and ripped us off for $1.5 billion, I don't see why our city attorney ain't with subpoenas all up their butt. Get the books, go ahead and prosecute somebody. Somebody should be accountable, because if somebody don't be accountable, it's gonna happen again. Next thing is like this.
Mr. Batiste, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay, I'll close with this part right here. We said the chamber, visit Anaheim. All of these organizations are like a RICO act plotting against the residents. You play a role in this. We all do. Make sure that when it's time to go ahead and go down that road where we got to go ahead one by one, that you played the right role. Thank you.
We just heard some nice things about the power utility, which reminded me that it's not actually this building or even Angel Stadium that's the major real asset of Anaheim. It's the power utility. And that if this city ever goes into bankruptcy, somebody's going to want to grab the power utility. That will cover a lot of the city's debts. Giving away money to the Angels, giving away money to Disney, giving away money to donors, that's the road to bankruptcy. So we should just keep that in mind. You know, you thanked them, you celebrated them, but you're putting the public on a chance to lose it. Now, in terms of, I assume that you went ahead with what I think of as furtherance of a conspiracy, which leads some of you into treacherous waters, perhaps. But I wanted to continue my conversation, one-way conversation with Councilman Diaz. Maybe you believe that Disney deserves the COVID money that the cabal is still working on, and to benefit from the income from the parking lot that was just discussed by the previous speaker. But I doubt it. I doubt that you really believe that. I think that you've seen enough corruption in your life that you don't want to be part of it, and you basically are following along what others are telling you. Now, one reason, as I mentioned before, is that you may be voting with the Disney faction because they funded you, but I just want to tell you the truth as somebody who has been following Anaheim and the rest of Orange County politics for quite a while. It's not going to help. You're not going to be reelected in 3 years. And the reason for that is you do have an independent mind. You are somewhat of an unpredictable vote some of the time. And what they want is somebody who left the room, as she did last meeting, who is a predictable vote and doesn't think for herself and takes instructions and follows them like a robot. And that's not you. And you need to think about what's going to happen when the election comes around. They needed you to get rid of Denise Barnes. They don't need you anymore. They will find somebody who is like Natalie Rubalcava from your district, and they'll give them all the money and they'll cut you loose. So don't let that be your motivation. Do what's right. They may have bought your election, but they did not buy your soul. They did not
Mr.
buy
Diamond?
your brain.
I'm sorry, your time
They
is
did
up.
not buy your heart. My time's up. You still have time.
Mike Robbins?
It takes longer to write 2 speeches. It doesn't take away from the fact that we put a lot of time into the corruption report and trying to clean up the city. Theodore Roosevelt said, when they call the roll call at City Council, the members do not know whether to answer present or not guilty. 96 times Jim Vanderpool was cited in the Anaheim corruption report, 96 times. Some call him Jim, some call him Captain Crooked. It should be an honor to be entrusted with the keys to this unique magic kingdom of ours, whether you're city manager, city council member, Steve, or staff. But they say Anaheim has more twists and turns in our bureaucracy than a pretzel, and that our city hall is so crooked, it makes a slinky look straight. It makes the Mississippi, Mississippi, look small. But we like to keep things interesting around here. Who needs a boring, straight and narrow path when you can take a scenic route full of crooked backdoor deals? We seem to embrace the Darth Vader style of city management, always looking for the hidden corrupt path in the depths of needless paperwork and regulations. Some might call Anaheim financial reports a work of modern art, with budgets that look like abstract paintings instead of balanced spreadsheets. But let me tell you, it takes a special kind of genius to make those numbers dance like nobody's business. We're like the Picasso of municipal finance, creating twisted criminal masterpieces that only a select few can truly appreciate. The Anaheim budget meetings are like a mystery novel where the plot thickens with every line item. Who needs a balanced budget when you can have a budget that teeters on the brink of chaos? It keeps our accountants on their toes and our citizens guessing. And isn't that what life's all about? I want you to know that Jim Vanderpool takes his role as the twisted city manager very seriously. Life is too short to be boring, and if our city is anything, it's far from boring. So let's embrace the crookedness, celebrate the theft of public funds, and remember that it's the unequaled corruption that makes our city truly, truly one of a kind. Being a shady city manager isn't just a job, it's a lifestyle. It keeps things exciting around here. Why follow a straight path when you can zigzag your way to jail? Thank you, and may the crookedness continue to keep us, and you know it does, to keep us on our toes. Thank you.
I'm lucky number 13, Leonard Latinen. Two Anaheimers are our city's renowned historians. Steve Fessel has written histories of Anaheim. The late Hewell Hauser did a 1-hour California Gold PBS television documentary about Anaheim. Cynthia Ward was his tour guide. Cynthia and I share an interest in Anaheim politics. Both of us have run for public office in Anaheim. Both of us have been Steve's guests on his MWD tours of the California water system. Both of us have known Steve for many years. I was a trustee for the North Orange County Community College District representing Anaheim for 26 years, which Mayor Tate and the council acknowledged. Steve has been a part-time teacher there for 48 years at the Fullerton campus and now at the Anaheim campus. At the last city council meeting, Cynthia emotionally lambasted Steve for his performance as a council member. She decided it was time to speak up. Listening to her, I wondered, what about the rest of us? Isn't it about time to puncture the Fessel facade? After the memorial service for Irv Pickler 4 years ago, Steve never misses a funeral, I confronted him about the nasty treatment of my council member Denise Barnes by Mayor Sadu. Steve's response was, that's politics. At the time, I did not realize Steve was no longer a community activist, but a politician in the worst sense of the word. I watch council meetings and show up occasionally to comment. In 2019, I blew the whistle on the council's violation of Robert's Rules of Order by using motions to table items to prevent discussions. This went on for several meetings by 4-3 votes, with Sadu, O'Neill, Kring, and Fessel, the majority, gagging Barnes, Marino, and Brandman. The city attorney closed his eyes. That's Anaheim politics. The Orange County Grand Jury issued a report about Anaheim, which accused the city council of betraying its constituents. That's Anaheim politics. When Sadu resigned, your council let a Sadu council ally become acting mayor by refusing to appoint a more qualified candidate. That's Anaheim politics. Steve, you read a long speech during a council meeting in August, denying any wrongdoing, even saying Artie Marino's stadium deal was good and that critics had overvalued the property. Baloney. A net of $105 million for the city was a good deal, and you did not explain your alliance with Sadu. Steve, Anaheim is a mess, and you are one of the culprits. You have voted against campaign reform. You have not jumped on the bandwagon for the JL recommendations, except for one regarding the mayor.
Mr. Lathan, I'm sorry, your time is up.
I was a member of the Anaheim Commission when you required that all boards and commissions receive ethics and Brown Act training. Time for you to go back to the training table. You have a year left in your office. Either you should get serious about fixing Anaheim, Steve, and quit playing politics, or leave and let someone else do the work. Thank you.
Tough act to follow. Mark Herbert, AnaheimGreece.com. 3 points tonight. Recognitions are not a substitute for concrete material actions, like the fire department. This month, they were recognized at the beginning because it was National Preparedness Month. And we closed the month celebrating their actions because it's Fire Prevention Week. Yet we're still to break ground on the Platinum Triangle Fire Station number 12. It's being held up by Angel owner Artie Marino, who was not recognized this month. Yet his actions are the envy of the fire department. He's held up that groundbreaking for 2 years. Number 2, awards are not a substitute for accountability. I was working on my website today. I'm behind a couple weeks, and I came across August 15th in the city manager's communications. City Manager Jim Vanderpool reported that Anaheim received a Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for its annual comprehensive financial report ending in fiscal year 2022 from the Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada. Its high standards include demonstrating a constructive spirit of full disclosure, to clearly communicate its financial story and motivate potential users and user groups to read the report. This is the same city that just a couple months ago was noted that they diverted COVID funds to their Visit Anaheim group, and they failed to demand their annual audit that they've been required for 13 consecutive years. Makes you wonder about that award, doesn't it? And finally, number 3, environmental impact reports and community outreach aren't complete until the reports are read and analyzed, and the outreach includes listening as well as presentations. Let's look at the Disney environmental report, which they were proud to release the other week. 17,000 pages, 6 times this width. This was for the Cove Church project of 286 pages. That is going before the Planning Commission at the end of October. The city and the Planning Commission did a miserable job in either not reading this or not understanding it, let alone analyzing it. What are they going to do with 17,000 pages in a month?
Mr. Herbert, I'm sorry, your time is up.
What's the rush when this affects the next 40 years of Disney's development? I know several people here in the audience and other citizens would help in the reading and analyzing of that report if the Planning Commission feels a bit shorthanded. Thank you.
Got a little bit of a pinched nerve, so I'm still here. Now, the plaques have a little bit more of a history than I've ever shared. When I was about 3 or 4 years old, went to a family, went to visit my grandparents in Chicago, and it snowed while we were there, and everybody, my dad, my grandparents, my aunt and uncle, my mom, they went out and shoveled the driveway and the sidewalks. I was only about 3 or 4, and I wanted a snow shovel too. My grandfather pulled me aside and said, sorry, all the snow shoveled and we're done. But he took me to his garage, he picked up a couple of scraps of wood, made a snow shovel for me out of them. These were things that were, headed to the trash. And then in the handle, he put my name. That was the last time I ever saw my grandfather. But I'm able to celebrate him, and I love him, and I know he loved me. I know my grandfather had done that all his life, 50 years of his life, 50 years of my life. There's hundreds of years of culture. My grandfather was Irish. And no matter how much somebody doesn't like me, And I hand them a plaque, they're very happy. And I know that they'll always remember that good, healthy, positive communication. You know, it's kind of tough because I come up here and I really do share a lot of my soul and what the people of Anaheim are feeling. You recently had a suicide prevention, and I complimented it. The shame is you had an officer who was there who was most disrespectful. He feels it's okay to assault teenagers. You have another officer who's still on the force who calls Polish people and Jewish people niggers. You stand there and compliment them. You know, you've ignored my petitions for 9 months, and you know exactly what's going on. You know, it's really difficult. You know, I can take somebody wants to call me a nigger, but you call my ancestors, you call my parents, you tell my wife that she married a nigger. What the fuck's wrong with you? Probably the saddest thing, you know, you gave me 10 reasons to commit suicide. But probably the saddest one, the one that hurt the most, was when your daughter looked at me. She was all smiling. I was at that booth of your employer, and I was talking nice about you. I was complimenting you. She was smiling, and she looked at me, and she looked down. She was sad, and she walked away. And I realized that you are teaching your daughter to hate me, use me as an example of what a nigger is. And the shame is you've got a whole village here. You didn't do it alone. These 6 people, and I expect that from Steve, but I expect that mothers would not ask you to do that. You know, I shared my culture with each and every one of you. I really hope that what you're doing
Mr.
is
Kay, I'm
not
sorry,
your
your time
fucking
is up.
culture. That you'll pull your head up, and you'll apologize, you'll thank me for exposing the police officers who attack children, attack minorities, the officers who use hate speech to make decisions. You know, that officer used that word one time 10 years ago. And look at it now today, your daughter is a victim of police brutality and corruption because you allowed it to happen. You know, I've stood up here and defended the children of Anaheim. I've stood up here and defended the police of Anaheim. I've stood up and defended each and every one of you. But if you're going to sit there and allow
Mr.
Officer
Kay,
Michael Kuna
your time is up,
to teach
sir.
you, to teach your children to call me
Mr.
and my
Kay?
parents and my ancestors a nigger,
Mr. Kay, your
I will
time
be
is up,
here
please.
to tell you to stop doing that. Follow the fucking Constitution. Say something nice. Did you ask me to say something nice so
Sir,
you could
your
treat me
time is
like a
up.
goddamn...
Can we call the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker, Robert Covington.
Hard to follow that. Hi, Honorable Mayor and esteemed City Council.
Sorry.
Sir, give us one moment. We're going to check the microphone.
Excuse me, please start over.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and esteemed City Council. My name is Robert Covington. I live in the Monaco Complex in Anaheim Hills. I'm in Ms. Meek's region. And I sent her an email regarding Senate Bill 1383. It's the food waste disposal. And I think it's been improperly implemented in our community because this doesn't line up with anybody else's conversations tonight. But they've dropped us gigantic trash cans for food waste, and I'm just me, and our complex is small, and everybody has these huge trash cans, and all they are is high rises for flies, and compost. We don't have garden waste to fill the trash can because we have a gardening service. And I'm coming here trying to get direction on how to deal with this. We shouldn't have those cans. I don't think they fit into our, I mean, I see them and I go walk around and check them and there's nothing in them but a yogurt cup, maybe a carrot or something like that, and just tons of flies and they stink. And what am I supposed to do? I didn't know how to proceed, so that's why I'm here tonight.
Thank you. I know it's a change. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Could you talk to our director, our Public Works Director, Mr. Armani, and we can see if maybe we can get something more appropriate size for your home and
Community,
apartment?
the whole community is up in arms right now over the problem, so and I wrote to our HOA and I know I wrote to Natalie and she wrote back, but I was looking for clear direction on how to get it remedied fast, so I'll talk to him.
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I have kind of a loud, booming voice. I hope I don't blow anybody's ears out. I'm also here to talk about the JL report that was issued. And I whipped up a flyer kind of going around, and I went around the neighborhood sort of informing our neighbors about what was going on. And as I was explaining what was going on, I realized how difficult it is to describe what corruption is. Our neighborhood sort of dealt with STRs. We've dealt with homeless, we've dealt with crime. And these are all problems that we can see. You see the homeless, you see maybe broken windows, you can see all this. I realized you can't see the potential of cops that aren't there, of EMS or firefighters that aren't there. We don't see the potential of housing for more homeless or more people who are trying to build a life in Anaheim. I felt compelled to go around the neighborhood and talk about this issue. And again, it was such a difficult thing because I said, well, this is the previous administration, but we're not hearing a whole lot going forward about this issue. And I just, as a concerned citizen, I just wish there would be more communication with what's going on and how we're proceeding with these issues. To conclude, and this isn't a threat, but I want to invoke a quote from none other than the Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin, who killed upward of 50 million people. But it seems very apt for democracy. You're all replaceable. Thank you.
And the last speaker, just calling again, if Mr. John Dutton. And no, Mayor, I don't see him in the audience. So that concludes all our in-person speakers, Mayor.
Thank you. So we're going to close the public comment portion of the meeting and move to council communications. If any council members have communications to share, can you please ring in? I'm going to start with Council Member Kurtz.
Thank you. My glasses, not quite yet. Thank you. First, I want to thank Anaheim Parks for its work at the Betsy Ross Park. Last week, kids that are participating in the YMCA after-school program were able to enjoy the wonderful new play area. And I want to congratulate Councilmember Fessel for making it to the top and sliding down with 100 kids cheering him on. The kids couldn't believe that an adult would do that. Also, a special thanks to Anna Straub, who's a City of Anaheim principal project planner. She drew a mural on the side, on a wall off the restrooms at the park, and to have kids come up as she's painting saying, "Oh, we know that's Betsy Ross, and she made the flag when George Washington asked her to," was really, really inspiring. And so I want to thank Parks for their work at the Betsy Ross Park. And now the slide. I want to recognize a couple of mom and pop businesses in the district. This one is the Pizza Press. our chair of housing, Dara, who looks like he's left, is the owner. He's owned the business there for 11 years. And I have to admit, I only recently went because the business is at the Anaheim Hotel and it's on Harbor Boulevard. And I just figured it'd be difficult to park and I didn't want to pay for parking. I used every excuse. He does provide free parking for his customers. So residents, please stop by and enjoy. He started the business in the resort area to honor his father, who had small businesses, gift shops, the like, for 45 years in the district. Next. Next is, I want to honor the Alpine Inn. How many times have you driven down Cotella, seen the inn with the snow, and have your kids ask why the snow hasn't melted and it's 100 degrees outside? I know my kids always did. In 1977, Paley and Wenley took over the inn. Now their grandson, Derek, is in charge of the inn. Small by standards, with only 42 rooms, it is still a very treasured small business in the Anaheim Resort. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to start off by inviting my fellow Magnolia High School alums to the upcoming football game against Anaheim High School on October 12th at Handel Stadium at 7 p.m. There's a friendly competition between Congressman Correa and myself. As you all know, Congressman Correa is an Anaheim alum. I'm a Magnolia High School alum, and we'll share some more of those details later on as to what the competition is. But I'm hoping to see a lot of our fellow alums out there Thursday, October 12th at Handel Stadium. I also want to invite folks to two upcoming community events. Number one is a park cleanup and beautification on October 14th at 8 a.m. at Stoddard Park in collaboration with our Parks Commissioner as well as our Community Services and Love Anaheim, as well as a trunk or treat event on October 20th at 6 p.m. at Gilbert High School. We'll be sharing some additional details soon, but if you're interested in learning more, feel free to reach out to our office. This past Saturday, my office hosted our Senior Appreciation event at Majeska Park. We were able to provide our seniors with valuable resources from local organizations and city departments, as well as COVID booster shots and food boxes as well. And so a big thank you to Mercy Health, the OC Food Bank for all of that. A big shout out to our Parks Director, Mr. JJ Jimenez, for helping to coordinate the use of Majeska Park, as well as all the city staff and departments that were present for that. Also, big shout out to Abrazar for providing transportation to Anaheim seniors. I think they had a total of 40 rides to and from the event, so really appreciative of them and couldn't have done it without their support. I had the opportunity to do a couple tours in District 2, number one being the Taylor Dunn Manufacturing Building off of Ball Road. Taylor Dunn is now under the WAVE umbrella. It's a legendary manufacturing hub that was first established in 1949. And they manufacture innovative vehicles used in airports, zoos, parks, and even here in our own city. I know Anaheim Transportation Network's Fran is actually built, fun fact, built in District 2 at this facility. So I want to thank the entire WAVE team for their efforts and for the tour. I also want to thank Servite High School. I had the opportunity to tour their campus along with our city manager and assistant city manager, who are both alums. Big thank you to President Walswick, Vice President Early, and the entire Servite team for the warm welcome, and we're wishing them luck in the upcoming game on Friday against Mater Dei. And so now I want to recognize our business and restaurants of the month, starting with our business of the month for the month of September. I am proud to recognize Mega Fiesta Dulceria. They are located off of Euclid Avenue, Euclid and La Palma. This is a recently opened business. They have a wide variety of classic Mexican candies, party supplies, piñatas, anything and everything as you're planning your next party. So make sure to stop by. I know I brought some mazapanes and some other candies for my colleagues back there as well. So if you're planning a party, if you're getting ready for Halloween, if you are just feeling like some Mexican candies, feel free to stop by and support a local family-owned shop. For our restaurant of the month, proud to recognize Taco Land. Taco Land is located on Lincoln Avenue, just west of Brookhurst. They have Mexicali-inspired dishes that include tacos, quesadillas, burritos, ceviche, and a lot more. And so they just opened up as well, and they've been valued community partners with us. I know they've partnered with APD and doing tacos with a cop, and it's just a really, really good food. So make sure to stop by and support them as well. We're wishing them a lot of luck in their new venture. And with that, Madam Mayor, I will conclude my comments. Just a quick reminder, the Anaheim Tech Scholars application closes this Friday, so make sure to put in an application if you know of any juniors or seniors that are deserving of a free laptop or tablet and internet access. Make sure that they apply before 5 p.m. this Friday, September 29th. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Madam Pro Tem? I apologize. Councilmember Fessel?
Okay, I'll be very brief. Yesterday, I attended a celebration of a 29-year Anaheim employee who's retiring, Mr. Moses Johnson, who's been part of our legal team for almost 3 decades, is going to now enjoy his new grandchild. It's only, I think, less than a week old, and I think there was probably as many past city employees at this event as there was city employees. Moses has done a great job defending the city and on a lot of cases for a long time, and it was nice to give him a pat in the back and celebrate his great time in the city. And also, I heard that on Tuesday, September 19th, not too long ago, the Rio Vista School, which is here in District 5, their noon supervisor, Valerie Hubbard, noticed a kindergarten student choking and turning blue, and she administered the Heimlich maneuver and dislodged the obstruction, and I wanted to give her some recognition tonight, and I will also come back and request after the meeting a city council recognition for her. That's all, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. Madam Clerk, I think I have some slides to share. So I just want to highlight a few things that have occurred in District 3 over the past couple of weeks. So at Anaheim High School, they opened up the market at Anaheim, which I'd like to congratulate. We actually have a student here from Anaheim High School who's very involved in Project Say and was part of bringing this market to the community. It's the 2nd of community school pantries that have opened in the city and the 7th in the county. So we're really proud to be able to serve fresh food and other resources to families who are food challenged. So in Anaheim, nobody should go hungry. So these initiatives are very important to the community that we serve. Next slide. So suicide awareness, I think you guys heard a little bit about that during public comment, but we did host our first suicide awareness event. It's really a mental health and wellness event. The major objective here was bringing together various nonprofits and city services to provide resources to individuals who might be struggling with mental health. So we are really proud that this will be an annual event and grateful for everybody who participated, including fire, police, Neutral Ground, which is a nonprofit in the area, the Ducks, and many other organizations. We also participated in the Green Birds, and I mainly wanted to highlight this because we have 2 individuals who are District 3 residents who go beyond, I think, service in our city. Jody and Kevin are pictured in this picture, but what they do is really beautify Anaheim. They take their own time. I actually see Kevin picking up trash throughout District 3 very often, but my daughter and I were able to participate in this community event, and we're really grateful for all of the work that they do because there is, as you can see, trash and litter that is constantly left throughout the city, and they really make it a priority to do that. Not only do they use their own resources, but they also purchase recyclable bags that people can use. And I'm going to give a shout out to the Anaheim Hills Rotary because they actually joined us all the way down from the hills into the flatlands. So, next slide. I also just wanted to highlight the Black Chamber of Orange County hosted their annual dinner at the Grove. I had the opportunity to attend, and the reason I wanted to highlight this event is it really is an opportunity to celebrate diversity. Bobby McDonald, who is also an Anaheim resident in District 6, has been very involved in the community, and he not only highlights one community, but really does highlight Hispanics, African Americans, and then also make sure that we are remembering our veterans. So it's just a really wonderful event, and I'm happy that it's always hosted in Anaheim at the Grove. And then this event here is an event that took place at the Pearson Park Amphitheater. And I really wanted to highlight this one because it was in celebration of Mexican Independence Day, which takes place on September 16th. It also was a kickoff event for Hispanic Heritage Month. It's called Somos en el Corazón de México. It was hosted in my district, like I mentioned. And more notably, the picture that's on the right, I want to highlight a retired Anaheim PD police officer by the name of Sean Boatwright, and thank him for his service protecting our city when he was here, but also for coming back to Anaheim, and in particular my district, and visiting these community events. It's just special to know that the people who serve and protect our city are also coming back. And I believe he actually has family who lives in the district. This slide, so we were able to participate in the North Orange County Continuing Education Power Up Resource Fair, and it was really an opportunity for us to continue our suicide awareness initiative. I also just have to give a shout out to Councilmember Fessel because they brought up the fact that they are celebrating 50 years, and he has taught there for 48 of the 50. So that's impressive. So congratulations. Next slide. This event is a unique event. So I'm a graduate of Anaheim High School, and I know Councilmember Leon mentioned that Congressman Correa is as well, but every year they celebrate an all-class reunion. This year marks the 125th year of Anaheim High School, which is the first high school in the city of Anaheim. I was proud to be able to attend this event with one of our trustees, Jessica Guerrero, who also represents this district, the principal, who is a very engaged individual in our city. The students love him. We're lucky to have him. And then a prior principal, Robert Saldivar, who also graduated with me in 1996. I think the major thing I want to highlight is the fact that Anaheim High School does produce individuals who are making a difference in our city, despite what some people might say. We have a lot of very successful people who come out of that high school. And then this event was a community event off of Balsam, and I wanted to highlight this one in particular. So it is part of our mobile resource events, and we actually take resources into the communities that need food, school supplies, and other important resources. So this one was attended by or organized by Neighborhood Services. So I just want to make sure that our community services team is highlighted here. Thank you, Shawnee. But it's really important because that Love Anaheim bus behind you is actually a mobile market. So there are food deserts and food challenged areas, and it's really important that we're bringing milk and bread and different fresh foods to them. So just really happy to attend this event. And that little girl right in the middle, her name is Rosemary. She was just made a major impact. She's a little girl from the area. And this community in particular, we have had some significant challenges with parking and other lighting, public safety issues, and we do have a community walk scheduled there tomorrow. And this event is a special event. So I'm not sure if everybody's aware, but this is the first year that we actually celebrated August as Chicano Heritage Month. This event in particular is special because 45 years ago, there was a Chicano riots that took place at Little People's Park. When I came on council 9 to 10 months ago, I requested that we do more to highlight the history of Chicanos in Anaheim. And Shawnee really just took the lead on this and was able to commission a talented artist by the name of Damon Lujan, who produced a 300-foot mural in our Little People's Park. We were also able to beautify the park, paint tables, lights, and fix some of the roads in the area. So I'm just really grateful to have that. And that top picture, so that individual's name is Alfred Acosta. He actually grew up in Anaheim and was there during the Chicano riots. And he's pictured with our chief of police, Chief Armendariz. And the reason I highlight that is the riots occurred because of the civil unrest between the police officers and the people who lived in the city. And we have come a long way since then. So we now have a Latino police chief, and we are in the community and making sure that people feel represented in more ways than one. So I just wanted to make sure that we highlight all of the good work and the progress that we've made in the city of Anaheim, despite some of the things that you might hear. And this, I think this is the final slide. So this, in recognition of Hispanic Heritage Month, I wanted to recognize small business owners of a Mexican-American descent, JR Wheels and Tires, which is located right off of Euclid and Lincoln. So they are a small business that's been in our community for quite some time. They are looking to scale up, and I'm grateful to our city manager and our economic development director for helping them secure a building that's right next to them. We're very close, and it's important that we are helping our small businesses because economic development is about retention and attracting businesses and not driving them away. So grateful for all of the support that they've provided thus far, and I can't wait to get it over the finish line. And that concludes my council comments.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just wanted to take a moment to highlight, since our last meeting, that we did have the official swearing in of our new Chief of Police, Chief Armendariz. So wanted to say congratulations officially. So proud to have you at the head of the force and part of our team. Also wanted to take a moment to recognize to those celebrating Shana Tova, to those that have celebrated Rosh Hashanah, as well as this weekend, the start of Yom Kippur, and as well as happy Mexican Independence Day to those that celebrated. I know Orange County had a lot of wonderful events throughout, and it was so wonderful to see our heritage celebrated and our diversity celebrated. Just wanted to announce for our office on October 18th, in partnership with Northgate Market, we are going to be doing a trunk or treat event, as well as offering free pumpkins for those that can come out so that everybody has something to carve. Don't carve it too early or it will rot and fall apart. I have made that mistake many a time. And also just recognize to all the participants this past weekend in the Komen Foundation Walk, an annual walk that is in Fashion Island. It's a very inspirational event with a combination of so many medical communities, activists, and obviously those that are survivors, as well as those out there remembering those that we have lost. So thank you to the Komen Foundation for that annual event. It's really inspirational to all. Seeing no other comments, it's time for our city manager's report. Mr. City Manager, might turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2 items this evening. I would first like to invite everyone to join us for Anaheim's Health Fair at the Anaheim Convention Center this weekend. The free health fair takes place on Saturday and Sunday from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. both days. Anaheim residents and everyone can get free dental, vision, women's, and other care. The health fair is open to everyone, particularly those who may not have access to regular health care. This year's event also includes a citizenship fair with application help, legal service, advice, and other assistance for those seeking to become a U.S. citizen. Parking is free. Pre-registration is encouraged. Register at anaheim.net/healthfair. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to the city clerk to share some information about an upcoming special municipal election.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Mayor and City Council, I wanted to take this opportunity to share with our Anaheim community that every registered voter in Anaheim should have already received their ballot and voter information guide in the mail for the 2023 Anaheim special municipal election to be held on Tuesday, October 3rd for Measure A. Measure A is also known as the Hotel and Event Center Minimum Wage, Worker Retention, and Hotel Worker Safety and Workload Initiative Ordinance. Anaheim voters have several options on how they can cast their vote for this election. Voters can return their ballot by mail with a postmark no later than October 3rd, or they can elect to drop off their ballot at any one of the 12 secure ballot drop boxes in Anaheim. The ballot drop boxes opened on Tuesday, September 5th, and will remain open up through Election Day. Daily pickups are conducted at each of the ballot drop box locations. On Election Day, staff from our Orange County Registrar of Voters office will be at each ballot drop box to assist with traffic flow and lock the ballot mail slots at 8 p.m. or until the last voter has submitted their ballot at that drop box location. Voters can also elect to drop off their ballots at any vote center in Anaheim or to cast their vote in person. 3 vote centers opened this past Saturday. 1 vote center is located in West Anaheim Youth Center. The second is our downtown Anaheim Youth Center, located just behind City Hall and the East Anaheim Community Center. 3 additional vote centers will open on September 30th, and all 6 will remain open through Election Day. The 3 additional vote centers are located at Brookhurst Community Center, Ponderosa Park Family Resource Center, and the Canyon Hills Branch Library. Additional information on the election, as well as a list of locations and hours for our vote centers, as well as a list of locations for our ballot drop boxes, can be found on the city's website at anaheim.net/elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So we are now going to move on to our city council consent calendar. Items 1 through 24 are before us. Are there any members of council who wish to remove an item for further discussion?
And Mayor, if I may, we were just notified by staff on the consent calendar. We do have item 7, which was a bid to Greater Southern California Towing, Inc. Staff has requested to withdraw that item from tonight's consent calendar.
So as before we move on, so that's the only item removed?
That's correct.
Okay, so we are going to open it up first to Mayor Pro Tem Rubalcaba and then Councilmember Kurtz.
I was going to pull item 7 and 11. I know that they've requested not to present today, but would it be possible to still get a staff report?
It's been pulled, so not on the agenda right now. But
Did they give a reason for pulling it? Just
staff discretion, I suppose. I haven't heard, but it's within staff's discretion to pull items and then bring them back.
Can we get I actually have some questions about the process, and I won't speak specifically to the item, but just in general, I'm curious as to whether or not this was a low bid. I see in the staff report it says low bid. Was it required to be a low bid? Did we give an Anaheim business a priority? I have a lot of questions.
Yeah, per the city attorney, those items can be addressed when it's re-agendized, but staff can certainly follow up with you in the interim to get you the answers to your questions.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that.
You bet.
So Mayor Pro Tem is pulling item 11. Councilmember Kurtz?
Okay, pulling item 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 20.
All right, 12, 13, 14, 15.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And when you look at them, you're going to see my pattern.
Okay.
And then 20.
And 20. Okay, thank you. Are there any other items that need to be pulled? If not, can I get a motion to move the remainder?
Motion to move.
I'll second.
Please vote.
And Mayor, before we take vote, item number 23, give me one moment. Item 23, pursuant to Government Code Section 58953, an oral summary of the salary and benefits shall be made prior to any final action of council on any local agency executive. Approval of item 23 includes the following of all executives as authorized under various sections of the city's personnel rules addressing entitlements to benefits and perquisites provided to all appointed and executive managers. A salary adjustment effective July 2023, July 2024, and July 2025 in the amount of 5% per year. RHS benefit increase of 1% effective July 2023, and an increase to administrative leave from 16 to 24 hours. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. I believe since I have gentlemen there, we can start. Would you like to start with item 11? Or 6. You want to start with item 6? Okay. Item number 6 was pulled by Councilwoman Kurtz. Would you like a staff report?
No, I don't need a full staff report. Just a clarification. The trees being taken care of are in the resort maintenance district and at the convention center. And so I'm assuming that the trees being trimmed and taken care of in the Maintenance Resort District are paid for by that assessment and not general fund.
That is correct.
Okay. The report didn't specify, but the convention center has 17% of the trees. Does that mean that it will bear 17% of the cost? Is that how it's broken down?
Councilmember, that's correct. So the convention center, through our operating budget, will cover that portion of this contract.
And then the other portion is covered by the assessment district. So nothing out of general fund.
That's correct.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that. I can move the item.
Okay, do we have a
I'll second.
Thank you. Can we please vote on number 6? Next up is item number 11.
I'm sorry, Mayor, let me just
All
announce
right,
the vote.
thank you.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Okay, our next item is item number 11, which was pulled by Mayor Pro Tem. Would you like a staff report?
Yes, please.
I'd ask for a staff report from Director Amami, please.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and City Council. The item before you is the award of the construction contract for the Oak Canyon Nature Center renovations. The project consists of the renovation of the existing amphitheater, installation of educational exhibits and interpretive panels, improved decomposed granite trails, upgraded parking lot, lighting improvements, installation of wooden pedestrian deck, and other work shown on the approved plans and specifications. Determination of the lowest responsible bidder and responsible bidder for the selected project and scope was made in accordance with Public Contract Code. The city received 6 bids on September 7th. The lowest bidder submitted a request for withdrawal of his bid due to a clerical error in their bid package with the appropriate backup documentation. After careful examination of the supporting documentation, staff confirmed the contractor's mistake on the bid. Therefore, pursuant to the Public Contract Code, the lowest bidder was relieved of the obligation of the bid without forfeiting their bid bond. The selected bid price reflects the current bidding environment and is consistent with the engineer's estimate, appears to be reasonable and within the available funding. Construction is scheduled to begin in the fall of 2023 and is scheduled to be completed by late winter 2024. That concludes our staff report and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. I just want to say I love the fact that you're upgrading Oak Canyon. I just have a couple questions. So I noticed that the community workforce agreement is not, it's a big ticket item. This is over $1 million. And it indicates that it's not applicable because it's not considered a project work. Can you explain that?
The CWA, usually the rule of thumb was projects that were over $1 million, and that's what we use to create the project list that's attached as an exhibit to the CWA, and this was not on that project list.
But this one is over $1 million?
It was, and at that time, it didn't make the list. I think it was just a sign of our times that with cost estimates, it did break that barrier.
But it has now?
It has now.
So would it trigger CWA now?
No, because it's not on the list.
Can you explain that to me? So this project is not on a prior list that was less than $1 million, but now it is $1 million, so it's not going to be part of the CWA?
Right. We used the $1 million threshold to create the list. So it was not on the list when we created that list.
I would recommend that we should reassess. And I mean, if we have a CWA in place, we should honor it regardless of when it was triggered, if it now is over $1 million. Because I think that seems to be the issue. What's the point of having a CWA if we're not actually going to apply it? So, I mean, I would recommend that we do review that. If this meets the over $1 million threshold, it does seem to me like we're not being fair with our community workforce agreement because the intention of it is to hire people who live within the Orange County or Anaheim area. So I would request as a council member that you might go back and reconsider.
It's my understanding, Mayor Pro Tem, and Dooku actually might have some information on that, is that at the time of the CWA, and it's been a while since I looked at it, but that it actually listed the projects that would be subject to it, and they were using a threshold at the time if they believed it was a $1 million or more project. So it's not, I don't think that it defined it generally. I think it defined it specifically as to the projects that were listed, and this wasn't one of them. So I don't think it's necessarily, it could always be renegotiated. It could always be renegotiated. But I don't think it would be inconsistent for this not to be part of the CWA when it was agreed upon at the time of signing that it would not be part of the CWA.
And I think my request would be to, if we could honor the CWA in general. I mean, the intention behind it is a good one, right? To hire individuals who work within our city, or the city and the county. I always think that's great if we're working with our labor groups for that. So that's just, if it wasn't part of the list before, maybe does it necessarily have to be part of the list? We know they're gonna get the work done.
And if I could add, I mean, it kind of works both ways, right? Some projects that we thought were over $1 million that were on the CWA came in under $1 million. We still made them part of the CWA. We didn't take it out of the CWA. And when we analyzed the amount of projects that do get included in the CWA, it was something like, if I remember my numbers correctly, by dollar value, 93% of the projects that we put out are in the CWA. So very little by dollar value of our projects are not in the CWA. So an overwhelming abundance of the projects that we put out to bid are in the CWA.
Yeah, and that's why I'm just saying if it met the threshold and it's not related to what our city attorney says, then maybe we just reassess.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you. And actually, I was going to pull it and ask the same question, so thank you for that response. This is a bid that went to the lowest responsible bidder, as you mentioned. And this is just so that I better understand how these work. It's a project in the park under the auspices of our Parks Department, but the bid is taken care of by the Public Works Department. So the Public Works Department puts out the bid, reviews the bids that come in, makes a decision on who will do the construction, and then is there joint oversight by Parks and Public Works to ensure that the end product meets the requirements or the desires that our Parks Department had? How do we control that?
So per our charter, all of our construction projects come through Public Works. We have a construction services division in Public Works that oversees the construction management. So we're essentially the city's construction manager. So we'll put together the bid specifications, we'll advertise the project, we'll follow the public contract code so it's bid properly, we'll open and determine the lowest, most responsive bidder. And then essentially the operating department, whether it's community services or utilities or convention center, they will essentially have a project manager that will be our partner in overseeing and essentially the customer, if you will, as we are remodeling their facility to work with us hand in hand and essentially ensure that we are delivering the product that they are looking for.
Thank you, and that's Shaney did explain a little bit of that to me. I just want to make sure that we have I have a good understanding of how that works and our departments working together, so I appreciate that. But I also echo Council Member or Mayor Pro Tem's comments on, and maybe it's just the way the CWA was negotiated, and that the next time round, the building trades will come back and negotiate at a price point rather than a project. Who knows how that might work out? But I was also interested in why $1 million project wouldn't have fallen under the CWA. But thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Meeks?
I understand what you guys are saying, but from my perspective, one, I would hate to delay this project. And two, I think that the way inflation's going and rebidding this and sending it out again is going to make it, it's a little over $1 million now. It's going to make it more over $1 million. And so I would recommend moving forward with this award And if, we want to ask or work with the contractor to use local labor, or at least, see what he could do, ask for his participation. But I would recommend moving forward with this for tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz?
Thank you. Basically, the list is made when the engineer estimate was below $1 million. So the engineers estimate how much the project gonna be some time ago, and that's what made the list. Delaying this project for later on will for sure come back with way higher prices, because now the bidders knows what the threshold is. It won't be beneficial for the city at all. So I would like to second from District 6, my colleague from District 6. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I agree with the two of you. I don't want to delay the project. However, I do want us to be more mindful when we have projects that are over $1 million. I think the issue that I'm seeing is that it's a trend. It comes under bid, under $1 million, so then it doesn't trigger CWA, but then all of a sudden, 6 months down the road, it's over $1 million. So I think that is something that I want to be mindful of as we're moving forward on some of these projects. I would not want to delay any park upgrades that we have scheduled. And I am very aware of the fact that inflation is an issue, but I'm just asking you, Director Amami, if you could just keep that in mind. And I'm happy to talk to you about this offline, about some of the concerns that I've had. I've been watching some of these projects, and I see when we come back and you ask for an additional amount towards a project that would then, if you add it up, exceeds $1 million, that's a concern. So I'm happy to chat with you offline about that in more detail. But I do agree that we should move forward with this project.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other comments, do we have a motion and a second?
I'll move approval.
I second.
Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
The next item on our list is item number 12, pulled by Councilmember Kurtz. Would you like a staff report?
Not yet, and I may not need one. First of all, this is a $2 million contract. It is under the CWA agreement. But you'll notice that in the pattern, I pulled 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. They're all contracts over $1 million. And first of all, I think this is the first time that at least I personally have had to vote on this many over $1 million contracts at one time. But then I noticed they're all under consent, and I'm a little worried that we may not take these maybe as seriously or do as much research as we would normally if they were not under consent. I personally have a little bit of a problem just bunching $1 million contracts without a look at them. And so that's why I pulled everything over $1 million. Not that I think I agree with all of them. I just want to make sure that we're looking at it and understanding what we're doing with precious money. This one is, this was the lowest responsible bidder contract. And we're making some sanitary sewer improvements. Can you just explain a little bit so that I understand why it costs $2 million?
Construction is expensive.
I just heard that.
Especially when it's underground. Yes, this is a sewer project, $2 million sewer project that we're building in an older part of town and in some tight streets. And we are doing some repaving with it as well. So, and the materials obviously have gone up. And it's all being funded with some of our sewer sanitation funds as well. So it is not general fund. The CWA applies to it too, so that does increase costs a little bit there as well. It is part of an annual program we do through our budget. And in terms of, some of these consent items that we do send out, in terms of giving you notice that you're not seeing this for the first time here before we do advertise these projects before they go to bid. I do send a memo out to council that we are advertising these projects, so you are aware before they even go out to bid. So if there are any questions that you may have, I can answer those early on as well.
Just the distance, how many miles of construction is this?
It is on La Palma Avenue. It runs from Olive Street all the way to East Street. And then we have another segment over on,
That's a considerable.
yes. And then we have a segment on Anna Drive as well. And then also, I believe there was a portion on Pauline Street as well.
Okay. As prices are going up so quickly, you need to hurry up and do a lot of these before we can't afford them anymore.
The prices are going up fast.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks and then Councilmember Diaz.
Just for, I guess, process and information, part of what we do here is we approve the budget that has a capital budget in it. It says we're going to do all these things, and then Public Works does send us a notice that we're going to bid it. When it actually gets to this to the end here where we do a public bidding process, it's very well governed by the public code, and that we don't have a lot of flexibility. We are required to award to the lowest responsible bidder. So agendizing it as a discussion item to talk about the bids really isn't necessary or appropriate. So I just, to give a little background on how this works, or how we should be doing it. I don't think agendizing it separately and discussing each of the bids, that's not our role. It's very well regulated. So just a comment.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz and then Councilmember Fessel.
This is another one that I had to defend stuff here. Public work contracts are very, very regulated, heavily regulated. You do the design, you open the bid, people submit bids, and you select the lowest responsible bid. This is $1 million, $500,000, $10 million. If in consent calendar, it's there for us to read, we can analyze it, we can even pull it. Moving that from consent to business calendar, it's the same. It's there, you can pull it and you can read it. It's up to us to read it, but it's heavily regulated. It's not much that we can that staff can manipulate the winner of the lower bid. It can't, it's regulated. And the rest of the people that did the bid, they're watching staff to be sure that they are not being cheated out of it. So let's keep it in consent calendar, that's what belongs. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fessel?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Rudy, I actually do follow these pretty carefully. There is a section of this that has to be jack and board under the railroad tracks. I got to learn about that in my time around public utilities. That is by itself an expensive component of this. Could you opine of the $2 million project about how much of that might be associated with the boring underneath the railroad tracks, which requires 2 large pits and a specialized company to do that work?
I don't have the exact dollar number, but it is significant and will be in the 6 digits.
Okay. So certainly a significant portion of the $2 million is that footage below the railroad tracks.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question, Rudy, on just the actual project, the timeline. So it's construction scheduled to begin fall of 2023, should be completed by spring of 2024. Can you speak a little bit as to what we do to prepare in terms of signage and preparing folks for any traffic delays leading up to the actual start of the construction?
So we'll always, once the contract's awarded and we have a pre-construction meeting with the contractor and we go through our checklist, they are required to come up with a traffic control plan and also a communications plan, because we don't control the contractor's means and method of how to build the project, but we do review it and then ensure that it does comply with our standards of our good neighbor policy to ensure that they do still allow traffic to not only flow from a vehicle perspective, but also a safe pedestrian perspective as well, and even bicycles to be able to get through there, and then also be able to do the proper noticing, both from signage, but also door hangers and mailers, and talking to the neighbors that are going to be affected from the construction as well.
No, thank you. Just out of curiosity, just on average, I know every project's probably a little bit different, but on average, is there a set, usually you got to start a month before, 2 months before actual construction?
It depends. It depends on the type of work and the significance of the work, but typically, if it's going to be, again, whether it's parking impacts or traffic impacts or noise impacts, it's always different, but it could be anywhere from a week, 2 weeks, or a month, again, depending on the impacts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. If there's no further questions, do we have a motion and a second for item number 12?
I'll move.
I'll second.
Thank you. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 13 was also pulled by Councilmember Kurtz. Would you like a staff report?
And this one's a little different. This was not the lowest responsible bid. And what is the difference here? Why the difference?
So this one's a little different. This is what we refer to our master agreements, or more commonly known as an on-call agreement. So these are where we build our stable of having a master agreement for a design build type of firm. So sometimes when we have these emergency situations and we want to be able to get repair done for our utilities in a much faster fashion, where we could save anywhere between 6 and 12 months, we have a pre-qualification process that we go through. It's a very rigorous process. It's very well detailed in the staff report to be able to bring these contractors on board. Doesn't mean they still don't go through that same process of bidding and competing to get the best price for the city, but we were able to have a quicker process to bring them on board, because as you know, time is money, and being able to get these projects and get our services back in order in a quicker fashion. It's been successful for us. This is something that was new, that was brought in back in 2020. And this isn't just another iteration of bringing more firms on board.
And I have heard that they're very successful. How long does a company, in this case, remain on that list?
This particular agreement is for 5 years. The previous cycle was 3 years, as we were testing out this design build methodology to pre-qualify firms. And so because it's been successful in saving us time, we've extended it to 5 years.
I am glad that it's been very successful. I know other agencies, both state level and county level, have used them, and they've worked out quite well. So, good.
Thank you. With no other questions, do we have a motion and a second?
I'll move.
I'll second.
Thank you. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 14, also pulled by Councilmember Kurtz.
And also, I'm taking a look at the amount of money. And I'm a little confused with this one. Are we approving up to $1.5 million for up to 22 contractors?
No, this is a pre-qualification process. And so there are 22 firms that have pre-qualified, met the minimum requirements. They still have to compete for any type of professional service agreement. And it would be following Council Policy 4.1, which is looking at things like the ability to perform the tasks, key personnel who's involved with the project, what type of approach they're taking to perform the work, what kind of experience do they have, and then the reasonableness of fees.
Out of curiosity, your staff gets together and evaluates them for this pre-qualification?
That's correct. So what we do is we look specifically for utility experience. And so have they done work for other utilities successfully in order to make sure that they can do the work that we have for them?
Thank you.
Thank you. With no council comments, do we have a motion and a second for item number 14?
I'll move.
I'll second.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item number 15. Councilmember Kurtz?
In this one, I think I'm just going to move it. I answered my own question as I was taking a look at it. So unless anybody else has any questions,
I don't see any.
I'll move it then.
I'll second.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Okay, keep me honest here. I think the next item is number 16.
Yes, Mayor. Item 16 was pulled by Councilmember Kurtz.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kurtz?
And I didn't mean to pull this one, so I apologize.
No
We'll just-
problem. Would you like to move it?
Yes.
I'll second.
And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Next item I have is item number 20.
Yes, ma'am, and this one's a little different, and this is a surplus property that we are selling. And this is because we've been criticized, the city has been criticized on how they handle surplus property, right or wrong. This is a piece of surplus property, and I just want to assure everyone that you followed all of the state rules on surplus property.
Definitely. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. We have a short presentation. The item before you this evening is a request for disposition of a successor agency property located at 125 West Vermont in Council District 4. The property is a small commercial property measuring roughly 9,680 square feet. The property was purchased in 2004 by the former redevelopment agency in an effort to eliminate blighting conditions of a former liquor store that previously operated at the subject property. Since its creation, the Economic Development Department has been working to comply with the dissolution law and dispose of redevelopment properties. On April 12, 2022, staff declared the property surplus in accordance with the Surplus Land Act. The city did receive interest from a housing sponsor about subject property, but after due diligence, the developer determined that affordable housing would not be feasible due to the small size of the property. In January of this year, HCD provided staff a letter of compliance with the Surplus Land Act process. Subsequent to the SLA process, staff received a proposal from Katerina's Club, a nonprofit organization led by Chef Bruno Serrato that provides food to Anaheim's youth. Katerina's Club has been leasing the property since July of 2010 and is interested in property acquisition to continue operation of Katerina's Club and integrate the property with the adjacent Anaheim White House restaurant property. In April of this year, staff commissioned an appraisal by an MAI appraiser. The proposed sale price would be $830,000 market value for the property. Proceeds from the sale would be transmitted to the county assessor's office for pro rata shares to affected taxing agencies, including the city of Anaheim, which would receive about 11%. Staff recommends approval of this disposition. This concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Did you want to go first, since this is your item? So I just have some questions about the process for the comps that it seems like, I love Katerina's Club, however, I'm not going to object to this going through, but I'm interested in the process that you took to come up with the comps. I did the math, and if, let's just say roughly another business that was estimated to be leased at $13,000 a month, over a 30-year period would be about $4.6 million, not including interest. but this property is going for less than $1 million?
Yes, that's correct. This property is a lot smaller than that. This property is, like I mentioned, is roughly just under 10,000 square feet, the total site, and has a kind of a smaller building on that site. And because of that, we actually had the property appraised again by an MAI appraiser, and the appraiser used comparable properties based on specifications of the property, location, and that was the price that was determined.
So how do you do, is it like a case-by-case basis how you determine how you're going to negotiate with our businesses? And I ask because I'm interested, because I do have a business in my area who has had a less than probably stellar experience with economic development. And, that business actually generates tax revenue for the city, which this nonprofit would not. And I'm making it clear to my colleagues that I'm not going to object to moving this item forward because I believe in the mission of Catarina's Club. However, I am interested in the fact that maybe we treat some businesses differently than we treat others.
I can assure you that we treat all of them the same. In this case, again, the former redevelopment agency did have a kind of below market lease for Catarina's Club. Because it was a nonprofit, that consideration was council policy at the time that the redevelopment agency had been established back in the kind of, and that lease was in 2004, but prior to that, the redevelopment agency board, the council had adopted a policy that for nonprofits, a lower lease rate would be provided. Kind of back to your point regarding kind of the appraisals, again, what city staff does is we bring in a third-party appraiser, a MAI appraiser, based on property specifications, provide comparable properties and determine a market value price. Again, I think that the property that you're referring to in your district is a lot different. That's a half acre with, I believe it's a 14,000 square foot building and on a commercial thoroughfare. And so this is a kind of a property that's adjacent to a residential neighborhood, set back from a commercial corridor. So the specifications of the property are a little bit different.
If we wanted to see the comps, would that be possible with all of these when they go through? Because I know the property that we're talking about also is not really occupiable, right? Because it has
Contamination?
Yes, it has contamination issues. So, I mean, that is a factor as well. And I think the thing that concerns me the most is that with this small business, it would be, it would trigger, I think, what we talked about. And I know I'm towing the line very closely. I can see Rob getting very uncomfortable. But I know that there are some issues that I think we should probably discuss. I'm concerned about the process, that we are not treating all businesses equally. And I get the nonprofit thing, but
Again, for this property, one of the requests that we had from Catarina's Club, the nonprofit, they had actually requested to sell the property for zero. They wanted to have the property donated by the city or buy it for $1. Again, we were not able to do that because it's a successor agency property, and we have to sell the property for fair market value because the proceeds go to the affected taxing entities. And so in this case, that's what we're doing. So I think that process of parity, kind of making sure that we utilize, in this case, it's a disposition. In that case that I think you're referring to would be a lease that will be hopefully bringing to council very soon, and identify all the factors which you and your council colleagues may be able to make a determination based on the factors that staff provides.
yeah, and you mentioned something related to this property, that it was leased for under market value, and I believe the property in question was also leased for under market value, and they'll be paying more than market value, or not more than market, but more than they were paying. And then I think the other business triggered a subsidy, so this would not be a subsidy.
No, because it's within the fair market value range of the appraiser.
Okay. So, and did we use, do you have like a list of different appraisers that you use depending on so for consistency's purposes, it seems like, do we use to the benefit of the business that we're trying to help?
No. So we use Steve White, who has been an MAI appraiser that the redevelopment agency has been using for years. Sometimes because of work volume, he's not able to utilize, or like when we have larger projects like hotels, we'll use larger firms. But he's actually an industry expert. that we go to and utilize, and we have, but like him, we have, I think, two or three other appraisers that we have on our on-call list to be able to utilize. But there, to me, I think kind of maybe your point or your direction of, is there a kind of, do we use a certain appraiser for a certain property? No, Steve Wentz, who we actually utilize for most of our appraisals.
Including the one in question.
Correct, the one that I think you're referring to.
I would like to see the council policies related to, subsidies or anything related to how we sell properties. In my district, and I'm asking out of curiosity. Just in my district alone, I think historically we have had buildings that have sold. For example, the packing house. It'd be interesting to understand how that occurred. So I'd love to see any council policies related to the sale of properties in the city. And then what would trigger a subsidy? That's interesting to me because a small business technically, I don't know if that would be subject to a subsidy. It's not like it's Disney or the Ducks, a big business that generates a significant amount of revenue and has a ton of profit. Like a lot of these smaller businesses are operating on very thin profit margins, just like a nonprofit would, just to tie it back to the issue here, Rob. So, but that's, I can follow up with you after, me, you, and Jim, to get more clarity on it.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you. I wish that we could sell it to Caterina's Club for $1 or make a donation to Caterina's Club. The rules around surplus land in the state of California are really tight and how to follow this policy to the letter, because we know what happens when we don't. I thank you for doing that, and I'm so grateful that Caterina's Club wants to purchase the property. The liquor store in the area was a horrible eyesore, caused much distress to the residents around there. And so I think this is going to be a perfect match. It's accessible from the White House to Caterina's Club, and that works out perfectly. I think the community is going to be very happy that that sale is going through. So thank you for all of your work, and I move the item.
I'll second.
Thank you. Before we vote, I just want to ask Mr. City Attorney, because I had a question on this. I am a prior board member of Caterina's Club, stepped down of December of last year, and a former honoree and Citizen of the Year of Caterina's Club. Is there any problem with me voting affirmatively on this item?
Was it a source of income for you over the last 12 months?
No, not at all.
Then the answer is you can participate.
Probably cost you money.
Item 20 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim approving a purchase and sale agreement with Caterina's Club, authorizing Director of Economic Development to finalize such purchase and sale agreement, authorizing the Director of Economic Development to implement such purchase and sale agreement, determining that the purchase and sale of the property is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15312, and making certain other findings in connection therewith. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. And I believe that is the last item pulled, so we can move on to the business calendar. Item 25 is to discuss and provide direction to staff on potential modifications to the information technology electronics policy, electronic document retention policies, and the potential use of internal or third-party support services to independently respond to Public Record Act requests. Mr. City Manager, may we have a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from Director Moreno, please.
Thank you. Tonight's item will be presented by our Deputy Finance Director, Gina Valio, on my far left. She oversees our entire IT operations, and she'll do the presentation and introduce the rest of the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. Pardon me. Okay, so here with me today, to my right, it's Ed Jin. He's our Information Services Manager, and also Jack Connor, our Enterprise Architect, who's part of our team from our IT services partner, SAIC. He has worked with SAIC for over 25 years and serves as the lead solution architect and technical director for one of SAIC's 7 business units. We brought him here so he can help field any technical questions for us if needed. Tonight, we are presenting information for items from the priority list of reforms stemming from the recommendations from the JL Group investigative report, specifically regarding IT electronics policy, electronic document retention, and support services for Public Records Act requests, or PRAs. Okay, serving as a guide for our discussions today, we reference these 4 specific items listed for the IT electronics policy. Require use of government phones for defined employees, requirement to forward documents from personal devices to government address or turn over access to personal device, document retention policy, time period of current employees in elected and post-departure, and finally, internal or third-party support services to independently respond to public record requests. For each of these items, we will discuss current process or policies in place, along with the recommended or potential modifications, which try to address key points and findings within the JL report and deemed practical and feasible to implement for the city. We also include general estimates of cost and timeline for each recommendation. As an outcome of today's discussion, we're looking to confirm the modifications that the City Council would like to approve for implementation and or to receive council feedback on any additional items that you would like addressed by the modifications. Okay, for our first item, require use of government phones. Let's start by walking through the current practice in place as listed for you on the left-hand side of the slide. The procurement of mobile phones are currently managed by individual departments and are assigned to select employees as determined by each department's policy. Administrative Regulation 410, or AR 410, use of office communication, requires employees to restrict the use of city-owned phones exclusively for business only, but also allows for personal use limited to occasions where reasonably necessary, and such use does not interfere with the duties of the employee or the operations of the department. For select departments and users, such as our police and fire personnel, IT uses a utility software, mobile device management, or MDM, with limited features that assist with the efficient configuration of phones, as well as the ability to lock or unlock the phone and or wipe the device in the event that it has been lost or stolen. So moving to the section on the right now, let's go through our recommended modifications. AR 410 could be updated to include a specific provision to require any member of the City Council, support staff, or consultant contractor of the Mayor or City Council, the executive team of the city, chief communications officer, and any other as designated by the city manager or executive team to use city-issued phones only for the purposes of conducting city business. In addition, to implement additional governance and controls on the devices, all the devices used by this group will be procured and managed by information services only. The devices will also have expanded MDM features that will include restrictions of certain actions, such as deletion or modification of accounts. This recommended modification has a total estimated cost of $50,000 and with an anticipated earliest completion date of January 2024. For this next item, we do not currently have an existing policy that defines any authority for the city to demand access to personal devices, nor require employees to forward documents from their personal devices to their city account or email. An exception to this is when documents fall under the definition of a public record for which the provision of the Anaheim Municipal Code, Section 1.10.070, requires them to be forwarded and captured through the formal records retention system and public records request process. The recommended modification is to update AR 410, use of office communication, to formally discourage the use of personal devices to conduct city business. Provisions of AMC 1.10.070 will remain applicable and enforceable. There are no anticipated costs for this recommended modification, which has a timeline of completion of 1 to 2 months. Okay, for the next item, we want to acknowledge that the document retention policy applies to several types of documents, but what we are addressing today is limited only to electronic data, specifically in the form of emails within the City of Anaheim mail account. Our current practice today defines the default 90-day retention of electronic data for employees subject to the Sunshine Ordinance, which is any member of the City Council, staff of the mayor or City Council, or the executive team of the city. These employees also have the ability to classify an email as public record per the provisions defined by Anaheim Municipal Code 1.11.040, which flags it for an extended retention of 24 months. Post-departure, all emails will eventually reach the max retention period and purge from the system. In the event a litigation hold is placed on an account, files are preserved indefinitely as a Microsoft Personal Storage Table or PST file type. Administrative Regulation 155 or AR 155, Information Services Technology Use Policy, defines the provision related to electronic data, including the maintenance and retention of these records. The default retention period for all other employees outside of the Sunshine Ordinance is 30 days. For our recommended modifications, AR 155 would be modified to expand the default retention period for employees and individuals subject to the Sunshine Ordinance from 90 days to 24 months. This would apply to all emails and would no longer require the active selection to classify email as a public record. We also would look to implement additional tools, specifically Microsoft Purview, that will allow for e-discovery features, expanding the amount of information and data for electronic records preservation. The tool could also be used to make searching through the records in a more efficient and effective manner. The anticipated cost for this modification is $52,500 and has a timeline of completion of 1 to 2 months. For our fourth and final item, Administrative Regulation 148, or AR 148, Public Records Request, establishes procedures for responding to requests for public records, which conforms to requirements of the California Public Records Act. Requests for public records, which involve records for more than one department, are coordinated and administered by the Office of the City Clerk. Public records requests are forwarded to the respective departments to independently search their departmental records and provide the responsive records, and those records are reviewed by staff from the offices of the City Clerk and City Attorney. Potential modification is to establish an internal support service, which will be a new work unit comprised of up to 4 positions and will be tasked with performing searches for responsive electronic records. AR 148 would include procedures to utilize the e-discovery enhancements for email accounts to facilitate an efficient way to perform these searches using software. The estimated cost for the staff of 4 would approximately be $750,000 per year. The projected earliest completion of establishing the new work unit is February 2024. That concludes our presentation. We would be happy to answer questions at this time.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Kurtz and then Councilmember Meeks.
Thank you. The cost, there were three costs, 50,000, then 52.5, and then 750. Are these one-time costs? What's an annual cost?
Sure, so depending on the item, some are one-time costs and some are annual. So if I can go back to those for the costs. So in this first one here, for the $50,000 for this item, for the MDM expansion, this would be a one-time cost to upgrade our current license. On the third item, that would, where we would acquire Microsoft Purview, there's $50,000 would be a one-time cost to implement it into our environment. And then the $2,500 is a subscription cost that we would pay on an annual basis. And that would cover 50 users for $2,500 a year. And then finally, for the fourth item, the $750,000 would be an annual cost because that would be for salaries and benefits for the new unit.
Okay, that's what I thought. Only one other question. Text messages. Is there anything to save those, or we would just be saving them for the 24 months?
So in requiring the use of a city-owned device, then we would have the ability to save and back up the text messages contained within the phones.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks and then Councilmember Leon.
Okay, I had questions also about text messages because you didn't talk about that. So are you saying that text messages would be handled the same way the PRA person could search the text messages within the devices and respond to those and take care of that whole process?
So the tool that we're recommending for the searches would be limited only to our emails and not necessarily the text. The MDM modification we're proposing will allow us to retain those texts and have copies of it. I'm not sure that we can, or we would have to figure out the tool that we would use to search for them. But unlike what we have in place today, we don't have the ability to even create backups or copies of those texts. So it's really up to each individual to identify them for us. But with a city-owned device, with the mobile device management, we would be able to then grab copies of the text, and whether we import that into some kind of tool that would allow us then to search through it, we can work on identifying that tool.
Okay, and it seems to me, I'm not the techie expert, so, I know this much about what I do, but I have this device, and I have this device, and I have a laptop device, and they all get my emails. The information is in the cloud. And so I'm wondering why I need a separate device if I'm using my city email, if I'm required to do all communication on my city email and my city phone number, if that's where we go. Right now I use my personal one because that's what everybody knows. But I produce all those, I use it. And so if we use a city phone number for text and we use a city email for emails, and that information is synced to whatever MDM we have, do I need to carry two devices?
So to clarify, so your email is stored in a server, that's within the Microsoft environment. The text itself is unique to either the device or to your mobile account. In this account, most of you probably have an Apple account.
It's so weird because this has a separate phone number than this.
Yes.
And all my texts, come in for this number, but they show up on here.
Yes.
So can't they show up someplace else too?
Well, so if the device is not city-owned, we don't have the ability to install and put in the full-fledged MDM to get a copy of it. So the concern is, you know, I guess we can, but then we wouldn't be able to separate out taking copies of personal data along with business data because they would reside on the same equipment.
Same
And the same
device, but they
device,
would be different phone numbers or different accounts. I mean, you could, and, you know, if you want to know if I text my mom, it's okay, I don't care. But
The other thing to consider is if we have city-owned devices and we're managing them with the MDM, we're not going to allow other messaging type apps that might circumvent some of the controls. So now it would be limited to the things that we're supporting, which are texts and we're taking care of. And so you're not able to circumvent some of those controls so easily.
well, I don't want to circumvent anything. I just didn't want to have two phones in my pocket.
I fully understand that.
So,
I've
I'm just thinking if
subscribed
it's
to
in the
that
cloud,
same.
is there some techie way to get it?
It's what's going to happen is if you're merging the two, then you're going to give access to your personal information, your personal text. So
Okay,
that's the downside.
all right. That's all the questions I had right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
I just want to point out, it's 8:39 at a council meeting, and we're talking records retention. If you would have told me that a few years ago, I would not have believed you. Exciting topic of records retention. I'm going to jump around because I do have a few questions, but I think part of, if I could reply to Councilmember Meeks in terms of what my thinking and sort of seeing where we are. So I know AR 410, for example, so we restrict the use of anything personal on city-owned devices. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what the policy says, but we do also have that exception that we allow the personal use for certain circumstances.
Okay, because I think for me, it's the flip side of it, right? Where the issue isn't so much that city-owned phones are used for personal text messages. I think it's the flip side of that, of personal devices being used for city-related business. And I think part of the issue that we found ourselves in is that there are folks who in the past have decided to use personal phones, and so then we can't access that information because we need in terms of the current policy, we need their permission to access that phone and that information. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I think that's why you get used to the two phones, is all I'm saying. I was very much against it, but you get used to it. I think, yeah. So I think that kind of covered that point and that thought process, because I do think if it's city business or city related, I think we should have access to it, right? Let me go back a little bit. I guess it's still under the government phones. So our current policy does not explicitly state that city employees are prohibited from using personal devices or personal accounts or personal services for conducting city business. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Does our IT department currently have an MDM system in place?
We do have it for a select set of users, specifically fire personnel, police personnel, council members, and executives.
Okay. May I ask what software we use or what tool we use for that?
Workplace One.
Workplace. Workplace One?
Yes.
Workplace One. Okay. Mr. City Attorney, in terms of requiring the usage of government phones or city-owned phones, are there any separate governmental requirements that we should be mindful of?
There's no requirement. It may be a best practice that you can adopt, but there's no requirement that be in place.
Okay. So I think for me, what this falls on is about its accountability, right? I think we need to, I am in favor of moving forward with requiring the use of city-owned phones for city business. I really do think we should have an intense policy about that, and it needs to be enforceable, while also simultaneously regulating and discouraging the use of personal phones, because I think anybody that I think folks may still, right, from time to time, maybe they'll get a text message and then, it wasn't necessarily that's how we decided to conduct business or that's how we started a conversation, but folks are still, going to try to use personal phones. But the more we can, I think, regulate that and ensure that in the policy, that if somehow there's a conversation or something takes place with a personal phone, that we need access to that, and we're going to have access to that. So does that make sense? And is that currently, does that fall under kind of what you've recommended in terms of changes?
So I know in our discussions, while I recognize your point that it's up to the employee, right, to recognize, hey, I used my personal phone to send this text, and it's really up to me to capture it and report it and save it. But we wouldn't have any authority or the ability to then demand them to, hey, show us your phone to make sure that you have captured any city business-related items from it, because it is their personal device.
Got it. So then it comes down to if we're going to update our policy, and if that were to be the case, then it's up to the individual employee whether or not they decide they want to break the city policy of not using personal devices or accounts or all of that stuff to conduct city business. And even if they did, it would still fall under, if there's a PRA, that's still city property. Is that correct?
Yes, and I can ask city clerk to confirm this for me, but from what I understand, we already have the municipal code that defines the electronic record, and for that, there's no provision that says that was sent through a city device, right? That it is a recognition of that, it's related to city business, it's a record. You as an employee have the responsibility to recognize it as a record and store it as such.
And just to follow up on that, that's also state law. You all know that if you conduct city business on personal devices, it's a public record.
And it's personal devices, personal accounts, all of that stuff, correct?
Correct.
Just want to confirm for the record. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. In terms of AR 410, and I'll pause. I have more questions, but I'll pause in a second to hear my colleagues. So you mentioned that related to public records, that the public records portion of it remains applicable and enforceable. What does enforceable mean currently?
I'm not sure if I understand the question, if it's being directed to me. What was it again?
So maybe, can you go to slide 4, please?
Sure. This one?
One more down. That one. So the provisions of Anaheim Municipal Code section related to public records will remain applicable and enforceable. Can you share with us what the enforceable part means currently?
I'd have to look up that AMC section. I don't have it off the top of my head. One second.
No worries.
I still haven't seen it, but the clerk quickly summarized it to me, and I think what it means is it's just what I said. Basically, if you still have a public record on your personal device, it becomes a public record and disclosable as a public record.
But in terms of an enforcement mechanism, it's really up to that individual employee to make the decision.
Yeah, and that's also under California Supreme Court law. It basically puts the burden on the city to make the request, but it doesn't go further than that. It's up to the individual employee who has an obligation to produce it. But obviously, if there's someone who wants to do mischief and hide records on their personal devices, it gives the city very little ability to go further than that unless they have knowledge of something already exists. So I think what's being proposed is a way to process this to avoid that. Still doesn't eliminate the possibility someone's going to do it, but it provides some more. It provides some more of a regulatory framework to ensure that that doesn't happen.
Okay. I'll go ahead and pause. Madam Mayor, do you have more questions? I'll pause.
Thank you. And I think maybe when we get down to specific proposals, because it has been broken into 4 different things, we can, when we're ready to have a just maybe make give staff direction. We could take them one at a time. But I want to just move just for comments. Councilmember Diaz, and then Mayor Pro Tem Rubalcaba, and then Councilmember Fessel.
Thank you, Mayor. All right. So the law, and it's a case, law cases that the state law have gone to the state Supreme Court, and the state Supreme Court determined that any email or text that doesn't matter, it's private or public, that you use for work in the public sector is part of the public. You have to turn it in when the request is done, right? That's state law. Now, I said before here, it's illegal to kill somebody. It's illegal to steal. It's illegal to rape. Yeah, that happens every day. All we're doing here is to keep honest people honest. It's a crook want to use and bypass the law with intention. We'll use the personal emails regardless of what we do today. Because you're a crook, or you're a killer, or you're a raper, or you're a professional, somebody that steals constantly. You don't care if the law said you should not kill, you're gonna kill, because you're a crook. Same thing applies to this. Doesn't matter what we do tonight. If somebody's a crook, we'll do it. I have personally turned in from my personal phone information when the requests have been done. Now let me go step by step. So we're asking for city phone to be used just for city business. So we have from the city manager, directors, managers, supervisors, lead workers, standby personnel, to take the phone home, to answer 24 hours. The boss call, you have to answer. You don't get paid for that. The expectation is there that you are basically working from home 24 hours when you have the phone. But yet, your wife gonna call you, you cannot use it. You cannot answer to your wife. How you think the employee is gonna feel when you tell that tomorrow? Hey, you still have to take your phone home. You're gonna have to answer 24 hours, Saturday, Sunday, even when you're on vacation, but I dare you to use it if your wife called you. That's wrong. I'm not gonna vote for that. The MDM, yes, we should install that in the computers. That's out of the question. 50,000, that's money well spent. Increase their retention for 24 months? Absolutely, yes, we should do that. In fact, sometimes I look back for emails that I received that has some information, and it's gone. I will actually enjoy that. That's very useful. Installing software to facilitate the looking for records, yes, we should do that. My last point here, we recently hired an assistant at the city manager's office. That was the last vacancy. I'm gonna vote no to hire up to 4 staff at $750,000 a year. A year. A fire truck costs about $3-4 million. So in 4 years, you can buy a fire truck with that money. We can, making the government bigger doesn't make it more efficient, doesn't make a crook to comply. If a crook want to bypass the Public Information Act, they will do it using the personal email. They will do it because just like a a criminal will break the law, even though the law says you shouldn't do it. It's something here that we should do, something here that will keep us honest, will keep honest people honest. Dishonest people will be dishonest. It's good that we do some of it. The other part, I disagree, because this won't prevent what the mayor did. It would not prevent it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for the way you laid out the presentation. It was easy to understand. I actually like all of the recommendations. I thought the amounts were pretty nominal compared to what I expected them to be. So I love the expansion in time of maintaining records. And I'd like to hear more information about the 4 additional employees, which I'm assuming are going to be in the city clerk's office, which we already know is pretty understaffed. So is that the case? And if we could hear just more detail, I welcome the 4 additional employees who could help with public records requests. If anything that we could take off of our plates, especially if it's done electronically, is something that I think would be very useful. In some cases, I think that people may overlook, not intentionally trying to be nefarious or hide information, but just maybe you just don't have it anymore based on, the records are only retained for 90 days in our emails. So if we can hear a little more about the 4 additional people and how they would be supporting this effort, that would be great.
And I think before the city clerk weighs in here, it would be fair to just mention that we did modify the staff report to up to 4.
Okay.
So I think we would, kind of phase in a staffing plan that would, be the most successful path to make this all work.
Yeah, I mean, $750,000 divided by 4 does not seem a lot, in my opinion. I know that we have pensions that are tied to that as well, but just knowing the amount of work that already goes through the city clerk's office, I think it would probably be a nice addition to supporting a very important effort here. So, hear more.
So to city manager's point, we did put it just as kind of just an estimate going up to 4, again, evaluating what each of the positions will be and the description, classifications, and responsibilities within. We were looking initially just 2 additional within the city clerk's office, 1 additional in the city attorney's office, and then we're looking at an ombudsman, with respects to how we're looking at other areas moving forward, how we're looking at the ethics and how we're looking at the lobbyist, and we're kind of using as an overarching is how that could be not only for public records requests, but the other areas that we are looking moving forward and the policies coming forward from the city council and looking at those areas too. With regards to the city clerk's office, looking at using the e-discovery as going through our office rather than having the individual departments, the city council members, the executive team, those within that sunshine group that we were looking at, as then given how we currently are giving the responsibility to each of them to go through their emails using the new software, the e-discovery, having a staff member do that, using specific search terms, using the time frame, and then using that again, looking at the amount of documents we will now receive and the amount of review that's going to take, the number of a reduction. That's what we're looking at least 2 additional within the clerk's office, looking at an additional member within the city attorney's office, and then look at that overarching manager that'd be kind of overseeing the whole process itself. And again, that 1 individual that's the overarching position was in looking forward of what there's other areas that we may feel as we're looking in, as we had talked about in the lobbyist area, we're looking at the ethics training and so forth, and kind of that overarching kind of just monitoring and audit. So that was kind of, again, it was the minimum, still looking at as we're developing this division and work unit, what those responsibilities would be. And again, that would be working with and presenting that as a final recommendation from council to see if that's how council would like to see it move forward.
That's what I was hoping you would say. So I actually really like that part of the recommendation, especially the ethics training portion of it, or the ethics portion of it, if it could help benefit the council. I do agree with you. If somebody's going to break the law, they're going to do it anyways, but we still have to do something about putting safeguards in place to prevent any accidental lack of reporting or maintaining records. So I just want to commend you on the recommendation that you brought back to us, because I think these are solid recommendations that won't cost the city an exorbitant amount of money. And thank you for all of your efforts.
Thank you. Councilmember Fessel and then Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also appreciate the layout of what we have now and what we're looking at, and they all seem reasonable. I very much appreciated the further explanation on the $750,000 a year, because I actually had brought up some time ago the importance of having either an ethics officer or a ombudsman or something. I appreciate also the explanation of text messages, what we have now and what we will look at in the future, and of course, emails. You've gone through, very, very clear explanation. We get requests for calendar items all the time. What is our current status on calendar items? I guess it's Outlook, and then currently and what happens in the future?
So your calendar items are captured in that same retention policy as your email. So it's also kept to the 90 days. So if we approve the modification, that would extend out to the 24 months.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you. I also liked the presentation. It was, especially in the staff report, so it was easy to follow. I like all four of the recommendations. I'm in support of all of them. While the $750,000 annually is significant, I think, as explained by the city clerk, in integrating those two folks into the city clerk's office, first of all, she needs a staff, but second of all, the array of training that can be done, ethics training as an example, at least we'd be assured that you'd have the staff to do it. And so I too am in support of the four items and look forward to having something we can vote on come to us soon.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks.
Okay, one more question. So on the language regarding emails, and I guess text is a different story, but if we can do city business on a city account, that's okay, right? So if I'm at home on my personal PC and I'm doing a bunch of city emails, but I'm on my city account, I'm good. I don't have to pull out my city phone and go like this, right?
Yes, correct, because that would all be stored within your city account.
Okay, so I just want to make sure the language is in there, because I appreciate all these. I think it's great to have it centralized. I think it's great to have it simplified. I think what we're doing is keeping honest people honest and helping us meet those guidelines. Crooks will be crooks, and none of this is probably going to, stop a crook. We just need to watch for them. But yes, helping all of us stay honest and meet those obligations, because I think we all want to. I think this is a great start. And yeah, I understand the need for the staff to make it work, because as we all know, there's a lot of time that goes into document production right now.
Thank you. I had a question, if we could go back to slide number 1. I believe you said that it's up to department heads on whether people use city-issued phones and to, I guess, what level below them it's required?
Yes, so each department has the purview of determining who from their staff would receive city-issued phones.
Okay, and so do we know what percentage of department heads have city-issued phones for city business?
I believe it's 100% of, no. Oh, all but two, all but two.
Okay, and then do we know in the, I guess, the city manager's office, how many people in your office, you have city-issued phones?
I'm putting Greg and I in that category, all but two.
Okay.
So I believe I do not carry a city-issued device, and I believe, no, you do, yeah. But there's one other. No, it's not a department head. It's not a department. Mike Lister. Rudy? Oh, Tom Morton. Oh, and Dooku Lee. Apparently, there's a few others, Madam Mayor. We can get you a complete list.
Okay, but the majority of department heads choose to have city-issued phones and conduct city business on city-issued devices. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it's an important item that we really need to move forward as a best practice. It's not something that is unusual in city government. I know from the federal system, we were not allowed to do any type of business from the U.S. Attorney's Office on our personal devices. That might be a stricter set of rules. And yes, it is an inconvenience to, I've got two, to do it. But I think whether it's by design or by mistake, the risk of having either documents not preserved or the intentional sidestepping of the Public Records Acts really calls us to do what is in the safest and the best interest of our city. And so I think one of the pleasures of being in public service is that you get to serve the people, but it might require a little bit more. It might require us to have a heavier purse. But I think it's a small sacrifice in order to protect the city, not just from nefarious conduct, but from Brown Act lawsuits that seem to arise all of the time. As far as the second slide, I was wondering, so this is something that really I think is, again, whether it's by design or by mistake, needs to be addressed. And so I wanted to ask our city attorney, if we modify 410 to discourage the use of personal devices, can we make that stronger to require that any city business conducted on your personal device be forwarded to your city account?
We can. In fact, that was when the Supreme Court was going over some of the practical difficulties of balancing the interests of the private individual and the interest in public records. That was one of the recommendations that the Supreme Court said that cities can look at, not that they have to do it, but that they can look at. And they cited actually federal regulations, which I'm sure you were under as a U.S. Attorney's Office. So that's something that we can look at as well.
And so I know that we have discussed that we cannot require people, and I'm not advocating that we can't require people to turn over their personal devices for us to check whether it's litigation or for a PRA. I think that would go a long way to solve it. And I'm just saying, I know that I get emails on what I would consider the wrong email account all the time, and I have made it a pattern and practice from the beginning to just forward that to my city email address and then respond to it from there. It's just that one extra step. But I am also curious that because we have had, and we've seen from our previous mayors, plea agreement, that there is a pattern and practice to email people on their personal emails as a way to subvert the Brown Act and the public records requests. What kind of teeth can we put into this where if a department head or someone in the city manager's office or an elected official is conducting city business on their phone and not forwarding it to their city account, we can take some type of action?
So you can, and I've looked at the federal regulations that deal with this. They have a general provision that failure to comply with it could subject that employee to personnel action, just like other rules. The council members and mayor position are obviously a different story. They are subject to personnel rules, but again, it comes down to the power to take disciplinary action against officials. That's always a tricky issue, and that would have to be discussed.
Well, I would like to look at, that and have council consideration. A lot of these things, if they don't have teeth, if there's no enforcement mechanism, then why, there are going to be people that aren't going to follow the law. But I do disagree a little bit with the argument that criminals are going to commit crimes. I mean, I think having harsher penalties does deter people from taking actions, and it definitely serves as a very, very clear reminder that if you are in danger of getting trouble and you are in danger of being a repeat offender and there are repercussions for your actions, that you will take some of these guidelines a little bit more seriously. For the third one, can you forward that slide for me, please?
Is this the right one?
Yes. I think this is a great idea that we mirror what our city attorney's office does. I know I have been great thanks to the city clerk for sending me all of the different regulations, because I know they're housed in different places. My one concern with our current system is that we are under the duty within 90 days to determine something is a record, yet we get public records requests that ask us for things outside the 90 days. Hence, we don't have the opportunity to really make a fair determination about what is a city record. So to the extent that we can just remove that barrier, and as much as there is a cost associated with this, storage is pretty cheap nowadays. It's not something that's hard to come by. Back in the day, we no longer have personal computers that are the sizes of classrooms. So I don't think that this is a really large ask of us budgetary-wise. And then the last one, I had two comments on this because I echo a lot of the comments of my colleagues, because I support having some type of third-party access. One, because I do think that it's helpful to have an independent agency, an independent person or group going through our PRAs. It's a little bit like putting the fox in charge of the hen house when we are always in charge of policing ourselves. And again, it's not necessarily that it's going to be nefarious, but things do get missed. But I wanted to ask, do we know what the current cost is right now in staff time, both in our offices and in the clerk's office, to respond to PRAs now?
We don't know. What we can say, I can just tell you that I have approximately, I have two essentially paralegals who should be working on trial prep, who should be working on discovery, who should be working on contracts, but dedicate almost all their time to PRA responses. And then I have one attorney who's primarily responsible for that, depending on the complexity of an issue. And other attorneys can get involved as well. I haven't monetized that, but certainly could follow up if we need to, and then I'll let Teresa provide her input.
And within the city clerk's office, along with myself, along with the assistant city clerk, and we do have one records employee within the staff that's been assisting more on the single departments, but the multi-departments, along with those specific to our city council members, it's both in our hands right now.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like there might be a setup cost to doing this with hiring, but I think it'll free up a lot of resources to get back to the original intent of why they were hired. So while it is a bit of a sticker shock, I think actually allowing both our city attorney's office and our city clerk to have their hands freed a little bit to do their work is in the best interest of providing the best city services for our residents. My other question was on this issue and this is more for the IT department, is there a way for us, I know that when somebody requests the PRA is put out on the website, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
When somebody submits a PRA, and is that PRA published then on the website?
No, not currently. We can move forward. There are some public, there's like the ones that are routine or constant PRA requests. Yes, so we do post those, just the PRA itself, but not the responsive records to those.
Thank you, because that was gonna be my next question. Would it be helpful or is there a way to, when we respond to a PRA, to then put the response in a PDF on the website? Because I seem to see a lot of duplicative PRAs asking for a lot of the same information. So would we be able to then cut down on some of that staff work and time if, since we're producing it to one party, just put that information on the website? So if a reporter is interested in the same information as a resident, it is already provided and we don't have to start that PRA process from the beginning.
That's definitely something we can look into, Mayor.
Okay, that's all I have for right now. So do we want to, and without any, I guess, further general comments, just start from the first one and try to come to some consensus moving forward? Does anyone?
Madam Mayor, are we moving on to kind of recommendations, or can we still ask? I still have some questions, but I'm okay.
Oh, absolutely, no,
I'm okay with
please.
going one by one.
I thought we could perhaps go by one in just trying to develop some consensus to give staff direction, but that would include questions, just taking it on the first recommendation, and if thoughts on whether making it stronger, doing it, not doing it, but of course, further questions. So Councilmember Leon, do you have further questions on this one?
I think it falls under this one, because I know we were talking about text messages. Have we ever considered using a third-party tool like Signal or Telegram to address potential text message concerns?
We have not. No, we have not.
Okay. I'm not saying that I'm saying it could potentially be an option to look into. I know that the text message question is still out there. I'm not necessarily advocating for those services or that software, but I know that there's something out there that we could potentially be looking at. But overall, I'm in favor of this. Like I mentioned, I think it's about not just ensuring that city-issued phones are used for personal. It's more the flip side, right, where personal phones are used for city business, and that's the concern. So I think that would be a suggestion moving forward, but for this, I'm supportive of this, Madam Mayor.
And I think, Councilmember Leon, this is kind of the first step to taking care of some of these ideas, and we can monitor it and see if there may be better solutions down the road as we move along and see the organizational needs.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem? Yeah, I agree with you, Ms. Moran. We are never going to be able to stay ahead of the technology. It just moves too fast. But I think just catching up and trying to utilize best practices and the technology that we know exists today can help us.
Yeah, and I think Signal's used to more like not disclose I think your text messages actually disappear. So probably not the technology that we want to use, but I was going to ask, so would this be more of a city ordinance or a council policy? What would be the stronger path forward?
Administrative regulations, how they're currently done, and that's probably how we would do it.
Okay, and can you explain the difference between an administrative regulation and an ordinance?
Ordinance is city law, generally applies to, everyone in the city. Don't know if there's instances where it applies solely internally, whereas administrative regulation regulates internal activity with the city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Meeks?
Okay, this is the one where it talks about provision use city-issued phones only. So I just wanted to make sure that that was city, programs.
So I think what I understand from your comment earlier is with the exception of if you're utilizing.
Yeah, my city account.
Like your Microsoft 365, even if it's not a city-owned device.
Yeah, but I could use that on any device that I have that on, whether it's my.
Okay, yeah, we'll make sure we add language clarifying that.
I play within the rules.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have another comment?
Just related to the phone, so this is mainly related to text messages then, right? For conducting, because if your email could be on any device, the phone use would be text messages.
Right, but anything else housed within the phone, right? Phones.
Yeah, but the emails can be.
Photos, the emails.
Okay, so photos and all, but if you call, and I'm just kind of addressing Councilmember Diaz's concern, if you call a family member from your phone, it's not going to be a violation of the city law.
No, the AR currently provides for those de minimis uses. What this really does will lock down the device so that it's only city approved types of either apps, or we can recover
can't download
devices.
Signal, right?
Exactly. And so it'll help actually for cybersecurity reasons as well, because it'll make sure everything's up to current standard, updates have been done, things like that. So it's to standardize and to make sure we have access should we need it.
Perfect.
And it could be
clarifies.
something that's really even not nefarious. Someone passes away and we need access. We may not be able to get that now.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense now that you've explained it that way. And maybe within the policy, it's clarified like that. So that, because I mean, I think it can be a little confusing when you talk about the device, but it's really about downloading things onto your device, like Signal, right? That would skirt the system. Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, for that clarification. I think my end goal was to see if there's some tools that allow us to collect information if it ever needs to get collected. So just want to clarify that. I did not know that part of it. Is it possible to update this, and I'm open to feedback from my colleagues, so that it's not just a specific provision to use city-issued phones only? Can we update that so that it also includes just city accounts, so that we're not using personal accounts for city business? Is that something that we might be able to add in there?
Yes, that's our plan, is it's going to be, it's under city control. So it's a city phone number. We will look to make sure that Apple IDs are city, that we have, so we have access and control. So only those will be allowed.
Okay, and so, Mr. City Attorney, we don't need to specifically say that we're discouraging personal email accounts from being used or anything like that? Or does that fall under what Director Moreno said?
Yeah, I mean, I think the requirement would that you have to use either city devices or city networks, essentially. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Does staff have direction on item 1 to move forward, or do we need to take a vote on this?
I feel like we could do what we do, which is distill the information into a policy. However, if you want to be certain and go through these and take a more formal vote on the recommendation of what something should occur, that's fine as well.
No, if you have the direction you need, I am fine with that, because we'll have to then vote on an eventual administrative regulation anyway, correct?
That's right, and then you would be able to, cut and paste or parse as you see fit once it's presented.
Point of clarification, administrative regulations are actually done by the executive group. So we'll make sure we pull all this technical stuff, and we're trying to keep it a little bit higher level. But basically what we're going to do is have the city IT centralize all these things to make sure these things we're talking about will happen.
Just to clarify though, Debbie, is it going to come back to the council?
The AR doesn't necessarily have to.
Right.
We could bring it back, or we could report on it separately in a memo or some other communication. But typically those are approved by the executive team.
I think we should probably bring that back in some format.
Why don't we, and again, it's true, administrative regulations are handled administratively, but in this instance, maybe we can come back with more specificity on what we're going to do with the ARs before we finalize them, and that way we'll get some general voted upon direction, and then we can change the ARs after that. It's a little unusual, but I think we can do something like that.
Okay, one moment. Mayor Pro Tem?
And I was just going to say, it may also, so if we did I think it's wise for us to do a public presentation on what some of these what it looks like specifically. And then we should probably have a requirement in there that every council person needs to be trained or at least informed about it so that they have notice and that we have a record of notification so that nobody can deny ever being aware of the administrative rules for the city.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon, did you have an additional comment?
I was just going to suggest that we take a vote on it as formal. Does it make a difference, Mr. City Attorney, if we take a vote, then it's a formal action request that we're making of city staff versus just, hey, you heard our feedback?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to avoid staff coming back to kind of pre-approve the concept of the ARs, you could do that today, and then with that direction, staff could do the ARs and then perhaps report back as to what they did.
How about this? How about if I make a motion to approve the recommendations and request that staff come back with the presentation outlining everything that we have agreed to today, including the requirement that every council person have notification with this dais and moving forward. Can I get a second?
I would second that motion.
I don't understand. Notification of what? I'm sorry.
Oh, just that they know what the rules are, the AR, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with doing it that way. I just want to make sure that the way things are written, words matter. And so I just want to make sure that we have a second set of eyes on it, that it is actually what we are directing staff to do. But that's probably just the lawyer in me.
I think, Madam Mayor, I think in terms of, what I seconded, I think it's the vote that we would be having is essentially directing staff to make these modifications, but still coming back to us so that we still discuss and actually implement, ask city manager's office to implement those changes. And we could potentially make additional changes when this were to come back.
Yeah, so just for clarification, I thought that a vote today would avoid the need for another vote in the future. A vote today would give the staff the authority to make the administrative changes based on the vote, and then would come back and report as to what they did to comply with that direction, as opposed to getting further direction, because you're giving it to us tonight.
Would the city manager's office be able to maybe include the AR in a future city manager's report update as an attachment, and then we can at least see the proposed or redlined updates to AR 410?
So the answer is yes, but we can also do it as a receive and file agenda item.
I'm okay with either one of those.
Yeah, so then the motion today would be to give staff direction, I don't want to repeat the motion again. And then we have a second from Councilmember Leon. It'll come back as a receive and file.
Just for validation.
Are you guys all comfortable with that? Okay.
So we have a first and a second. I believe Councilmember Diaz and then Councilmember Kurtz have a question or comment.
Thank you, Mayor. The way this is written now is every city employee. That means, let's say, a maintenance worker is working on the weekend, leave his personal phone in the truck, is working overtime, his wife called, he doesn't answer because his personal phone is in the truck, the wife calls the city phone, and that employee, according to this, will be in trouble. I would not vote for this, the way it's written right now.
So we're going to discourage, really what it is to keep it to business use. But there's a certain amount we expect, de minimis use of this technology. And so we'll include that we know you're going to get some personal calls. That's going to apply to your landline telephone as well. Your family may call, your doctor may call. So we understand that. We just don't want the majority of business. And really, it's going to be a protection for the employees as well, because if they're doing it on a city device, that's now all going to become public record.
And I wanted to clarify, too, that we already have a policy in place. I don't think there's being recommended any changes to it, that de minimis use of your city devices for personal use is okay. That's not planned to be changed. So in your example, that would not be a policy of current policy or future policy as recommended here. I think what's being, they're trying to capture is the use of personal devices for city business. That's what's that we're trying to discourage. So I don't think it captures a call from your wife to your business phone. That's already okay, as long as it's not abused, and that would be okay in the future as well.
It was really meant to really establish that culture of trying to separate the two. It doesn't mean they're always, as we know, work life bleeds into home life will bleed into work life sometimes. So it's really meant to booster that culture of keeping the two separate.
And I think that's a good point, just of clarification, council member. Thank you for bringing it up. I envision this being something that applies to council, the city manager, but I don't think it should interfere with, I don't think it's a mandate that 100% of Anaheim employees are then now required to have a city phone. I think the department heads will be able to make that determination. If you're a part-time park volunteer, I don't think this is what we're envisioning capturing, but is that, how would we clarify that? Is that something that's already in another policy?
I believe that it's limited, right, Jean, as far as who this would apply to?
Yeah, so right now, the current policy, AR 410, does not differentiate, but just like with other ARs, we can add that language that says those subject to the Sunshine Ordinance.
Thank you. Councilmember Fessel and then Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It just came to me that we were talking about employees, and I would imagine that the restrictions that are now applying to the city council should also apply to our city council aides and our staffs. And now it doesn't specifically, I haven't seen that it says that, but is that understood?
It does. Actually, our recommendations include that it would include mayor, council, any consultants, contractors, employees of council, and includes all department heads, the chief communications officer, and any other person that the city manager or department head should designate.
Thank you, and I would have expected that would be appropriate, and I'm looking at the actual staff report now, and have I missed that? Is that here somewhere?
Yes, because I believe even, yes, it's on page 2, second full paragraph.
Indeed it is. Thank you very much. In fact, I've even highlighted some of that. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz, did you have a comment?
Just a quick comment. Agree with Mayor Pro Tem in that not only does this council have to be covered when it becomes effective, but maybe we could tie it into, for future councils, something like ethics training and the timing on that so that this information is covered and recovered just as ethics training is covered periodically.
Thank you. We have a vote, I'm sorry, a motion and a second.
Was your recommendation to add that to the motion? No? Okay.
Councilmember Diaz?
Okay, thank you, Councilmember, first of all, bringing the 8. It's the 8, the council 8 directly respond to every council member. They are, let me see how I put this in perspective so everybody understands. It's no different when you have a subordinate, you are in front of the subordinate giving a specific direction. Those specific directions are between the 8 and you. Now you send a specific direction using a text message, for example. That's public record?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the vote?
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Okay, the second item about, oops,
Wait, hold on.
what happened to our slides?
That was just section 1.
This is just the first one. Yeah, they're going slide by slide.
Sorry about that. Okay, this is the second item.
Yeah, so this would be modifying, again, the administrative rule to discourage the use. I mean, I would like it to be stronger that just, we need to do more than discourage. I think we need to have a rule that I don't know, forbid is the right word, and then in case that there are mistakes that are made, that those documents are required, whether you believe that they are a record or not, if it is about city business, be forwarded to your city account. And whether we put some type of notification procedure in there and/or perhaps looking at something that has repercussions for employees and electeds for violating this.
So you'd be moving this item, this recommendation with that modification.
That is my opinion. I'd like to hear from my council colleagues, Councilmember Leon and then Councilmember Meeks.
I guess my question would be, because I feel like there's still going to be some, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it being stronger than just discouraging.
Councilmember Meeks?
Yeah, I would be fine with it being prohibit or something, but I do want to clarify it instead of personal devices, that personal accounts, basically what we want is for city business to be on city accounts. And in the event that somebody does contact you or, there's records on that you receive records on a personal account, that you forward that then to a city account. And that way you don't get in trouble because somebody didn't know how to contact you, and you can fix that.
Councilmember Leon?
I just ask Ed and Jack, and I know there's some folks sitting behind you that I saw some head nodding earlier today. Does that make sense to you all in terms of your positions here? Yes, okay, thank you.
And is there a way to share, Mr. City Attorney, with the group what those federal regulations are, to perhaps not reinvent the wheel and mirror some of the language that is required of federal employees?
Right now?
Oh, no, I wouldn't do that to you.
Okay. Well, I can summarize them because they were summarized by the Supreme Court, and it's a paragraph. So just basically, it says agencies might require that employees use or copy their government accounts for all communications touching on public business. Federal agency employees must follow such procedures to ensure compliance with analogous FOIA requests, prohibiting the use of personal electronic accounts for official business unless messages are copied or forwarded to an official account. Also, they cited a CFR, a federal regulation that says that they require agencies to ensure official email messages and employees' personal accounts are preserved in the agency's record-keeping system. So those are things we can pass on and study as far as applicability to us as well.
Okay, thank you. Well, then I'll make the motion to give staff direction as previously stated to require or forbid the use of personal accounts. I like that change because I think that's important, accounts to conduct city business, and require that any city business that emails that are sent or text messages, phone that is sent to personal devices, there's a requirement similar to the federal CFRs that they are forwarded to the proper city account.
I'll second that.
Any further comments or questions?
Discouraging the use. So
We're more than discouraging.
prohibiting the use of personal devices. Point of clarification, I apologize. So we're prohibiting the use of personal devices and accounts to conduct city business, essentially. Is that just personal accounts? Okay.
To conduct city business.
To conduct city business. Okay. And does that, I apologize, but I just want to make sure it's clarified. So text messages and all of that, though, does the personal accounts also, the text messages fall under the personal accounts? And that's our, okay, thank you.
And they do now. Like, so even if you have a text message and it's conducting personal business and you get a public records request, you're still required to turn that over if it's the case.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that the language fit your, Mr. City Attorney.
I think there was, I think you misspoke. You said if it's conducting city business on your personal phone, then it is a public record. That's correct.
But like if you're, let's just say the mayor and I are friends and we're sending each other a birthday party request, that is not city business, that is
Correct.
personal business. You could use your personal device.
That's correct.
It's not the person, it's the content.
That's right. And it's subjective, of course, but the Supreme Court was very clear that not every communication, even in a business setting with an agency, is a public record. Made that pretty clear. So that distinction still exists. And those analysis, that's one of the reasons we need attorneys looking at this stuff, is to ensure that we don't, that we protect privacy interests of the employee while at the same time complying with the Public Records Act.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that language. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
So the third one seemed like there was a lot of consensus to go to 24 months. Would someone like to make this motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
And I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I did have some questions on this one. I appreciate my colleagues' indulgence. I just wanted to, very high level, Mr. City Attorney, our current litigation hold procedure, what does that look like?
So typically, it's, we either make a determination, my office makes a determination that there are sufficient facts to require or to justify a litigation hold, or we get a formal request from an opposing party to do so. Once we do that, we make a determination of who should be the recipient of those citywide, so we don't just send it to everybody in the city. We either send it to particular individuals or department head to distribute it to their employees who are involved. And then employees have a requirement to segregate and preserve those records. If it involves an employee who is leaving, IT would get involved. And actually, Jean might have some more information on this too. IT would get involved to sort of freeze records, I forget the terminology, but when you copy somebody's hard drive, that kind of thing, to ensure that we don't lose records in those type of transactions. For the most part, it's distributing the information to the relevant employees, having them segregate and save.
Okay, thank you. And that leads into that next question, because I know in the private sector, IT departments have policies, procedures in place for when an employee leaves. Are you able to share in terms of, for those folks that are no longer employed with the city, or as soon as they're no longer employed, how much time do we keep their data for?
So when they terminate, it's still subject to the same retention policy. It's just that it dates out at a certain time that it becomes empty, right? So for someone in the Sunshine Ordinance where it's a 90-day hold, once we pass that 90 days, then all the emails in that account would be purged.
Okay. And in passing this, does that then change that to 2 years?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And Mr. City Attorney, any concerns in terms of just that time frame, any statutes of limitation that we need to be worried about with that?
No, I don't think so. Not a statute of limitation. The only concern I have, I mean, it's a logistic issue, and that's why more staffing is required. I mean, you're expanding the universe of documents that have to be reviewed in order to ensure we're producing the correct documents. So whenever you do that, it's going to take more man hours. That's the only concern, but no statute of limitations or anything like that.
Okay. And Ed, you're comfortable with using Microsoft Purview? That's going to be able to get us to where we need to go? Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Fussell?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Just so I understand clearly, so we're going from 90 days to 24 months. When does the 24-month, say we enact this effective January 1st, do we go back 24 months, or does the clock start ticking 24 months?
This is all prospective. So as soon as we get policies in place, technology, that's all on a prospective basis. We won't get rid of anything we have, but it'll build up to those 2 years.
Okay,
Because they would have dropped off the system.
Okay, so basically it starts whenever we enact this going forward.
Right, and so as we're doing this, as far as an administrative regulation, that gets it up and running faster. And so it's an implementation time for the software. And so then we'll have it up and running faster.
Thank you.
Okay, there any?
Quick point of
Councilmember Leon?
clarification, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to double check, because right now our retention period is 2 years, but it's on the server, correct? So this is essentially like for our inboxes, that's where we're switching from 90 days to 24 months. But in terms of the server, we're not really changing, it's not a big change in terms of how long we retain records.
Yes, that's correct. Those files, those server files are created for purposes of backup and recovery, and that would stay as is.
Okay.
And this is specific to your Outlook account.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. So the last one to consider is staffing for an independent body or independent group to respond to Public Record Act requests and potentially add them to the website. So if somebody submits a PRA, then that as a PDF can be added somewhere on the website so that people that did not request the PRA can also access that information.
Yes.
That was a suggestion that I added.
That's added. Yeah, we could definitely look into that, where it'd be a running of the public records request and the responsive records. Again, it would be redacted records as they would be presented.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I was just going to say, with that addition, I would like to move to make a motion to accept this. If I can get a second.
I'll second.
Are there any other comments or questions? Councilmember Diaz?
Thank you, Mayor. Question for the city attorney. You're still going to have to use an attorney in your office to determine what type of information goes out and what cannot go out, complying with the law, right?
Correct. Not all Public Records Act requests involve my office, but if it's one that involves some level of subjectivity as to, what is a public record and what is not, then obviously my office would get involved.
The real question is, us approving up to 4 positions won't change that, right?
It won't change the need, if that's what you're asking. We need to do that now, and we would need to do it in the future. The volume, we think, will increase, so that's why there's an increased need for staffing.
Why the volume going to increase?
We're going to have a lot more documents to cull through. It's kind of what I went through before. The universe of documents is going to increase dramatically because we're going to be using my understanding, a mechanism for searching across the city for records that meet certain criteria. That's going to expand the universe, and they're going to have to be reviewed. But I'm anticipating your concern, and I can assure you we're not going to hire somebody if it's unnecessary. We just need to be transparent about what this impact may be. I know today we could use somebody else just today dealing with this to free up my administrative staff to do what they were originally hired to do. So I'm anticipating that, once we expand the universe of records we're going to look for, it's going to become a necessity. But I also agree that we'll kind of cross that bridge when we get there, and if we figure out a system that works efficiently in a way that doesn't expand the universe, and obviously the need decreases.
I feel that we are putting, I'm probably going to say this wrong, the wagon in front of the horse. Why we don't implement all these, and then if we had any need, then we hire people, rather than hiring people, not even knowing how many people we need and how much work gonna be generated. That's my comment. Thank you.
No, I think that's a good comment, which I appreciate the clarification that it's up to 4 positions. I just think realistically, figuring out what system, I'm going to call it e-discovery just because that's what I know, but figuring out what system is best suited for our city, and then training involved with that, and then hiring someone that was a good fit for that position. I think this won't be an immediate cost. This is going to be something that may be over time. And then, of course, being very mindful that we're not hiring folks that we don't need if the volume isn't there. But I think right now we already have the need in the city clerk's office.
If I may, Mayor Aiken, I was just going to add, I think the explanation and the staff report that was provided by the clerk and the city attorney is pretty detailed into what they would do, and I appreciate the fact that it's expanding into the ethics portion of it as well. So that is why I made the motion, because I do believe that it would be a welcome addition to just oversight and transparency within the city. So with that, my motion stands if Councilmember Meeks would continue her second.
Councilmember Diaz?
I don't buy that. We're going to hire somebody that take care of record retention and being expert also on training on something else. I don't buy that. We hire for something or for the other one. Why are we going to hire? A teacher that knows how to do IT and do the other one? It's somebody out there that could teach a class and take care of some type of training and take care of IT. I don't buy that. Thank you.
Councilmember Meeks?
Can we amend the motion to have the city manager bring back a staffing plan for this as they get more information on what this really is going to look like and understand that? And that way we're not approving positions at this point, but we'll understand the technology more and understand the staffing levels that need to work with that.
I'll amend the motion to do that. And I think it's important to also clarify, so I'm just going to use the state as an example, which Councilmember Kurtz can probably attest to. The ethics officers are usually attorneys who do other work, related to compliance. And then the city clerk's office is already so well-versed in all of the ordinances and other issues. So I do see these people being multi-talented. Probably not IT related, but all of us are a little bit aware of how to use technology because it's just this day and age requires that. So I feel like we're not really putting the cart before the horse. I think that I appreciate the staff report that you provided, but I do agree that I'm open to amending the motion so that we can see a better plan that just has additional detail. And maybe the dollar amounts for each of the employees might be a good thing to include. So with that amendment, my motion stands.
Thank you. With no further comments, call the vote.
So what are we voting for?
So Councilmember Diaz, we're moving forward with a recommendation and utilizing the e-discovery software, and then coming back with council what that work unit would look like, and breaking it down to if the number of people and what those salaries and those classifications would be moving forward. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Okay, so that believes we are moving on to item number 26, to discuss and provide direction to staff on the City of Anaheim's ticket disclosure policy. Mr. City Manager, may we have a report?
I'd ask for a staff report from Director Morton. And really, the staff report is more to essentially go over the current practice, current policies, and then receive input from mayor and council on any kind of modifications that the dais might envision to bring back for official consideration.
Stole my thunder there. Thank you. So good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. At the August 29th, 2023 City Council meeting, council set a schedule to discuss possible reforms. As part of that request, the City Council directed staff to provide more information on the city's ticket disclosure policy along with possible reforms. The ticket disclosure policy and ticket disclosure form can be found on the city's website. The ticket disclosure policy makes the city manager by default, the ticket administrator for the purposes of implementing the provisions of the policy. Most all tickets that are distributed require a FPPC, Fair Political Practices Commission Form 802, to be filled out and posted publicly. A list of FPPC 802s, along with filled out copies of the form, can be found on both the city's website and the state's FPPC website. The ticket policy most recently was updated by City Council at its meeting on February 9th of 2021. The changes were made to reflect the updates to FPPC regulations that specify criteria necessary for a ticket policy that allows for the distribution of tickets without them being treated as gifts. So with that, we are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do any council members with any questions or comments on this item? Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of questions, Tom. In terms of Section 5.3 of the current policy, which lists kind of the categories from which we list as a reason for giving out tickets, are those categories defined and established by the FPPC, or are they established by the city?
My understanding is those were established by the FPPCs as the political reasons for providing tickets, behesting.
Not to contradict our director, but I actually don't think the FPPC is that specific. The FPPC leaves it to the cities to determine what public purpose is. I've just looked at a couple, and they seem consistent with other cities, but the FPPC does not provide any guidance on what a proper public purpose is. Sorry, Tom.
What he said.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. I don't necessarily know if we necessarily need to do this. I think just in the spirit of transparency, maybe if it's an FPPC form, for me, I think a lot of us use the volunteer public service, for example. I don't know if that's a possibility to, I'm not saying we need to go down this route, or if we could just have it be something that we can have staff explore of adding in additional detail as to, was it at an event? Was it for something specific? Is that something that we could potentially look into? Or is it because it's the FPPC form that's the category and that's the information we're limited to providing?
The form indicates what public purpose under your city policy is this being distributed. So again, it leaves you have to have a policy that's required by the FPPC, and you have to state what the public purpose is that's required by the FPPC. But the FPPC does not tell you what those public purposes are. So if we wanted to modify the public purposes, the council has ability to do that.
Okay, I think that's something that I would like to see us maybe look into. Again, just in the spirit of full transparency. A second question I had, is it part of the current policy, let's say a council member attends an event or a game, but the tickets weren't designated to them. Is there any policy that they need to disclose that as part of that game or event, or is it part of another Form 700 that we file at the end of the year in addition to all that?
Maybe you can give me the fact scenario again, and Tom and I can put their heads together. What is it again?
Let's say I take my mom to a game and the tickets are in her name, for example. I went. in terms of those tickets right then and there, that form, I don't have to disclose my name, but I would have to disclose it on the Form 700 later in the year. Is that correct?
Yeah, are these tickets under our, that we have as part of our lease with the Angels, for example, and that you
For example, sure.
Okay. No, I don't, that's a Form 802 situation. You received it pursuant to our policy, which is one of the requirements to be on a Form 802. And then you followed the policy as far as bringing, I'm not sure if mom is an immediate family member on her definitions, but assuming that she is, then that would also be within our policy. So the Form 802 would simply state that you went to that game, essentially. Were you to accept those tickets and not follow the policy in some way? Like you took, I don't know, I'm just throwing this out there. I think you're allowed one guess, but let's say you take a lot of people or, non-family members or something like that. It could potentially be a Form 700 issue. So it gets off the Form 802 and goes on to Form 700.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so if those tickets were received by a party outside of the city, that would become most likely a 700 form.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. I think just for this, I think I'd be, because currently we don't have a way for the public to know, aside from the Form 802s and having to go through the forms as to what tickets we give to whom. I think for me, again, just in the spirit of transparency, if we were able to create some sort of easy to access public way or a page for interested folks to either know what tickets are being, know what tickets we're giving to whom, and also I think someone suggested having a request page or something like that for tickets just for the general public. I'm not sure how that looks like. I think I'm open to exploring that. Again, just in a spirit of transparency and making sure that the public sort of knows what we're doing in all of that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
The only thing I was going to say is maybe it would be worthwhile to include in our policy that we all have to use the same method of tracking our tickets. So I mean, the way we track our tickets is we, include the person's name and all the information that we need to provide to Lauren or whoever's doing it. But I'm not sure if everybody uses the same format, and that might be easier when reporting. So that's just something to consider. I know we already have it on the website, right? It's just not easy to navigate. So I think that was one of the things we discussed as well. So I guess this is I'll separate these two. So one would be maybe everybody uses the same, method of gathering, whether it's a spreadsheet or whatever. And then second, making it easier to navigate on the website. So either searchable or by council person, like separate it by, they could actually click on the tab and see who the person is and who we're giving our tickets to. I mean, there's nothing, I'm not buying people by the tickets. Most of the tickets that I distribute, despite what you read in some publications, are going to nonprofits. So I think that would be good. It would also be, I think, worthwhile to include on that same page that council people have to write our tickets off at the end of, I have to claim them as income. Right, so I think that's a big thing that we should also make sure that people are aware that we're claiming these as income. It's not like we're just getting free. We have to pay taxes on them at the end of the year. If we use them ourselves, yeah. So, but I think I think it would be one. Maybe there's a policy where we all have to, utilize the same gathering of information, whether the spreadsheet is just one form. And then second, make it easier to navigate on the website and to find.
And Mayor Pro Tem, the operation or the process for the requesting of tickets is all pretty standard.
Mm-hmm.
The 802s currently are not searchable. And so I think that's something that we would need to look at with our IT folks.
And that's what I'm talking about. So if, let's just say our team is using a spreadsheet that's an Excel sheet now, perhaps it's something that is, I don't know, this could be down the line. It's something that automatically goes into the system, although it can be modified. So I'm open to however, but my request is that it's easier to search.
Councilman or Mayor Pro Tem, correct. I think the 802 in a searchable format would be the best way because that's the same one that gets uploaded to the state's website. So if that can be done in a way that at the end of the day, there's a checkbox that the ticket was actually used, because we wouldn't want to post an 802 that ultimately wasn't used,
Right.
I think that would help to that end.
Yeah, and that's fine. However, the 802 is fine, but my point is that it needs to be either by council person so that it can be searchable and maybe date, just something easier than what it currently is now.
Mayor Pro Tem, and the current 802 does have the person behesting the tickets, which would be the names of the council members are on there.
But on the website, can you explain what it looks like on the website?
It's just the PDF, so it's the
And that's
scanned
what I
version
mean.
of the PDF.
Right, thank you. That's what I mean, is that we've heard feedback from many external stakeholders, and they feel it's not navigable, and I would like it to be easier for them to navigate.
And just to jump in here on that point, I mean, I think if you look at under the city clerk's page, the way our campaign finance forms are, it's searchable by person, it's searchable by committee, it's searchable by date. And I think that's the system I think we were envisioning, is just so if somebody wants to know over the last 3 months, the tickets that the mayor's office gave out and to whom, then it's something that they could just pull up all at once, as opposed to having to click every day independently and then go through all of our records.
And Mayor, that's good feedback, because currently you cannot do that. But all the fields are there. But all the fields are there that could be searchable.
Yeah, and it might be an IT issue, Tom. We know what's there now, and we're telling you that it needs to be fixed. So I appreciate the feedback.
Thank you. Councilmember Fessel and then Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. This is easy for me because I never go to games and I always give the tickets away. That being said, I concur that when we do hear concerns from stakeholders, I'm not sure I would use that term, but stakeholders, it is the lack of searchability of our 802 forms. And again, that seems something that will make our collective lives so much easier. And, and I certainly would support that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You have to forgive me because I don't know. So when we give tickets because a nonprofit's going to have a silent auction, how are they entered? Somebody has to contact the office to say, I purchased these tickets or I won these tickets. Is their name on that 802, or is the organization's name on the 802?
Councilmember, it'd be the organization to whom the tickets were behested. Then ultimately, the recipient of that ticket would have to call in, provide their name, typically an email address, because these are all electronic tickets now, to then receive the tickets ultimately.
Okay, but their name doesn't go on the 802?
Their name is tracked on a daily log form that we have, but the 802 would be the behesting entity. So, for example, if it was your office, it would be you. So if you donate tickets to Boys and Girls Club, your name would be on there.
My name would be on there as.
And the Boys and Girls Club.
Okay, and the Boys and Girls Club,
Correct.
but not the name of the person who ultimately got the tickets.
Councilmember, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I just ask a quick point of clarification on that one? Because, so just to confirm, the name is not on the Form 802, but I know like our calendar invites get updated sometimes when we do make those kinds of donations to organizations, and then after they call in, then the name gets added onto the calendar invite that we get. Is that the same? So that doesn't apply for the 802? That's just our internal?
Councilmember, that's correct. The 802 it has the receiving party, so it'd be the nonprofit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I had a question, and that was one of my questions, thank you, because I think most of the ones we give to are local organizations, and then what happens to them after that. It becomes a bit unclear because we don't know who wins the silent auctions and whatnot. So thank you for the clarification that the organization's name and then the designation as a nonprofit or volunteer stays on the 802. The second thing I wanted to ask is there a way that we can set up a email list, for lack of a better instruction, where if a week before an event, we have extra tickets to something, we can email on a first come, first serve basis our volunteer list that we know volunteer in the city of Anaheim and or local nonprofits that either exist and or service residents of Anaheim.
Mayor, we've tried that before, honestly, and it's quite difficult. We've called up nonprofits and they just don't have the mechanism of which to even distribute. And now with these tickets being electronic, you have to have an account. So there's a few more steps. It's certainly something that we can look into, though. Try again.
Because I thought it was an interesting, I don't recall who brought it up at public comment, but there is a list of people that volunteer, whether it's the docents at the Historical Society or the folks that volunteer at Museo. So we know who they are, and we probably have their emails because we invite them to the volunteer recognition luncheon. So if we could create just an email that goes out a week ahead of time, and if nobody claims them, then nobody claims them. But I think what we really want, at least what I really want, is for these assets and these tickets to be used. You know, I'm lucky to have season tickets to the Ducks, and I don't ever want to look up at our suite and see it empty. I want people in there getting the sales tax, having them buy things and enjoying it. But I think the struggle is, you know, I respond to requests, but there's probably so many people, whether they volunteer at the library, whether they volunteer at the Historical Society, whether they're, you know, PTA presidents or involved at the school district. How do we reach them? Can we create a database where if no one's being used, we can outreach and at least say first come, first serve, there's 6 tickets left, email us back if you would like them.
So I don't think it's so much the issue of identifying, you know, people that provide volunteer service and other goodwill to our community. I think what the director is saying is it's the logistics of getting the tickets to them, right? So everything's electronic now, and so you have to have an account and an email associated with an account. And so in the previous agenda item talking about logistics of processing public records requests, I think this would be far more of a tedious process. It can be done, but just doing what we currently do is a lift. And so if we were to expand that, and again, it's a wonderful idea to try to reach out and find those people, but I think again, and Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, it would require some more dedicated staff.
And as city manager, just to add, the week is more like 3 days. So when we look at the current requesting of tickets, it could be as close to 3 days before the event. So the contact period would be very short.
Let me ask a question of the director. Is it possible to work with the Honda Center and Angel Stadium to get paper tickets? And would that make things any easier such that we could track them so we're not trying to circumvent electronic tracking, but just that for ease of getting them out to PTAs and volunteers and libraries and what have you?
I would say the chain of custody gets interesting with that, because to give 50 tickets, you can no longer follow the chain of custody on that, and not oftentimes, but they could wind up in a secondary market for sale, which would be in violation of our current leases or facility management agreement. So that's where the electronic ticket piece is actually kind of nice. But that's the reasons why we haven't done large bulk. When we did have paper tickets, it was for that chain of custody issue.
So to follow up on that, would it be a way, Mr. City Manager, for, I guess, an individual office to get a list of volunteers where if we happen to have events that are going unused or tickets that are going unused, our office could email out and just say, first come, first serve, please respond if you're available?
And just and that's kind of the way it's done now, where typically council members will have nonprofits that would be interested in tickets. It's the short time period where it runs its tough, where say, hey, we have tickets for Friday and it's Tuesday. Well, they just can't move that quickly. But if it's done through the normal process, not a problem at all.
And then can you explain, I was going through some of the 802s over the weekend and yesterday, and how specific do we need to be when we are giving them to employees? Because sometimes offices will have 4 tickets and it'll say, for instance, the city attorney's office, but it doesn't designate who in the city attorney's office is using them, whereas I think when our office gives them out and we use them, we have to declare it as income. So it seems that under the regulations, do city employees and or management not need to declare that as income if they're being personally used? Or how do we differentiate between the two?
I'll start out, and Rob, you might want to jump in, but currently it's the department that just needs to be, kind of like a nonprofit, so the department needs to be noted. The ticket log that we keep will have the entity because we have to get those tickets to them, but currently the 802 is the department of the city.
Okay, I guess my question is for when we are rewarding the service, and forgive me what the specific language is under 5.3, but when we are rewarding the performance or the job duties of a city employee, they don't need to report that as income.
That's correct, because it's being distributed under one of the public purposes of our policy.
And does that also apply to department heads?
It does.
I believe it does. It does.
So when department heads personally use tickets and go, they don't have to declare that as income?
True.
You know, it can be accepted under attracting and retaining is one of the purposes we have. So that's correct.
And is that the same in the city attorney and the city manager's office?
The same criteria applies to everyone. That's currently in the current ticket policy.
Okay.
I was going to just clarify that because I don't use them that often, but when I do, I know I bid on them. And then it's all up to you all as to whether you use all your tickets, right? Because you guys, and I think the city manager, have most of them. So you guys have the first level of authority on whether you're going to use them or not or behest them. And if there's any left over, then I think they're distributed on some sort of, priority level. So is that correct, Tom?
It goes through a similar process of requesting the tickets. That's correct.
The reason I was asking is I want to make sure we're not thinking we're doing a nice thing by giving departments or giving, at employee raffles, and then they have to somehow declare it or it's income for them as well.
Correct. No, it would not come back as declared as income.
And I guess my last comment that I had on this item, just for food for thought, is since we're moving our calendars and we're making our calendars kind of similar, and we're going to be disclosing the city council and the city manager's office disclosing our calendars, would we be able to, for transparency, also have a section where we just report what we are personally attending?
There, I heard yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Because I think if it's I think people are not as concerned with nonprofits benefiting from this asset or city employees being rewarded. I think there's transparency on what maybe higher level officials in the city council is using, even though we declare them as income. So maybe we could, as part of that calendar policy, just have a section where it lists, the mayor plus one went to a Gwen Stefani concert, or, an Angel game, and it was either city business or not city business, et cetera, just to be transparent going forward.
And Mayor, one recommendation to make that easier might be for us to post the log sheet, which would have that on there without having to do it again somewhere else.
Is the log sheet right now subject to, that's a public record, correct?
Correct, and we do provide them. We just don't post them because it's not an 802 form. But to the point of what you just brought up, it might make sense to include that as well, at least on the city's website.
And that log has been a producible record for past and current public records request. We do some redactions on that report because it does have contact information, has emails and phone numbers of the recipients. So we do go through that log as well as the emails, calendar request that goes back and forth that's also been produced as part of a public records request.
But that might be an easier way to do that then. Okay. I apologize if I went out of order. Councilwoman Kurtz, do you have a comment?
I do. It is my understanding that if the council office doesn't issue the form request for the tickets within a certain time frame of the event or the game, that those tickets are then offered to employees in some fashion.
Councilmember, they could be, that's correct. So once the deadline passes, they become available for other political purposes.
For their political purposes, or?
Which would include employees.
Oh, okay.
I think you meant public purposes.
Okay.
It's 2 times you got me now, Rob.
Okay, so that makes sense. So, because with employees, it's easier in a very short time frame because you have emails, they know the system there and all of that. So tickets can be given on a very short notice to employees, I hope.
And Councilmember, we may have requests in the queue that are waiting for available tickets. So yeah, it is much easier to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon and then Mayor Pro Tem.
I was just going to make a motion, but I'll defer to Madam Mayor Pro Tem for a comment.
I was just going to say I'm sorry if I didn't explain it better earlier about making it easier to navigate, but putting that what we already use, if it's standardized, and then you can put it next to the 802 to the website, that probably would be sufficient. Redacted or just only put the name and the event or the date or something. So to what you just said to the mayor about using the form, that's basically what something easier to navigate.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I just think, I don't know if staff has enough direction. I think essentially the big points that at least I've heard from my colleagues, and I don't know if we need to make a motion or vote on this necessarily since we're providing feedback, but I'll make a motion to direct staff to update our ticket disclosure policy to explore or to create an easy to search database on our website that lists what tickets are given to whom, for what, and when, which will include if we're donating them to a nonprofit. I personally think that once we know who the person that bought those tickets are, they should be listed next to the nonprofit. And just for full disclosure purposes. And so I don't know if I missed anything else or if that kind of encompasses what, I'll open it up to my colleagues for additional.
Yeah, we'd have to look into that last point you made. I mean, the nonprofit's the one that's benefiting from that because somebody's giving them money for those tickets, right? So the folks who go through a nonprofit, it's because they paid for it, right?
That's fair. I'll
I was going
update
to say,
that.
I can second your motion without that portion.
I will update my motion accordingly to what Mr. City Attorney said, and I don't know if there's any other additions from my colleagues in terms of that, or if there's a second.
I just seconded.
And did we include the publication, the redacted publication of the log?
Yes.
Okay. All the feedback you guys heard today.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Okay, item 27 is a presentation on the underground conversion program as requested by Councilmember Kurtz. Mr. City Manager, may we have a staff report?
I'd ask for a report from Manager Lee, please.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and good evening again, Mayor and members of the City Council. Our thanks to Councilmember Kurtz for requesting an update on the undergrounding program at the August 15th council meeting. Joining me today are Janet Lonecker and Vin Tran, both of whom are leaders in undergrounding and have spoken at industry conferences about the city's program. By way of background, utility poles have been around since Anaheim began delivering power to the community in the late 1800s. And even back then, residents had the uncanny ability to hit these stationary objects. It's not that different today. This car missed the emergency parking sign, but managed to hit our pole. It was actually in 1990 that the City Council established a citywide program to underground major roadways. The program has evolved with several notable enhancements. In 2007, a rebate program was established to allow residents who do not live on those major roadways to underground service lines. Those are the smaller wires powering their properties. The rebate provides assistance on conduit installation, and the utility will assist with new underground wire installation at no additional cost. In 2017, the program was expanded to include areas where reliability needs are paramount, including fire threat zones, as we have seen the devastation wildfires can cause in communities. I'll point out that this picture is not in Anaheim, but representative of wildfire damage. Today, we've completed 58% of eligible power lines throughout the city, and we receive inquiries about our program from utilities both nationally and internationally. How are projects selected? At the program's inception, the Underground Subcommittee was established and is comprised of 3 Public Utilities Board members and 2 Planning Commissioners. The subcommittee recommends projects based on the following criteria: project coordination, especially if there's a street or a freeway project where the poles are in conflict; reliability considerations to improve system performance; available funding from a 4% surcharge on electric bills; diversity of projects throughout the city; and aesthetic benefits. The selected project is incorporated into the 5-year plan, then presented before the full Public Utilities Board, and then subsequently to City Council. The plan identifies projects, but resolutions to officially form an underground district and construction bid awards will come before City Council for approval. As with any type of system, there are both pros and cons with undergrounding. Since wires and heavy equipment are placed underground, there are definite improvements to reliability since there are fewer weather and accident-related outages, including Janet's nemesis, metallic balloons. And in our projects, we go through extensive planning because you don't want to dig up the streets all the time. So we plan for future electrification needs that we know are coming, and we complement other city roadway projects. On the flip side, while outages are less frequent, they can take longer to repair damaged underground equipment or when excavation is required. And then escalating construction costs and material availability also affect projects. We talked a little bit about that earlier today, and those are issues the entire utility industry is facing. When I first started working on undergrounding projects were in about $2 million per mile, and today we're looking at about $7 million per mile. So we can't do very much for $1 million these days. We also need other utilities to participate, so there's constant coordination by Vin's team with many stakeholders on each project. When challenges are met and projects come together, there are substantial improvements to the local grid and the city's roadways. You can see that on Brookhurst and Ball, and this is from 2014. This was a very congested pole at a busy intersection. This is a reliability improvement since a vehicle accident to this pole would take a long time to repair. This is Lincoln at the 57 freeway. This was done back in 2017. The utility infrastructure had to go underneath the freeway, which required extensive drilling and placement of a steel pipe with concrete reinforcement. And this is Royal Oak near Santa Ana Canyon, and this is another example of a reliability project. As you can see, the poles used to extend onto the embankment, making it very difficult for crews to access. So as part of the Santa Ana Canyon project, Royal Oak was included and new conduits placed in the roadway. While the program was approved well before council districts, the Underground Subcommittee and Public Utilities Board have tried to distribute projects geographically throughout the city. Power lines are not equally distributed between council districts, but there is activity in all 6 districts with a combined investment of over $400 million either spent or committed in the 5-year plan. Here we show 15 active and planned projects that are in the current 5-year plan. Projects in green have been completed but are awaiting other communication companies to remove their wires. Projects in blue are in various stages of design or construction. And projects in red have been adopted into the 5-year plan and are in preliminary planning. Having a 5-year plan gives other utilities and city departments the timeline to plan accordingly. We have worked collaboratively with Public Works on projects that impact streets. A recent example is the widening of Orangewood near the 57 freeway. And coordinating these projects minimizes construction impacts to the public. I'll now turn it over to Janet to provide a brief update on some current projects. For estimated construction dates on all projects in the 5-year plan, there is a project list attached to the staff report, and the information is also available on our website in an interactive map. Janet?
Thank you, Dooku. Let's start with Sycamore from East Street to Anaheim Boulevard. This project is currently under construction. Heavy civil work has been completed and electrical work is underway. Most of the street lights are now energized, which the area residents were very eager to see turned on. This is an image of a section of the steel casing that had to be installed underneath the rail line in order to support the conduits underneath. Next is Beach Boulevard. It took many years to get to this point of starting construction due to the extensive permitting process required by Caltrans. The project extends through the city limits from north of Lincoln to south of Ball. The contractor is mobilizing resources, and we are getting ready to start construction in the coming weeks. Cerritos Netwood is currently in the bidding process. The project extends on Cerritos from Euclid to Netwood, and then on Netwood from Ball to Catella. This photo is next to Madison Elementary School, and we coordinate with the schools to work around the students' pickup and drop-off schedules. The wildfire mitigation project includes segments of overhead wires at 7 different locations, and after completion, we will have completely undergrounded the high fire threat zones in the city. We've been working with the California Office of Emergency Services to obtain a FEMA grant. We received an initial grant for the design, and now are working on securing funding for the construction portion. This photo shows Walnut Canyon Road, which leads to the Oak Canyon Nature Center, where we conducted community outreach for the area residents and in partnership with Anaheim Fire and Rescue, who have been instrumental in helping develop our wildfire mitigation plan. This project is Vermont from Anaheim to State College Boulevard and includes portions of Olive and South Streets. It will underground the frontage of our future Sustainability Education Center. Vermont links residents to nearby schools, which include Olive and Roosevelt Elementary, and so we will coordinate accordingly to maintain that traffic flow. East Street is a very large project that was previously requested by former council member Valencia and current council member Kurtz. It's also been brought up from the community from time to time. Because Southern California Edison has their lines on the poles and they are not obligated to underground at their expense in Anaheim, outside funding is being sought before recommending the project to be included in the 5-year plan. The estimated cost is $70 million, and a potential funding source is the Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act through the U.S. Department of Energy, and we are awaiting notification that this will be awarded. Shifting gears, I'm going to ask Vin to talk about customer notification process. Vin?
Thank you, Janet. Customer coordination is paramount on undergrounding projects because they do take a long time and people often wonder what the status is. And so we provide notification starting with the district formation phase and throughout the design and construction phases of the project. Customers who will be transferred onto new underground systems will experience plan outages, so we do provide at least 48-hour advance notice. We provide our project managers contact information throughout the project, and during construction, our utility inspectors are available to address any impacts or schedule accommodations as needed. We routinely look for opportunities to improve and send out surveys at the conclusion of projects to get customer feedback. Here are results from over 300 surveys received from prior undergrounding projects. From these surveys, 86% of customers were satisfied with the overall results and have been extremely patient during the construction phase. Like any large project, it can be inconvenient during construction, so we look at ways to address traffic, noise, and access to properties to minimize disruption while still trying to get the work done. The surveys also reflect that customers receive notifications, contractors clean the job site each day, and the lighting improvements are well received.
Thank you, Vin and Janet, and we're available to answer any questions from council.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz, you want to kick us off?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Great presentation. I'm glad you still have East, at least on the list, even if it's not in the 5-year plan. Thank you. And you're absolutely right. Residents want undergrounding. They do not want to go through the problems while you're doing the work, and they're very happy after you're done. So thank you for the notification process. I think our residents are much more patient with the project if they know what's going on, and I really commend our public utilities for the notification they give, and that the people they have on site are available to answer questions, because I've seen people they're driving and they stop to ask questions. Your employees are always ready to answer those questions very patiently. So I thank you for the presentation, the information. It's very helpful, and leave it for other questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Dooku and team. Just a couple questions. So Ball Road, very excited about that. Question for you, because I know that also incorporates some of the unincorporated, right? It's one side is Anaheim, I think one side is county. Do you work in tangent with the county? Is it just our side that gets undergrounded, or how does that work?
So the county is served by Southern California Edison, and they are not obligated to underground, especially if it's not within Anaheim proper. And so if we wanted to do something within the county, it wouldn't be our facilities. It would have to be Edison, and they are significantly slowing down on their undergrounding program.
Got it. Okay. So then one side of Ball will get undergrounded in a few years. Is that fair to say?
Ball through Brookhurst, is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we did the intersection there, yes. So portions that extend into the county, correct, would be Edison facilities.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And I'm sure at some point, obviously there's priorities to the major corridors. At some point, do you anticipate probably a decade or two down the line, I'm not sure, but would you also anticipate looking into our residential areas?
I think that's a great policy question. It's not for today, but certainly probably within 7 to 10 years, it's going to be something to consider, because we're going to run out of the major roadways, or we won't have the funding for the ones that are encumbered with Edison facilities. So then the council at that time can determine if you want to extend it into neighborhoods, and do we want to adjust the criteria. We showed you the 5 criteria that we look at today, that the subcommittee and the board look at today. So should those be updated at that time? And certainly we can consider that. There are questions on certain types of streets. For example, an alley is not the same as a residential street. And so those are the considerations that we can certainly look into at that time. But for the immediate future, we've got plenty of projects to keep Vin busy. He used to be 6 feet tall before this program started, so he's got a lot on his plate.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
So thank you for asking. The residential question was the question that I had as well. And so this undergrounding project has taken more than 30 years. Is that okay? And so from a policy perspective, what do you recommend we look at for residential?
So as I mentioned, right now, the major corridors, the reason why we focused on major corridors is because there are private communication companies on the poles, and they have a right to be there by FCC. So if we start going into the residential neighborhoods, we're going to have to look and see what kind of funding source we have, because they're not obligated to underground within the smaller streets. So then do we look at other types of funding? Do we look at a potential tax revenue form? There's a lot of questions to consider at that time. So it's something that we've been kind of noodling on as staff as we near the end of the major roadways that we could do within certain districts. Certain districts have more Edison encumbered lines than other districts. 1 and 6 in particular have areas where there's quite a bit of Edison lines.
Okay, thank you. That helps. And then I just wanted to comment on your presentation. It was really well done, and I love the before and after pictures, so it helps put things in perspective. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments or questions? All right, thank you very much. Would it be possible to have that presentation emailed? Okay, so item 28 is consideration of a resolution to appoint Robert Gomez as a retired annuitant within the Community Services Department. Mr. City Manager, may we have a staff report?
I'd ask for a report from Deputy Director Beatty, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you tonight is a resolution certifying the critical need in the Community Services Department for extra help assistance, waiving the 180-day waiting period requirement for post-retirement employment. And this is as required under the California Public Retirement Law. It also will be approving the appointment of Robert Gomes as an extra help retired annuitant. Mr. Gomes retired as Park Services Supervisor in July of this year after serving more than 16 years in the classification. In the meantime, the department has identified a number of critical projects requiring extra help assistance beyond the current staffing resources. Mr. Gomes, with his prior experience, is uniquely qualified to fill this role, and he will be guiding the assigned projects. Special projects as permanent staff is focused on their attention on high priority projects. Mr. Gomes will also be helping to prepare the project to transition to permanent staff. He will be limited to working 960 hours in a fiscal year, and his assignment will not exceed 1 year. Mr. Gomes' rate of pay will be $64.14 per hour, consistent with his pre-retirement rate of pay as required under the law. There are sufficient funds available in the Community Services Department budget to cover the cost of this extra help assignment. And at the table with me this evening is Director Shadi Larson-Cash, who will be happy to answer any other questions that council may have regarding this appointment.
Is there anyone that has a comment or question on this item? Councilmember Fessel and then Councilmember Meeks.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'll make this quick. I'm always interested in building the bench, and I know Bob, and I know the job that he did across the city for a long time. And I know how hard it is to build the bench in some of these specialized positions. So what happens in a year? Do we have somebody to fill in? Do we have somebody, is he mentoring somebody? Or is somebody mentoring somebody, maybe is the question. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Fessel. Yes, we do have a few vacancies, and as we are moving people into interim roles, conducting recruitments, this is really going to fill that hole for a temporary position so that some of our more critical projects can be focused on while we do then work with training and day-to-day operations with some of our new employees.
Wonderful. Councilmember Meeks?
I just like to move the item. I think it's important to move these projects forward.
I'll second.
No further comments or questions. Please vote.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim for the exception of the 180-day wait period in compliance with Government Code 7522.56 and 21224. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 29 is a public hearing. Will the clerk please read?
Item 29 is a public hearing regarding a proposed franchise to SFPPLP to maintain and operate a pipeline for the transportation of oil, petroleum, gas, gasoline, or other hydrocarbon substances, excluding natural gas or water, in various streets in the city of Anaheim.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, can we have a staff report?
I'd ask for a report from Director Imami, please.
The item for council's consideration involves the proposed ordinance granting a franchise to SFPPLP to maintain and operate pipelines to transport hydrocarbon substances in the city of Anaheim. In July of 1962, the city of Anaheim granted a pipeline franchise to Southern Pacific Pipelines, Inc. by approving ordinance number 1727. Southern Pacific Pipelines, now known as SFPPLP, has maintained and operated approximately 21,500 linear feet of 10 and 16-inch pipelines in various streets in the city of Anaheim. Ordinance number 1727 has since expired, and SFPP has been operating the pipelines in a holdover status and paying its annual fee to the city. This franchise would continue to bring in an annual fee of approximately $14,800. In conformance with the city charter, SFPP submitted an application for a non-exclusive franchise to provide a pipeline for the transportation of hydrocarbon substances, excluding natural gas or water, in the city of Anaheim. At the August 29th, 2023 City Council meeting, the City Council determined that the proposed franchise is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, as the franchise is being issued on an existing pipeline, and adopted a resolution declaring its intention to adopt an ordinance granting a non-exclusive franchise and setting this evening's public hearing to consider this franchise. In addition to the franchise, an MOU between SFPP and the city was approved on August 29th. The city identified a portion of an existing pipeline generally located at Lincoln Avenue and Manchester Court that conflicts with future development plans for adjacent sites. SFPP agreed to resolve this conflict by realigning the conflicting segment pipeline at its sole cost. Staff supports the proposed franchise as it will allow the existing pipeline to be repaired and properly maintained. This franchise is a significant improvement over the older franchise language and gives the city more authority to ensure that the existing oil pipeline will be appropriately maintained. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Director. Are there any questions by council at this time? Okay, I will now open up the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have any speaker cards for this hearing?
Mayor and City Council, we don't have any in-person speakers, and we did not receive any electronic comments on this public hearing.
So right now, I would like to close the public hearing. Are there any other further comments or questions by council?
I'll move the item.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
And the vote is for the determination that the proposed ordinance is exempt from CEQA pursuant to Public Resources Code Section 15301, existing facilities of Title 14 of the California Code of Regulations, as this franchise is being issued on an existing pipeline, and an introduction of the ordinance. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays.
Thank you. Item 30, also a public hearing. Clerk, please read.
Item 30 is a public hearing to consider the establishment of the taxi cab program, administrative regulations, and associated fees relating to taxi cab franchises.
City Manager, may we please have a staff report?
I ask for a report from Director White, please.
Thank you. Good evening. Ted White, Planning and Building Director. With me this evening is Brittany Malinowski, our Community Preservation Manager. The item before you tonight is an ordinance to establish administrative regulations and fees for our city's taxi franchises. Anaheim previously had an agreement with OCTA, who managed the Orange County Taxi Administrative Program, or OCTAP. However, due to changes in the industry, OCTAP ceased operations a few years ago. As a result, the city is required to provide regulatory oversight and administrative services for the 2 taxi cab franchises operating in the city. The proposed amendment cleans up our existing ordinance by eliminating references to OCTAP and gives the code enforcement manager the authority to establish administrative regulations. The draft regs, which are attached to the staff report are in alignment with previous OCTAP regulations, cover safety and service standards and permit issuance processes. In addition, the associated resolution with this item establishes a fee schedule for taxi cab franchises and drivers to help recoup costs associated with administering the taxi cab admin regulations. These actions update the city's tools to effectively administer our taxi franchise agreements in compliance with state law and in a manner that serves our resort district and others who choose taxis for transportation in the city. This concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions by council at this time? Mayor Pro Tem.
So in relation to the taxi cab, how do we regulate Uber and other driving services like that? Because they would be similar in operation, but not regulated like a taxi cab company would be.
That's correct, and those operations are regulated by state law and not locally at the city level.
But they could be locally as well?
There are the ability to operate or adopt certain ordinances, but I defer to the city attorney.
I'm pretty sure the state has occupied that field, so there may be some wiggle room, but for the most part, the state has come in and said they'll be the regulator for that.
Would there be an opportunity? I mean, because I get the state regulation, but there's always local control. I mean, we can, as long as it's more strict than what the state does. I guess my concern is that we highly regulate our taxi cab companies, but then we have like these random Uber drivers who are not in compliance, right? They're not as regulated as some of these others. So I know that there had been at some point an exploration on, maybe taxing. Not that I want to tax anybody, but I'm just wondering what that looks like.
I have not done the research, and that, if we have, that's not part of this item, but we could certainly, have a conversation about what that could potentially look like.
Yeah, and my only concern about this item, and I'm not going to hold it up because we don't want to have to go through another public hearing, but my only concern about it is it's just regulating an already probably over-regulated industry. So that's my only concern.
Okay, are there any other further council comments at this time? Seeing none, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speaker cards for this hearing?
Mayor, we don't have any in-person speakers, and we did not receive any electronic comments on this public hearing.
Okay, hearing that, I'm going to close the public hearing. Are there any other further comments or questions by my council colleagues? Right. Seeing none, is there a motion and a second?
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Please vote.
The motion action before council was the introduction of the ordinance and approval of resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim establishing fees and charges relating to the taxi cab franchise and taxi regulations. This resolution also determined this is not subject to CEQA pursuant to sections 15060C2 and 15060C3 of the state CEQA guidelines because it would not result in a direct or reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment and is not a project as this term is defined in section 15378 of the state CEQA guidelines. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
So we are going to have to go back into closed session, but before that, There was a request, would I be able to do future agenda item requests now?
If, with the consent of the council, sure. You don't have to take a vote as long as no one objects.
Okay, wonderful. So why don't we go a bit out of order and do the agenda setting? Are there any items that council colleagues would like to put on a future agenda? I'll start with the Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Fussell.
Thank you. So I would just like to request that we bring in the family of Josie Montoya for a presentation at the next meeting. She's a lifelong resident of Anaheim and a tireless advocate for the Chicano Latino community. For decades, Josie was part of the Chicano movement and courageously confronted challenges such as police brutality, domestic abuse, discrimination against illegal immigrants, and supporting the homeless. So I'd like to honor her legacy. And I believe that our communications team has already produced a video that would be presented at the next meeting.
And would that be a resolution or a, just a recognition or?
I think a resolution and then also recognition would probably be good. And then the other item that I would like to do is I would like to work with the city attorney's office on producing a consultant ordinance or a consultant engagement ordinance to bring back to council so that when we do address the item, we have something to look at as a first reading, and then we can bring it back as a second if the council should, like to adopt something like that.
And would that be something that I believe we have that on the council agenda. Is that something that we anticipated looking at as part of our November 28th meeting, or maybe that is not?
We had something on a future meeting, but I would like to have something so that when we actually will review it, we can take action to get us closer to the finish line for it. So
Okay.
have some language drafted, if that's okay. And then the last item, which it doesn't necessarily have to be, but I would like the council to review our permitting program fees and explore an opportunity to potentially update the policy so that it allows for elimination of the fee for residents that are impacted by business. And I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. So with Villains, it's a great business, but the adjacent homes are heavily impacted. They're pursuing permit parking, but it's going to cost them $500, and that is something that might. So if we can look at the policy and see if there's a way to create an opportunity for an exemption for fees. And that's all.
And Mr. City Manager, do we have any plans? I know there's some other fees that we were looking at, some park in lieu fees as well. Do we have a general idea of when that's coming back? Maybe we could do just kind of a general overview of our city fee programs and assess what needs to be updated and not updated?
Definitely. Yeah, we'll bring that back, and I'll consult with council on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Fussell and then Councilmember Leon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your allowance for us to do this now. As I stated earlier, I'd like the City Council en masse to recognize Valerie Hubbard of Rio Vista Elementary School on her noticing a kindergartner choking and performed the Heimlich maneuver and saved a young child's life. And whatever, I have the details and I can share that with perhaps the city clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just wondering, Mr. City Attorney, if we can get an update on where we are with the Visit Anaheim. And I don't know if that needs to be an agenda item for the next meeting or if that's just a presentation or an update via email, but just like to know where we are with that.
Sure.
And is that something that you want to have staff send a memo to us generally, or do you want it to be actually on the council agenda?
I will defer to the city attorney depending on where we are. I err on the side of transparency, so I would say yes, have it be an agenda item, but at the same time, depending on where we are, I'm okay with just an email update. I don't know, I didn't answer the question, but.
Yeah, you have your foot in the door if you want to agendize it, but we'll work together, and if it results in any, some sort of memo, we can do it that way instead.
Is that okay?
Objection, non-responsive.
Nice.
Okay, is there any other agenda items for the pleasure of the council? Okay,
Madam Mayor, I do have an update on the question regarding the fee study. Staff has updated me that we have retained the consultant to do the fee study, and so someone is on board to do that, and so we don't have a timeline right now, but we are making progress on that project.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. So right now, we are going to go back into closed session. Yes. Okay, now it is time. We're going to restart. Do we need to redo roll call?
Yes, Mayor, we'll go ahead and do roll call. Councilmember Diaz.
Here.
Councilmember Leon.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Rubalcaba.
Here.
Councilmember Fessel.
Here.
Councilmember Meeks.
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
Present.
Let the record show we have 6 members present.
Is there anything to report out of closed session?
A mayor from the city attorney, there is nothing to report.
And we have no agenda, non-agenda item public comments, correct?
That is correct.
So with no other business before the council, we stand adjourned until October 17th, 2023.
Give me the one. Where's the one?